Chapter 1744. Niudingtian's guess was quite accurate. However, he had underestimated one thing. Not only had Little Meaty set up a trap in Heavenfall Mountain, but Qin Yu had also added insult to injury. He did not mind completely exterminating that clan. Now, the true emperor's perception of the situation in Mount Tianluo had been cut off. The cultivators of that clan naturally couldn't do anything about it. After receiving his reminder, the long-awaited drama was finally about to begin. However, there was still time. He might as well have the 24 people of that clan help Qin Yu unseal his great Tao. He had to find Baiji and Miao Ye first. As for that sword cultivator, Qin Yu was curious. Just what was the relationship between him and that sword cultivator? Big brother Wei, leave by yourself. I can't escape. Miao Ye's face was pale, and there was still blood at the corner of his mouth. Previously, the two of them had already escaped from danger. It was she who didn't know the severity of the situation and sent out a distress signal. In the end, the three cultivators who were also disciples of the Black Marsh tribe tried to kill the two of them. Even though he was beaten back by Wei Han, he was also seriously injured. He was being chased by a group of cultivators, and the situation was becoming worse and worse. Miao Ye knew that everything was her fault, and her heart was filled with regret. How dare these people attack her? Were they not afraid of being investigated by the sect if word of this got out? Wei Han slashed out with his sword, sending a cultivator who tried to sneak up on him flying. He didn't even turn around, leaving her with a solid back view. It has nothing to do with you. It's the people of this world that are evil. He had originally thought that after what had happened in the past, his heart had already calmed down. But in Tianluo Mountain, he met Miao Ye, a girl who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. In other people's eyes, she was 80 points, but in his eyes, 120 points. Don't worry, I will definitely bring you out alive. Miao Ye teared up. Loud laughter suddenly rang out. It's a small world. Wei Han, it's really you. Whoosh, whoosh, the three sword cultivators whistled through the air. The powerful and sharp aura caused people's hearts to palpitate. The people surrounding him all retreated with fear on their faces. One of them laughed heartily as he stared at Wei Han with an amused look in his eyes. Jingqiu. Wei Han let out a low growl as his killing intent erupted. Formless sword chi burst out of his body, causing cracks to appear in the space. The memories that had been sealed in the deepest recesses of his mind, memories that he didn't want to recall, now surged, causing his eyes to quickly turn red. The three sword cultivators frowned slightly before regaining their composure. He had some strength, but that was all. This was the vision and pride of a disciple of a sword Dao family. Junior brother Jing, do you know this person? Jingqiu smiled faintly. Long ago, there was a grudge between them. His cultivation was crippled and he was expelled. I didn't expect that he would live to this day. He was smiling, but his eyes were cold and his heart was filled with killing intent. To think that a cripple would actually possess such frightening strength. Just now, when he was locked on by the blood-red eye, his heart pounded and he instinctively felt fear. The intuition of a sword cultivator was usually very accurate. This meant that Wei Han had the ability to threaten him today. Such a Wei Han naturally deserved to die. If you don't remove the roots when cutting weeds, they will grow again when the spring wind blows. Junior apprentice brother Jing is just in time to end this hidden danger. The man smiled. I am willing to lend junior apprentice brother a hand. Thank you, senior brother. Jingqiu lifted his hand and a sword hummed. Wei Han, let me see what methods you have now. Wei Han roared out loud and pushed Miao Ye away. Hurry and run. Previously, he had risked his life to protect Miao Ye. But when Jingqiu appeared, everything changed. He knew that he couldn't escape today. If Miao Ye continued to stay by his side, she would only be killed. Jingqiu said, Senior apprentice brother, I will kill Wei Han myself. Please leave this woman behind. Okay. The man lifted his sword. Wherever the sword pointed, space suddenly twisted. Miaoya, who was pushed away, revealed a look of despair. She was already severely injured, and without Wei Han's protection, she couldn't avoid this sword. No. Wei Han shouted out loud. He desperately tried to rush over, but Jing Chu was already blocking him. He smiled. Back then, I wanted you to kneel on the ground and watch me personally kill your teacher and junior apprentice sister. Today, I will let you watch this woman die with your own eyes. Wei Han, I am destined to be your nightmare for the rest of your life. Don't even think about escaping. I will kill you. Wei Han roared out loud. He slashed out with his sword. Jing Chu's sword collided with his. Two powerful sword cultivators fought with their lives on the line. Terrifying sword breaths splashed out, instantly tearing apart the earth. But his sword couldn't kill Jing Chu. If he couldn't kill him, he naturally couldn't save Miaoya. Wei Han's eyes turned blood-red. His heart was filled with anger and despair. At this moment, a sword hummed. The sword that slashed at Miaoya was cut in half. With a mournful wail, it disintegrated. Who? The sword cultivator was shocked and angry. Shuar Baiji's figure landed. She glanced over. You are Miaoya? Miaoya, who had just escaped death, hurriedly nodded. Then she was right. Baiji said, Stand behind me. After speaking, she stepped forward. Whoosh, a sword hummed. The sword cultivator that killed Miaoya landed in front of her. Japanese Wang family's disciple, Wang Shangqi, greets Fairy Maiden. May I ask which sect Fairy Maiden comes from? I am willing to prepare a generous gift for the old ancestor to personally propose marriage. He had taken a liking to this female sword cultivator at first glance. Baiji frowned. She raised her sword and slashed. Wang Shangqi's expression changed. He suddenly raised his sword, but he was still a bit too slow. A trace of blood appeared on the corner of his eyebrows. He was shocked and angry. He gritted his teeth and shouted, Fairy Maiden, you are too arrogant. Is the disciple of the Japanese Wang family not worthy of you? Baiji raised her hand and slashed again. This sword was heavier than before. The moment the sword hummed, Wang Shangqi's pupils shrank. He was shocked and angry. He didn't expect that the woman in front of him had held back in the previous two attacks. With a loud bellow, Wang Shangqi wielded his sword with both hands and heavily pierced out. This sword strike had the aura of a surging river flowing east, exuding an extraordinary aura. This was none other than the river sword art of the Wang clan, an aristocratic clan of swordsmen. The two sword breaths were as fast as lightning. They instantly collided. Wang Shangqi was sent flying. Blood flowed from his mouth and nose, and his face was pale. His hands that held the sword trembled slightly. This sword almost sent the immortal sword in his hand flying. If that was really the case, it would be a great humiliation for sword cultivators. There was no need to mention the marriage proposal anymore. Do it, kill her! Wang Shangqi roared angrily. The other sword cultivator from the Wang family joined the battle without any hesitation. Wang Shangqi was one of the most valued sons of the current Wang family patriarch. Protecting Wang Shangqi's safety was Miao Yijian's most important task in entering Mount Tianluo. He was sent by the Japanese Wang family to protect an important son of the Wang family. He was very powerful. In fact, in the awkward situation where there were no martial emperors in the world, Miao Yijian's peak sovereign realm strength was only slightly weaker than the Wang family patriarch. Of course, just like the Jin family, who had the heaven-splitting sword, the Wang family also had the peerless Great River sword. The Wang family patriarch could fight against a half-step martial emperor. He couldn't compare. But now, after entering Mount Tianluo, Miao Yijian was bestowed a powerful immortal sword by the Wang family. It was very compatible with the sword art he cultivated, allowing him to burst out with unparalleled battle strength. Baiji soon felt the pressure. But what she didn't know was that Miao Yijian was even more surprised. He didn't know when a peak sovereign realm female sword cultivator had appeared in the world. Earth realm. Compared to him, she was only slightly weaker. And what made Miao Yijian even more jealous was that Baiji's sword aura was vast and majestic, like the rising sun, full of vitality and endless vitality. Unlike his sword aura, which seemed perfect and flawless, it was old and lost the possibility of improvement when cultivated to the peak. In this life, his sword cultivation had reached the limit, and it was impossible for him to break through the heavenly being door. And this was undoubtedly the greatest tragedy for a sword cultivator who had reached the human realm. Miao Yijian, kill her! Wang Shangqi roared angrily. At this moment, the people who had retreated were eager to try again, and their eyes were all focused on Miaoya. Wei Han was powerful, and now he was fighting with Xingqiu. It was not easy to interfere in a battle between two great sword cultivators. If they were not careful, they would be caught in the crossfire. It was more reliable to kill Miaoya. Although Baiji was powerful, Miao Yijian was not weak either. The two of them were fighting, and Miaoya could only keep retreating. Just a little more, and she would be able to attack soon. Miaoya sensed the cold gazes from all around and the dangerous aura they exuded. But she had no choice. The aftermath of the battle in front of her forced her to keep retreating, or she would be caught in it. Do it! Capture this woman. She has the secret of the Tianluo Mountain Dao. Everyone who had been waiting for an opportunity attacked almost at the same time. Baiji frowned. Miao Yijian, who was opposite her, attacked even faster, forcing her to be unable to save her. But at this moment there were people who were faster than them, and the cultivators who rushed towards Miaoya were all sent flying. One of them even had his chest pierced by a punch, and when he fell to the ground, he was no longer breathing. Could it be that they are here to save me again? It was just like what happened to Baiji. But unfortunately, that was not the case. Just as Miaoya thought about it, someone grabbed her neck. Go! The three of them rushed into the sky. The people who were beaten back were full of anger and unwillingness, but no one dared to stop them. That was because the three people who had attacked were simply too powerful. One punch killed one person on the spot. The one who was killed was not a nobody, and his strength was almost on par with theirs. Damn it! Since when were there three people with such fierce strength in Tianluo Mountain? Moreover, they were unfamiliar faces. Miaoya! Wei Han shouted, and his sword moved even faster. But not only did he fail to force Xingqiu to retreat, but he was also stabbed, and his clothes were soaked with blood. Xingqiu sneered. You dare to be distracted while fighting with me? You're courting death. But that woman is not bad-looking. Now that she has fallen into the hands of three men, it's hard to say what will happen next. Wei Han roared from the depths of his throat, I'll kill you. Xingqiu laughed. If you have the strength, do as you please. On the other side, Miao Yijian was expressionless, and his eyes were cold. Woman, your opponent today is me. He used the scattered sword technique, and the sword breath was like rain, covering every inch of the space, sealing Baiji inside. Chapter 1745. The three men who captured Miaoya were all dressed in black. They were silent as they ran, and their auras were as cold as stone. Miaoya, who was held by the neck, felt the coldness in their palms. She felt as if she had fallen into an ice cave. Her intuition told her that she would not be able to escape this time. Wei Han, she closed her eyes. Right at this moment, the three of them suddenly stopped in their tracks. Although it is a bit presumptuous to say this, she is one of us. Can you return her to us? One man, two women. It was a strange combination. In particular, one of the women was still unconscious and being carried by another woman. The one who spoke was Qinyu. He looked at one of the men in black and sighed inwardly. It was really a small world. There were bad karma everywhere. This person was none other than the man he had met on the ferry, the man he had sized up before entering the Heavenfall Mountains. It's you. The other party spoke. He remembered him. Sure enough, his previous observation had been noticed. Qin Yu thought for a moment and said, "You three, I have no intention of becoming enemies with the ancient remnant race. Return her to me and I will let this matter go." The expressions of the three people changed drastically. The man in black stepped forward. Qin Yu sighed inwardly. He had directly pointed out his identity. This was an invisible threat, trying to make the three people back down. Obviously, his plan had failed. There was no way to settle this peacefully today. Qin Yu stretched out his hand and pulled Niu Daodu, saying, "Look after her. Leave the rest to me." He could not let Niu Daodu take action. Otherwise, the Niu family would have another great enemy. Although the ancient remnant race was now being chased by the great Qin dynasty, their strength could not be underestimated. Sometimes it was necessary to trick one's teammates, but it also depended on the situation. Not now. Qin Yu wanted to save people. This was his own matter. He could not involve the Niu family. Moreover, old Niu was very scary. Niu Dingtian was not easy to fool. It was better to bear the responsibility himself. He took a step forward, instantly appearing beside the black-clothed man. He punched out. Boom! With a deafening explosion, the black-clothed man was sent flying. His body plowed through the ground, creating a long crack. Qin Yu frowned. Beyond his expectations, this person's combat strength hadn't been knocked away by his fist. He swayed and stood up. His eyes locked onto Qin Yu. "The great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, so it was you who obtained it." The air suddenly fell silent. Niu Daoda's eyes widened, but when she thought about it seriously, it seemed that Zhou Huan had stopped hiding this matter from the moment she saved Li Ruhua. It was just that she didn't think too much about it, or rather, she didn't want to think too much. The eyes of the other two black-clothed men became scorching hot, and their breathing became heavier. "Are you sure?" one of them said. The person fighting with Qin Yu nodded. "I am." Bang Miao Yu was flung away. Their only goal was the Great Path in Tianluo Mountain. Since they had found the Master, they naturally had no interest in anyone else. However, when they pushed Miao Yu away, it was obvious that the person who grabbed her did not want her to continue living. He used a lot of force. Although Qin Yu's thoughts moved and he helped her offset most of the strength, Miao Yu still tumbled backwards several times and vomited great mouthfuls of blood. "Do it! Kill him! The Great Path is ours!" The three black-clothed men grabbed their hair and tore it apart. Their skin was directly torn off, revealing black flesh and blood. Now, as their skin trembled, fine scales began to appear, covering every inch of their bodies. At the same time, crackling sounds of bones filled the air. The three people rapidly grew, reaching over 10 feet in the blink of an eye. These were the true bodies of the ancient remnants. Bang, 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 the ground cracked open. The three ancient remnants rushed forwards at the same time, their speed faster than lightning. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped it in front of him. The space in front of him instantly froze. Like an invisible swamp, it covered them all. Agudu Hadolii Mulberry. The three ancient remnants began to utter strange syllables at the same time. The space that trapped them began to shake. The three of them soon regained their ability to move. Niu Daodu loudly shouted, "Zhou Huan, be careful! This is the chaos curse of the ancient remnants. It can even threaten a true sovereign." Chaos curse? Qin Yu took a step back, avoiding the sharp claws. But at this time, his complexion changed. His foot that was about to land abruptly deviated from its original position and moved half a step to the left. In the next moment, there was the sound of howling wind in his ears. Several strands of hair fell in front of him. Just a little bit more. Just now, if it weren't for him promptly sensing that something was wrong, his entire head would have been smashed to smithereens by that claw. This was the ability of the Chaos Curse. It could interfere with a cultivator's sense and control the rules of the outside world, causing everything to fall into a state of chaos. Only the bloodline of the ancient remnants wouldn't be affected. No wonder they still dared to attack Qin Yu even though they knew he had grasped a portion of the Skyfall Mountain Great Tao. The three ancient remnants didn't pause at all. They rushed forwards once more. The low roars of the Chaos Curse continued to echo in his ears. Moreover, it became increasingly fast, giving off a stifling feeling. Qin Yu was incomparably cautious. But in the following short period of time, he encountered dangers again and again, barely managing to avoid them each time. A gash was torn open on his chest. But he didn't feel any pain. Instead, he felt a faint numbness. Poison! Across from him, the ancient remnant that succeeded placed the black claw in his mouth and gently licked it. His eyes brightened. You taste very good. I will slowly eat you up. Just as Niu Daodu moved, Qin Yu raised a hand to stop her. He didn't turn his head. Don't interfere in this matter. An ancient remnant roared, That's right. Niu Daodu, don't think that you can be fearless just because you are wearing the Great Tao's golden armor. My race's chaos curse is enough to tear it apart bit by bit. Niu Dingtian might be strong, but since he has offended the saints, all that awaits him is death. Hurry up and scram. Don't provoke trouble for yourself. Niu Daodu clenched her teeth. But before she could speak, Qin Yu smiled. You three, you seem to be too optimistic. If I didn't have some real methods, would I dare to come to Skyfall Mountain? I let you leave because I didn't want to form enmity with the ancient remnants. But now it seems that there is a reason why you have fallen to such a state. He tapped his forehead. Do you see? Brains, they lack brains. Kill him. With angry roars, the three ancient remnants rushed forwards. Qin Yu lifted a hand and grasped forwards. The suppressive strength of the Great Tao descended. Across from him, the eyes of the three ancient remnants revealed a mocking and awe-inspiring look. To others, the suppression of a true sovereign's Great Tao was incomprehensible. But the saints had never feared it. The person in front of them only had big words and his methods were the same as before. Next, they would tear him to pieces and swallow up the Great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. The cry of a sword echoed in her ears. Niu Daodu cried out and subconsciously closed her eyes. Even so, she couldn't help but tear up. Her eyes felt sore and swollen. Her ears fell silent. The hurried, strange, and chaotic incantations disappeared. She rubbed her eyes and endured the discomfort to open them. She saw Qin Yu carrying the unconscious Miao Ye as he walked towards them. And she could no longer see the figures of those three ancient remnants. They had vanished into thin air, as if they had never appeared. Dead? Niu Daodu's face was filled with disbelief. Qin Yu nodded. Niu Daodu looked at him, speechless. Qin Yu coughed. Before, I didn't mean to hide behind you, it wasn't convenient for me to do anything at the time. I could only do so not too long ago. Niu Daodu said, I believe you. She stared at Qin Yu. Did you really obtain the Great Tao of Skyfall Mountain? This was a bit awkward. No matter how it was said, this was partly due to Miss Niu's efforts. Qin Yu thought for a moment. I didn't completely obtain it, but most of it, that's right, it is my Great Tao. Things had already come this far and he still had to hide it. He was looking down on himself. Niu Daodu patted his shoulder. Zhou Huan, you are too fierce. With so many people fighting over it and fighting to the death, you actually managed to take advantage of it. She suddenly frowned. No, that's not what you said at the start. You even said that I was the one who caused the changes in Skyfall Mountain. Qin Yu had an awkward expression. He was thinking about how to explain. Niu Daodu waved her hand. Don't say anything. Remember that you owe me a great favor. You will have to return it in the future. Qin Yu earnestly nodded. Of course. He looked at Niu Daodu and smiled. This was because after this girl learned that the Great Tao belonged to someone else, she didn't seem surprised at all. Instead, she exuded a heartfelt happiness for him. Niu Daodu was truly a good girl. He had no idea just which boy she would end up with in the future. Thinking about it, although she was a bit pure and didn't have many thoughts, she definitely wouldn't suffer a loss. What nonsense. With the old cow's family's lineup, after marrying Nyo Dowdu, even if they ate the heart of a bear or the gall of a leopard, they still wouldn't dare to be rude to her. That was just seeking death. He picked up another woman who was also unconscious. Luckily, Nyo Dowdu was here, otherwise Qin Yu would never have been able to explain himself. Let's go. Let's hurry up and gather everyone. We still have official business to attend to. Qin Yu impatiently delivered a great gift to that clan. He grabbed Nyo Dowdu and stepped forwards. The group instantly vanished from sight. As he unraveled more and more of his Tao, the connection between Qin Yu and Skyfall Mountain became even closer. Using spatial shifting was also a matter of course. Baiji was annoyed. She didn't care about Qin Yu, but she was annoyed that she couldn't even handle such a small matter. Once this news reached the madam's ears, she would definitely feel that she was useless. When would she be willing to let her go back? Thinking of this, she moved her sword even faster. She hated that she couldn't chop Miao Yijian into meat paste. Wang Shangqi's face was full of anger. Miao Yijian, hurry up and take her down, or I won't forgive you. Miao Yijian frowned, a cold light flashing in his eyes. If not for the Wang family's great kindness, and the Wang family's old ancestors' strength was indeed terrifying, he would have killed Wang Shangqi with a single sword strike. He hated that he could not kill Wang Shangqi with a single sword strike. How dare a piece of trash give him orders in front of him? Humph! He coldly snorted, venting his anger on Baiji. Little girl, today I'll let you experience the methods of a peak sword cultivator. Boom! His aura crazily rose at this moment. The sword breath that rained down from the sky suddenly became fierce. Experts who were stuck at the peak of the sovereign realm and had stepped into the mortal realm were unable to break through the threshold of the Deva realm. Miao Yijian naturally wouldn't waste time, so he researched a method that could greatly increase his combat strength in a short period of time. Baiji's complexion changed. In an instant, her dress was cut open, with dozens of tears. Blood gushed out. Miao Yijian's attacks were bold and decisive, a complete change from his previous mellow and flawless style. He forcefully put Baiji at a disadvantage. On the other side, Zheng Chu relaxed. He smiled. Wei Han, why haven't you died yet? Why bother holding on? Just stick out your head and I'll cut it down. Isn't that easy? Across from him, Wei Han was bathed in blood. His aura was chaotic, and he could only hold on under the suppression of the sword breath. He was on the verge of collapse. Hearing this, his blood-red eyes flashed. Even if I die, I will drag you down with me. Zheng Chu laughed. Good ambition, but I'm afraid you won't have the chance. Who said I won't have the chance? With the sound of breaking air, Qin Yu and Nyo Dowdu brought the unconsciously Ruhua and Miao Ye flying over from the distance. Wei Han's eyes widened. He slashed out with his sword, completely risking his life to forcefully force Jing Chu to draw back. Of course, this was also because Jing Chu didn't dare to forcefully stop Qin Yu and the others who had suddenly appeared. Whoosh! Wei Han appeared in front of Qin Yu. He stubbornly stared at Miao Ye, who was standing beside Nyo Dowdu. She's still alive, Qin Yu lightly said. Wei Han let out a long breath. It was a very long breath. It was as if he had swallowed all the depression and despair in his heart. Just now, he had really thought of dying here. It was only his intense hatred that had supported him until this moment. Miao Ye was still alive as his heart relaxed, his legs buckled and he half knelt on the ground. Qin Yu. He thought for a moment and said, I accept your kneel. I will help you settle today's grudge. Chapter 1746. Some people were enemies the moment they opened their mouth. For instance, Qin Yu today. Jing Chu coldly sneered. Help him settle his grudge? You might as well die in his place. He leapt forwards and slashed out with his sword. This sword strike was even stronger than the one that erupted when he fought with Wei Han. He had used his full strength without holding anything back. This sword strike was originally prepared to erupt when he killed Wei Han. His goal was to avoid being dragged down to the grave by Wei Han. If a formidable sword cultivator harbored the will to die, they would be a terrifying existence. But now, Jing Chu didn't dare to hide anymore. He didn't know who Qin Yu was, but he could feel a dangerous aura coming from him. The most straightforward evidence was that the three men who had just captured Miao Yu were now missing. And Miao Yu was in their hands. From this, it wasn't difficult to make some logical guesses. How could Jing Chu dare to hold back? This sword strike was vast and mighty. It was also the Japanese Wang family's river sword art, but it was almost twice as strong as Wang Shangqi's. He could hear the roar of a river in his ears. With a loud rumble, his momentum soared to the heavens. For so many years, Jing Chu had been hiding his true strength. As for the reason, he was an outsider, yet he was better at practicing the Wang family's direct sword technique. What did he want? But unfortunately, this didn't have any meaning to Qin Yu. Jing Chu wasn't an ancient remnant. He didn't have a chaos curse that could break through the suppression of the great Tao. To him, the only good news was that Qin Yu didn't plan on exposing the fact that he grasped the great Tao in front of everyone. So, he could die with a bit more dignity. That's right, Jing Chu was going to die. Good news couldn't change this outcome. Qin Yu stepped forwards. Space twisted, sucking him and Jing Chu in. In the next moment, a heaven-shaking sword cry echoed out from the distorted space. Jing Chu screamed, "You are also a sword cultivator." After several breaths of time, the sword cry came to an abrupt end. The spatial distortion faded away. Qin Yu's original appearance was restored. With a loud bang, Jing Chu fell into the ground. Blood flowed out from all over his body. Looking at his twisted body, it was unknown how many sword wounds had cut through his muscles and bones. "I thought you would be willing to kill him with your own hands, so I left him alive." Wei Han struggled to stand up. He walked to Jing Chu's side, his eyes wide with fear. "No, don't." Puff, the sword in his hand fell, and a large head was cut off. Hot blood spurted out a few feet away. Wei Han lowered his head and looked at the rolling heads. His eyes were serious and persistent, as if he was admiring an exquisite work of art. He closed his eyes and took a deep breath. Then, he turned in front of Qin Yu and fell to his knees, kowtowing. "No matter who you are, I, Wei Han, owe you a great favor. In the future, no matter what it is, so long as you ask, I will definitely not refuse." Qin Yu thought to himself, "This young man's words aren't small, but your life might not even be yours anymore. Do you really think you can decide everything for yourself?" However, gratitude was a virtue. He nodded and glanced at Niu Daodu. Niu Daodu placed Miao Yu in front of him. "Her injuries are quite serious, but I've already given her medicine. She'll be fine." Wei Han nodded, "Thank you, miss." He got up and hugged her tightly. He couldn't do this kind of thing too much, as it was easy to get beaten up. Qin Yu's lips twitched. He turned to look at Baiji. "Do you need help?" Baiji's face was cold. "No need." Qin Yu said, "Oh." When Miao Yijian attacked, his body suddenly froze. He could only watch helplessly as the blade pierced through his throat. Blood instantly gushed out. Baiji angrily roared, "Zhou Huan!" Qin Yu raised his hands. "I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything. How could I have so much time? Let's see how stubborn you are. In any case, there's no evidence and you can't beat me. Efficiency first." Wang Shangqi's face was pale and his face was full of fear. He didn't run because he knew that it was impossible to escape. "I am a direct descendant of the Japanese Wang family. If you dare to kill me—" Puff, Baiji cut off his head with her sword. Her eyes were cold as she stared at Qin Yu. This woman was really violent. Niu Daodu was better. Gentle girls were the cuter ones. Qin Yu lightly coughed. His eyes swept around. Just as he was about to retreat, he suddenly said, Everyone, don't worry. Although you made some mistakes before, I have never liked killing people. Everyone. Jing Chu was the first to die, followed by Miao Yijin and then Wang Shangqi. The Japanese Wang family was one of the rare swordsmanship families in the world. None of the three had managed to escape. Now you say such words? Like hell I'll believe you. Not only did they not stop, but they retreated even faster. Their eyes were filled with fear and dread. There was nothing they could do. They could only use their ultimate move. Qin Yu raised a hand and shouted, "Do you want to seize the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain?" The air suddenly fell silent. The retreating crowd subconsciously stopped. This was the original sin of greed. If everyone knew how to be content and knew when to advance and retreat, there would be far fewer deaths. Qin Yu continued, "I have already discovered the conspiracy of that clan. Yes, it is them. Everyone, do you think that the sudden eruption of their Tao means that the great Tao is about to recognize a master, and that clan will not be moved? This is absolutely impossible. But until now, I can guarantee that no one here has encountered a single cultivator from that clan in Skyfall Mountain. What do you think is the reason?" Everyone's complexion changed. Qin Yu didn't give them time to think. He clapped his hands together. "That's right. That is because as you and I are crazily slaughtering each other and fighting for the Tao, the cultivators of that clan are secretly gathering in one place and secretly plotting to seize the great Tao." "Is this true?" A cultivator frowned and shouted out. Qin Yu nodded. "Of course. I have already discovered where they are. As long as you follow me, the truth will naturally be revealed. Why should we believe you? And, if you really discovered something like this, why are you telling us?" Another person spoke up, his face full of vigilance. "Brat, you are quite cautious. But I won't play with you." Qin Yu had no expression. "It's up to you whether you believe me or not. When the great Tao falls into the hands of that clan, don't regret it. As for why I am telling you, it is because we do not have full confidence that we can resist that clan alone. We can only unite everyone's strength. You can tell this matter to anyone you trust and guide them here with us. As long as there are enough people, I don't think you need to fear that we will plot against you." This was the truth. No matter how strong Qin Yu and Baiji were, it was impossible for them to fight 100 people alone. And in Skyfall Mountain, there were far more than several thousand people fighting for the great Tao. Some people were still hesitating, but others had already begun to move. The news spread out with all sorts of methods at the fastest possible speed. Qin Yu turned and walked away. "If you are willing to follow me, then follow me from afar. I will personally expose that clan's plot." Baiji leaned over. She coldly said, "Just what do you want to do?" Qin Yu smiled. "I want to do something that makes me happy." He glanced at her and lifted a hand. "Don't worry, I won't delay the madam's arrangements." "Humph." Baiji turned and drew back. As he thought, bringing up Midi was the best way to deal with her. This woman had likely lost her mind. She actually dared to have such improper thoughts towards Midi. It really wasn't easy for her to live until now. Wei Han thought for a moment and then picked up Miao Ye and followed. He didn't know what Qin Yu was doing. However, the other party had saved his life and even helped him take revenge. Naturally, he couldn't just leave like that. Niu Dao whispered, "Zhou Huan, the old ancestor told me that the clan is a bunch of mad dogs. The consequences of provoking them are severe, so no matter what you want to do, you must think carefully." Qin Yu glanced at her. "Thank you for the reminder, Miss Niu. Between him and that clan, it was either you die or I live. There was no need to consider it at all." Seeing his firm attitude, Niu Dao didn't say anything else. She only thought that if Qin Yu obtained the great Tao, he would also become a true sovereign in the future. Including the old ancestor, there would be 2 true emperors. If she cultivated diligently, it wouldn't be too difficult for her to become a true emperor on her own. With 3 true sovereigns working together, even if they offended that race, there was no need to fear them. Thinking of this, Nyodaodu's heart immediately calmed down. However, not long after she calmed down, her face suddenly turned slightly red. She peeked at Chinyu. Luckily he hadn't noticed, otherwise he would have died of embarrassment. On the other side, Chinyu was expressionless. A bead of cold sweat dripped down his temples. No, he had to end this Skyfall Mountain incident as soon as possible and then run as far away as he could. It would be best if the identity of Zhou Huan vanished into thin air. Nyodaodu was far too naive. She simply couldn't understand the concept of Skyfall Mountain, and the majority of the Great Tao was already in Qin Yu's hands. Even without looking back, he could clearly sense what was happening around him. Moreover, she had even peeked at him with a guilty conscience. Qin Yu didn't need to ask to know what Nyodaodu was thinking. This was far too dangerous. She was the beloved daughter of the old cow family. He really didn't dare to provoke her. Otherwise, if he wasn't careful, he might really die. As his thoughts raced, Qin Yu subconsciously sped up a bit. And as time passed, the group behind him grew larger and larger. He didn't dare to say that all the cultivators of Skyfall Mountain had gathered here, but there was at least a fifth of them, perhaps even more. This was already enough. After all, Skyfall Mountain was a world of its own and its scope was massive. The cultivators that entered were scattered all over. For so many people to gather here in such a short period of time, the results were even better than expected. Of course, in the end, this was all because of everyone's selfishness. Qin Yu had used seizing the Great Tao as bait, so who could resist taking the bait? Shuar Qin Yu stopped. He looked back at the crowd and lifted a hand. Everyone, we've arrived. In front of them was a barren canyon. The ground was dark red, and there was no vegetation at all. As the wind blew past, a layer of dirt was lifted up. Everyone looked up and gloomy expressions appeared on their faces. There was nothing at all. This fellow, was he playing with them? He was courting death. Zhou Huan, where are the cultivators of that clan you spoke of? If we can't find them, you will be the first to suffer. You wasted our precious time. You deserve to die. Everyone was riled up and gnashed their teeth. Qin Yu had a calm expression. He lightly said, "Everyone, please calm down. Take a look." With a thought, the power of the Great Tao arrived. Kacha, with a cracking sound, space twisted and the canyon in front of them suddenly changed. An altar built from red boulders appeared in front of everyone. From all directions, countless Tao accumulations crazily gathered towards it. 24 cultivators of that clan were sitting cross-legged. Above each of their heads was a blood-red stone phantom. These phantom roared towards the heavens as they swallowed up the Tao accumulations. Chapter 1747. Needless to say, the truth was right before their eyes. Outside the canyon, the cultivators gathered here had ashen faces, and their eyes were filled with hatred. That damned clan! Zhou Huan's accusation was confirmed. They fought to the death for the Tao, but the 24 people of that clan hid here peacefully to obtain the Tao. If they hadn't been discovered, perhaps in the end, they would have fought with their lives on the line, only to discover that their efforts were meaningless. Kill them! Seize the Tao! Damned bastards! That clan should be destroyed. The cultivators were enraged, and they roared as they charged into the canyon. His anger towards that clan was naturally the key reason. But there were also other things mixed within. For example, since that clan hid here secretly, they must have gained something. And now, these Taoist accumulations that were continuously gathering here were the best evidence. In other words, the ownership of the Tao was very likely here. Let's see who will be able to snatch it into his hands today. At a time like this, who was willing to fall behind? It was not an exaggeration to say that they were fighting to be the first. On the blood-colored altar, the cultivators of that clan opened their eyes, and their faces were filled with shock and anger. They did not receive the warning from the clan leader. But now there was no time to find the reason. The many cultivators who were charging over with killing intent were already right in front of them. Protect 327. With a loud shout, 418 stood up and cut off his connection to the Tao. Around him, the other cultivators of that clan showed signs of struggle. But soon, they gritted their teeth and followed behind 418, cutting off their own chances of obtaining the Tao. 327 was indeed the most outstanding person among them. His perception and unsealing of the Tao was also the fastest among them. Now, he had already grasped almost half of the Tao, and as long as he surpassed half, he could be sure that this Tao would truly belong to him, and no one would be able to compete with him. And apart from 327, 418, who had the fastest progress, had only unsealed a little more than a third of the Tao. If he had given up, there was no need for them to persist. But to say that they were not the least bit moved, resentful, or annoyed would be a lie. The Tao was before them. Furthermore, all of them had already come into contact with the existence of the great Tao. There was a certain chance that they would be able to obtain it for themselves. At the very least, he would be able to sense a bit more, and it would be greatly beneficial to his future cultivation. But now everything was for naught. The numerous cultivators that were charging over naturally wished for nothing more than to tear his corpse into 10,000 pieces. 418 turned his head, and looked at 327. Continue unsealing the great Tao. Leave these people outside to us. Remember, you are our last hope and the future of our race. Success or failure depends entirely on you. Don't let our sacrifices go to waste, and don't disappoint the patriarch. With that, he stomped his foot heavily. Come in. The crimson statue above Zhang Xian's head was pulled into his body. Pitter-patter, amidst the crackling sounds of bones and flesh, the 418th body directly increased in size, and its eyes turned blood-red. A powerful, ruthless, and terrifying aura was released from his body. Kill! With a roar, 418 brazenly attacked, punching out and sending the cultivator at the very front flying. At this point, there was no point in explaining, and the cultivators outside would not give them a chance to stall for time. There was only slaughter. Either they could last until 327 finished unsealing the great Tao and controlled more than half of it, and then the outcome would be decided. Or everyone would die here. To the cultivators of that race, death was not something that was too frightening. Everyone knew that regardless of whether they were blessed or cursed, they were now nearly undying existences. Kill them all. We must buy time for 327. This is the hope of my race. It cannot be destroyed. With loud roars, the cultivators of that race did the same thing as 418. They pulled the stone statue above their heads into their bodies. And doing this was a checkmate. They would all die in the end. But this could be exchanged for a period of formidable combat strength. This in itself was one of the preparations that race had made ahead of time. It was all for the sake of dealing with a situation like the one before them. Bang, 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 from the very start, the slaughter between the 23 people of that race and the numerous cultivators entered a white-hot state, intense to the extreme. No one was a fool. They could see that this race was desperately trying to protect their last person. 327. Right now, he was still unsealing the great Tao. The stone statue above his head was desperately swallowing up the surging Tao accumulations. Before, 24 people had swallowed them up, but now he was the only one left. The massive amount of Tao accumulations instantly submerged his figure. It was clear that 327 was the one who seized the great Tao from that race. And now, he had arrived at a critical moment. He could succeed at any moment. Once he couldn't stop it, once the great Tao of Mount Tianluo was confirmed, everything they did would become a joke. Everything they did before would become a joke. And there was even a chance that they wouldn't be able to leave here alive. That race that had two true sovereigns had enough courage to face the accusations of all sides. In a situation where they took the initiative to attack, it wasn't impossible for them to kill off all the invading cultivators. No one had a path of retreat. Kill. Stop that race from obtaining the great Tao. Everyone, today our lives and deaths are in our hands. The great Tao is before us, let's go all out. In this life, you and I will never be as close to the true sovereign great Tao as we are today. The cultivators that rushed into the canyon went completely mad. No one thought of retreating, because as they said before, the great Tao was right in front of them. Anyone that retreated might lose the chance to seize the great Tao. There was no need to say anything like the mantis stalking the cicada, unaware of the oriole behind. Because there were too many people, anyone that hid in the back would be giving up their chance. Moreover, in the current situation, there was no time left for them. If they couldn't stop that race, it would be difficult for them to leave Skyfall Mountain alive. At this time, no one noticed that Qin Yu and his group had already left the battlefield. Beneath the descent of the great Tao, wanting to quietly and inconspicuously escape wasn't difficult at all. Qin Yu stood at the edge of the canyon. He looked at the battlefield from afar, his expression calm. Whether it was that race's cultivators desperately resisting to buy time for 327, or whether it was the all-out attacks of everyone that erupted with a formidable strength, none of this could be triggered. Qin Yu's heart didn't waver at all. This was because he was well aware that no matter how hard the two sides fought in the canyon, everything they did was useless. The ownership of the great Tao had already been determined. They were nothing more than cannon fodder. Without a doubt, once the events of Skyfall Mountain came to an end and the survivors left, everything that race had done would be made public. At that time, that race would inevitably be questioned by all sides in the central wilderness. Their situation would surely be difficult. This was a situation that Qin Yu was happy to see. Niu Daoda whispered, "Zhou Huan, do you have a grudge with that race?" She was a bit naive, but she wasn't stupid. Qin Yu gave her a thumbs up. He smiled and said, "Miss Niu is so smart." Niu Daoda blushed red, her heart filled with sweetness. She liked Qin Yu's praise, even though she knew it was a bit of flowery words. Baiji humphed. She found Qin Yu's actions increasingly displeasing to the eye. Such a pure little girl had been tricked by him like this. How hateful! However, she thought of the madam. Since all of this was arranged by the madam, Baiji could remain silent about it. It was just that Baiji couldn't figure out what the madam wanted. Did she want to destroy the arrangements of that race and seize the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain? Baiji thought she understood a little. Because that race had ruined the madam's plans, the current scene had occurred. Letting out a deep breath, Baiji sat down cross-legged and continued to unseal the great Tao. If she could obtain the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, the madam would surely look at her in a different light. Qin Yu looked at Baiji and shook his head inwardly. He thought that this little girl didn't know the difference between life and death and still wanted to crazily rush down a road of death. This was truly a matter that left one speechless. But he didn't plan to care. Everyone had their own fate, so let them do as they pleased. He took a deep breath and let it out. Qin Yu turned around. "Miss Li, since you've woken up, there is no need to continue pretending." The cultivators of the 13th floor were indeed extraordinary. Even after suffering such serious injuries, they were still able to wake up so quickly. Li Ruhua opened her eyes. She looked at Qin Yu. "Who are you?" The first question went straight to the heart of the matter. But it was clear that Qin Yu wasn't prepared to give her an answer right now. "I am your savior, so you owe me a great favor." Li Ruhua frowned. She thought for a moment and then slowly nodded. "I want to heal my injuries." Niu Daoda looked at Qin Yu. He waved his hand, indicating that it was fine. Li Ruhua sat down cross-legged and closed her eyes. She restrained her aura as much as possible and began to unravel the Tao once more. Because this was her only chance to grasp the initiative once more. To place one's life in the hands of others and allow others to decide if they were good or evil wasn't Li Ruhua's style. The good news was that the people around her didn't seem to discover that she was unraveling the great Tao, so they didn't try to stop her. And the bad news was that this 327 had already walked ahead of her. He was already at the point where he could obtain the great Tao at any moment. Control of half of the great Tao. Shua Li Ruhua opened her eyes. She looked at Qin Yu. You must do something and stop that clan. Qin Yu had a calm expression. It's fine. Li Ruhua frowned. But in the current situation, her words held no weight at all. She could only close her eyes and focus on unraveling. The result of this was that her complexion became increasingly pale. Wei Han suddenly said, You should listen to her. I can sense the great Tao within Skyfall Mountain. That clan will soon succeed. He respected Qin Yu very much. Qin Yu waved his hand. Wei Han, you must know that even though I said I would help you take revenge, Zheng Chu was killed in the end. There are some things that are already destined before they happen. For instance, the great Tao within Skyfall Mountain. Who could have imagined that before it arrived, it was destined to belong to Qin Yu? Everyone on the mountain, as long as they could see this great Tao, they would only help him obtain it as soon as possible. This was truly a matter that left everyone in despair, except for Qin Yu. For some unknown reason, as Wei Han heard Qin Yu say this, he suddenly felt that it was impossible for that clan to succeed. He didn't know the reason, but he was willing to believe it. He nodded and hugged Miao Ye even tighter. He no longer thought about the great Tao within Skyfall Mountain. Whoever wanted to fight for it could do so. Wei Han only hoped that he would be able to hold on to Miao Ye in his arms and never let go. Niu Daoda blushed a little. She couldn't help but glance at Qin Yu. She discovered that he was looking at the battlefield with a straight face. She couldn't help but curl her lips. Now, it seemed that this person was a bit boring. The slaughter continued. It was normal for people to die. Most of them were cultivators that surrounded and attacked. This was because the clan that pulled the stone phantom into their bodies erupted with a formidable strength. But this didn't mean that they wouldn't die. Their absolute advantage in numbers was more than enough to make up for the disparity in strength. With a punch of 418 fists, a cultivator's head was smashed to smithereens. But he was also struck by his opponent's sword and his abdomen was pierced through. He turned his head and looked in the direction of 327. He clenched his teeth and roared, rushing towards another cultivator. Everyone, I will be leaving first. I hope that we will meet again in the future. With a loud laugh, a cultivator from that clan blew himself up. Bang! Terrifying fluctuations of strength instantly reaped the lives of over a dozen people around him. But this only scared everyone back for a breath of time before they rushed forwards once more. They can't hold on any longer. Kill them! With loud roars, everyone couldn't help but look at 327, their eyes blazing with heat. Great Tao! Great Tao! Beneath the Domain Master Mansion, in a large space, more than half of the 24 stone statues had been shattered. The blood-red eggshell that was still intact was covered in cracks, as if it could shatter at any moment. The elder was alarmed and angry. He didn't know what had happened, but something unexpected had happened. In a short period of time, more than half of the stone statues had been destroyed. Patriarch! Patriarch! He didn't dare to wait any longer, even if he knew that the Patriarch was currently dealing with the true sovereign of the 13th Tower. Several breaths of time later, space shook. The Patriarch arrived and immediately discovered that the stone statues had been destroyed. Shua he appeared, his face shaking. Impossible! Before this, he had already lost his sense of Skyfall Mountain. This meant that the great Tao had chosen its master. After this, the Patriarch confirmed that the great Tao did indeed belong to them. But now, within Skyfall Mountain, the cultivators of that clan were constantly dying. It was clear that there had been a deviation from their judgment. The reason was simple. If the great Tao had truly fallen into the hands of that clan, then Skyfall Mountain would have become their home field. It didn't make sense that their clansmen would be killed. The elder was panic-stricken. "Patriarch, what do we do?" The patriarch took a deep breath, suppressing the anger in his heart. He slowly said, "Wait." Besides this, there was no other way. Unless he disregarded the consequences and forcefully broke into Skyfall Mountain. Not to mention that beast Cheongji, who was watching from the side like a tiger watching its prey. Niu Dingtian wouldn't allow him to brazenly attack now. So, besides waiting, there was nothing else he could do. Damn it, just what had happened within Skyfall Mountain. 327. 418 let out a roar. He widened his eyes and looked at her again. That's right, he was her. This was a secret that not many people in the clan knew of. "Goodbye," 418 whispered, a faint smile on his face. Bang, a heaven-shaking explosion. Nearly 100 people were sucked in. Those closest to him died on the spot. As for the others, they were also affected, their injuries varying in severity. However, he had already fought to this point. He was the last person remaining from that clan. There were no more obstacles in front of him. The surviving cultivators didn't even have time to feel the joy of surviving a bloody battle. They looked at 327, their eyes blazing hot, as if they wanted to burn her to ashes. Outside the canyon, Qin Yu suddenly said, "She succeeded." Li Ruhua opened her eyes, a pained expression on her face. Just a little bit more and she would have been able to seize back the great Tao. But just this little bit had been missed by a hair's breadth. She looked at Qin Yu. She didn't understand why this person didn't stop her if he knew everything. But now everything was over. Shua, on the sacrificial altar, the only survivor, 327, suddenly opened its eyes. A gust of wind blew past, unraveling the bun on her head. Her long black hair cascaded down. Her robes fluttered in the wind. Her eyes swept around. Her face was pale, giving off a startling sense of beauty. The cultivators from all over that were desperately rushing over all subconsciously held their breath. 327 looked up. Her voice was ice-cold. "You all deserve to die." Bang! The power of the great Tao arrived. Chapter 1748. Outside the canyon, Qin Yu suddenly took a step forward. He glared at 327, his heart filled with raging waves. "Impossible!" he cried out involuntarily. It wasn't because there was an accident with the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. Rather, when 327 helped him obtain the great Tao, he suddenly felt an extremely intimate connection between them. His bloodline was boiling. This was a reaction that would only occur when one met someone of the same bloodline. Within Skyfall Mountain, Qin Yu was the true heavens of this world. Everything was within his perception. He looked at 327. Her eyebrows, the corners of her mouth, the ends of her hair, her aura, everything was clearly telling him. This woman was related to him by blood. As for his relationship with that clan, Qin Yu had once made a judgment. He shared the same bloodline with them. But now, Qin Yu discovered that the truth was far more complicated than he had imagined. 327, just who was she? This was the first time Niu Daodu had seen Qin Yu reveal such emotions. She hurriedly asked, "Zhou Huan, what happened? Was the great Tao really stolen by this woman?" Seeing Qin Yu remain silent, she took a deep breath. "Don't be afraid. I have the old ancestors' golden armor of the great Tao. Even if she obtains the great Tao, she cannot harm you." Li Ruhua frowned, her eyes icy cold. If she had known this would happen, she wouldn't have acted in the first place. To put it crudely, she had to put on an act when it was time to act. Now that she had become an idiot, what was the use of being incompetent and angry? Baiji frowned. She didn't speak. She stood up and tensed her body, prepared to fight with her life on the line. She glared daggers at 327. The great Tao was the madam's goal, so no one could take it away. So what if she obtained the great Tao? The current 327 wasn't a true sovereign yet, so there was still a chance. Kill her and take back the great Tao. Qin Yu's mind was in a mess. It took him a long time to regain his composure. He glanced at Niu Daodu and slowly said, "I'm fine." But these words weren't convincing at all. He couldn't conceal his absent-minded expression. At this time, the cultivators in the canyon had already met with great misfortune. After the enraged 327 grasped the great Tao, it unhesitatingly released its ultimate move. The might of the true Emperor Great Tao was enough to unleash a power that no one below the Emperor realm would be able to withstand, even if it hadn't been fully refined yet. Screams rang out incessantly as the cultivators were killed on the spot. "Don't kill me! 327, I am a disciple of the Sky-Reaching sect. If you kill me, the old ancestor will not forgive you. I am a direct descendant of the Su family, one of the 4 families. As long as you spare my life, I will definitely repay you generously in the future." Unfortunately, these words were useless. 327 showed no mercy, killing people like slaughtering chickens and duck. Everyone was in despair. They could feel the determination and cold killing intent of the 327. She really wanted to kill everyone here. "You guys stay here." Qin Yu took a deep breath. He stepped forwards and instantly appeared in the canyon. Directly facing the 327, she frowned and looked at Qin Yu, a look of surprise in her eyes. After a slight hesitation, 327 did not make a move. Instead, he ordered coldly, "Back down." Qin Yu was sure that 327 also had the same feeling as him. It was just that it wasn't as clear as his. Although he didn't know who she was, in this vast and lonely world, the feeling of suddenly meeting a blood relative caused Qin Yu to instinctively feel a trace of warmth and excitement. He suddenly rejoiced that he hadn't killed 327 during the struggle for the ruler's inheritance in the past, otherwise it would have been a lifetime of pain and regret. He really didn't know what attitude he should have or what status he should have when facing this 327. So, Qin Yu could only maintain his calm as much as possible. "You are very tired. Take a rest." 327 frowned. But at this time, her complexion changed. In the next moment, exhaustion flooded her like a tide, drowning her mind. She tottered on the verge of collapse. She could only desperately keep her eyes open to prevent herself from falling asleep. Who are you?" Qin Yu said. "I don't know either. But perhaps I can find some answers from you." "Don't worry, I won't hurt you. Take a rest." Those who had been killed and cried out for their mothers and fathers, those who had fallen into despair, discovered 327's condition. Their eyes brightened. They had been rescued from the brink of death. "There's a problem with this little girl. She can't grasp the great Tao. Attack. Kill her and take revenge for our fallen comrades. Now is the time." No matter what time it was, this was a necessary slogan. But this time, those who had been filled with wild joy and felt as if the great Tao was within reach had misjudged something. They hadn't been able to clearly hear the conversation between Qin Yu and 327. Otherwise, he would have to reconsider whether or not he should charge forward so quickly. Bang! There was a loud explosion. It was like an invisible mountain had fallen down from the highest heavens, crashing down. Those who had rushed forwards the fastest and shouted the loudest, wanting to kill 327 to take revenge for their comrades, were instantly turned into meat paste. They couldn't be any more dead than they were. The canyon fell into a deathly stillness. There was only a terrifying strength that poured into the earth. The ground caved in, forming a bottomless abyss. Cold sweat instantly covered their foreheads. None of them dared to move. Qin Yu calmly said, "Everyone, preserving your lives is already a great fortune. Don't ask for anything more. What do you think?" No one knew what had happened just now. Without any warning, the mountain had suddenly collapsed. Hearing these words, everyone's hearts shook and their faces paled. Go! Let's leave this place first. We can't stay here for long. Whoosh, whoosh. Many people turned and fled. But there were still some who didn't give up. They stayed where they were, their faces cloudy and uncertain. Jean Hua was one of them. This time, he had luckily been forgiven by the old ancestor. It was only then that he had the chance to enter Skyfall Mountain and obtain a limitless future. Now, the great Tao was within reach. There was clearly a problem with 327, so he wasn't willing to leave like this. His eyes swept over the people who stayed behind. Jean Hua gripped his sword. Qin Yu waited for a moment. Those who needed to leave had already left, and the majority remained. Now, there were less than 100 cultivators left in the canyon. This was seeking riches and honor in danger. They were prepared to take a gamble. Everyone had their own ambitions and they all had the right to choose. Since they weren't willing to leave, then they would stay behind. Qin Yu reached out a hand and caught hold of 327, who finally couldn't hold on any longer. He lifted his other hand and clenched his fist. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Within the canyon, space instantly collapsed, wildly twisting and blocking out everyone's line of sight. Outside the canyon, everyone's complexions changed. In the next moment, Qin Yu held onto 327 and appeared beside them. Let's go. Within the shaking, broken, and twisted canyon, space had yet to restore itself. But the fate of those cultivators who stayed behind was already unknown. Since he had already acted in front of everyone, Qin Yu didn't plan on hiding anything. After all, everyone present could be considered his own people. With a flick of his sleeves, he led everyone away, vanishing from sight. Domain Master Mansion, a massive underground space. 23 stone statues had shattered. Now only one remained. It was 327. He was also the one who had the highest chance of obtaining the Great Tao legacy. The descendant of the Patriarch. The Patriarch and Elder had dignified expressions. The air nearly froze over. Whether she succeeded or failed depended on her. If 327 was also killed, then the Great Tao would be thoroughly lost. Suddenly, the Patriarch's complexion changed. Without any time to speak, his figure flickered and he vanished from sight. In the next moment, the Patriarch appeared outside Skyfall Mountain. His eyes widened. This was because at this time, Skyfall Mountain was falling apart. Piece by piece, with loud rumbling sounds, they howled towards the earth. Because they were too fast, the friction with the air caused blazing heavenly fire to burn, dragging out long tails. On this day, the heavens collapsed and the mountains collapsed. Fragments fell into the world, creating a meteor shower. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, everything was affected. Countless people died or were injured. But now, the Patriarch could no longer care about these things. There was only one thought in his mind. Whose hands had the Great Tao fallen into? 327? Now, the Patriarch was no longer so optimistic. Because just a moment ago, when they left the underground of the Domain Master Mansion, he hadn't been able to sense the aura of the Great Tao from 327. This might not be the best ending. But since things had come this far, he could only accept it. The Patriarch took a deep breath, suppressing the disappointment and helplessness in his heart. He prepared to welcome the appearance of the new master of the Great Tao. This person had just obtained the Great Tao and hadn't been able to completely refine it. If his aura was exposed, there was no way he could hide it from him. A 300-year exalted at the Emperor realm was also acceptable. At the very least, it would give that clan another 300 years of breathing space. Shwa, shwa, shwa. Space twisted continuously, and phantoms of shadows descended from the sky. The true sovereigns were all silent. The Patriarch took a deep breath and said coldly, "Before entering Skyfall Mountain, everyone signed a contract with my clan. There is no way to change it. I hope that none of you will interfere. As for the matter of my clan's consecrators, I will not let it go." True Sovereign Cheongji suddenly chuckled and said indifferently, "My 13th tower still lacks a protector." Swoosh! The Patriarch suddenly turned around and glared at him. "Cheongji, are you sure you want to force me to attack you?" True Sovereign Cheongji, who was dressed in a black Taoist robe and holding a white jade horsetail whisk, instantly had an icy expression. His eyes surged with ferocity. But in the end, he snorted coldly and didn't fight back. Although that clan had no roots and was destined to be destroyed, it was also because of this that they were a bunch of complete lunatics. With the 13th tower's strength, they naturally didn't fear that clan. But it would still be very troublesome. In particular, Cheongji had heard the Tower Master mention that clan seemed to have a trace of connection with the untouchable white jade capital above the 9 heavens. This was also the reason why he chose to retreat. The white jade capital, even with true Sovereign Cheongji's cultivation, he felt respect from the bottom of his heart. Cheongji retreated. The people who were secretly anticipating were instantly disappointed. They suddenly felt a bit more wary of that clan. Even this lunatic Cheongji didn't dare to act out on the spot. It seemed that the rumors were true. That clan still had a trump card that they hadn't shown yet. In that case, they would have to think more about it today. The Patriarch swept his gaze across the crowd and turned to look at Skyfall Mountain. Someone had come out. He frowned slightly. The person who had come out wasn't the person who had obtained the Great Tao. This was a bit strange. After obtaining the Great Tao, one would be the master of Skyfall Mountain. They could leave with a single thought and wouldn't fall behind. Could it be that the person who obtained the Great Tao was uneasy and didn't want to appear too early? As the Patriarch was thinking, the expression of the cultivator who had left Skyfall Mountain changed. He turned around and fled without hesitation. Chapter 1749. Bastard, where are you going? Hurry up and come over here. A true Emperor Phantom scolded with a gloomy face, feeling embarrassed. His disciples and grand-disciples were just too timid. "Ah, it's the Patriarch." The fleeing cultivator immediately revealed a look of wild joy. He directly rushed over and knelt down with a plop. Disciple Wang Shan greets Patriarch. Tears rolled down his face as he spoke. The Patriarch of the Dao Yuan sect was so angry that he almost fainted. He kicked him to the ground. "You're a man. What are you crying for? Speak properly." The disciple, who was familiar with the Patriarch's temper and pride, finally regained his composure. He cursed himself for being scared out of his wit. He quickly wiped away his tears, kowtowed, and stood up. "Speak. Who has the Grand Tao?" The surrounding gazes gathered. The little fellow had never been surrounded by so many true emperors. He was a little confused and tongue-tied. The Patriarch of the Dao Yuan sect frowned. He waved his sleeve and took a few deep breaths. He quickly said, "Patriarch, it should be the 327 of that clan that obtained the Grand Tao of Mount Tianluo." "What?" The eyes of the clan leader, who was already disappointed, suddenly brightened. "Little friend, please explain. How do you know about this?" Wang Shan looked at the Patriarch with an uneasy expression. The Patriarch of the Dao Yuan sect sneered. "If the Patriarch asks, just speak the truth. I can protect you." Niu Dingtian suddenly said, "That's right. Little fellow, speak boldly." Wang Shan gritted his teeth and bowed. "The Patriarch already knows about this. Since you want me to speak, I can only tell you the truth." Then, he told the Patriarch everything that had happened in the canyon and the conspiracy of that clan. "Everything I said is true. Many fellow Taoists escaped alive. Seniors, if you don't believe me, you can ask them." The place fell silent again. The Patriarch was both angry and happy. He was angry that the bastard of the Dao Yuan sect had revealed their conspiracy to the public, putting him in a very passive position. The eyes of the old geezers in the surroundings had turned sinister and murderous. But the good news was that 327 had lasted until the end. According to Wang Shan, he had indeed grasped the great Tao of Mount Tianluo, which was why he had been able to surround and kill everyone on his own. Unfortunately, she didn't manage to kill everyone in the canyon. Otherwise, she wouldn't have to go through so much trouble. Niu Dingtian sneered. Good move, patriarch. The leader of the tribe thought for a bit and said, The Skyfall Mountain belongs to my tribe after all. This is the last time it will be opened to search for the master of the Tao, so we have to make an attempt. It's best if you succeed, but there's no regret if you fail. This is human nature. He didn't admit it directly, but the meaning behind his words was clear. The reason for that was because that clan's chief knew very well that it was impossible for him to shirk responsibility now that things had reached this point. The crux of the matter was that it was the 327 that obtained the great Tao of Mount Tianluo. In other words, from now on, there would be 2 true emperors overseeing the clan. With such a lineup, so what if the conspiracy was exposed? They had achieved their goal. Among the people present, who would dare to cause trouble for that clan? This was the power of the 2 true emperors. Niu Dingtian snorted angrily. Although he looked annoyed, he was laughing coldly in his heart. He felt that it was too early for that clan to be happy, because he had already sensed the aura of the great Tao golden armor. It was very far away, so far away that it had already left the Changshan domain. The great Tao golden armor was intact, which meant that Niu Daodu wasn't injured. Only a true emperor could cross such a long distance in such a short time. In other words, Niu Daodu was with the person who had obtained the great Tao of Mount Tianluo. That clan's 327? Humph, it can't be her. Unfortunately, to avoid arousing suspicion, he couldn't leave yet. Otherwise, he would go and see if it was as he had guessed. That person had already made his move. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. More and more people escaped from Mount Tianluo. The news brought by Wang Shan was further confirmed. The great Tao had indeed fallen into the hands of the 327 clan. The leader of the tribe tried his best to remain calm, but the joy in his eyes was almost unconcealable. The great Tao of the true emperor had been recovered. The change in the situation of that clan was like heaven and earth. How could he remain calm? The only thing that puzzled the leader was that 327 had yet to appear. Could it be that she was seizing the time to refine the great Tao of Mount Tianluo? Although the leader of the tribe also hoped that another true emperor would be born in the tribe as soon as possible to help him share the burden. But now was not the best time to refine the great Tao. With so many true emperors descending at the same time, no one could guarantee that no accidents would occur. There was a rush. Sun Chongqing followed the crowd and escaped from Mount Tianluo. He didn't approach the true emperors. Instead, he looked into the distance with an unreadable expression. But soon, he gritted his teeth and made a decision. Life and death, riches and honor, all depended on this gamble. He had to be decisive about what he had to give up. Otherwise, he would never be able to step into the true emperor realm again in this lifetime. Sun Chongqing raised his hand and quickly formed a hand seal, then flicked his sleeve. True Emperor Qiongji, who had a gloomy expression and an unfriendly aura, suddenly frowned. The next moment, a bright light suddenly lit up in the depths of his eyes. Since the great Tao has been determined, I'll be leaving first. With that, he turned and left, instantly disappearing. This scene made the other true emperors frown, especially the leader of the tribe. He focused his attention on the surroundings, and his eyes became cold. If Qiongji wanted to secretly make a move against 327 and ruin her great Tao, he absolutely wouldn't hesitate to fight. But Qiongji really left and disappeared outside Mount Tianluo. No one could understand, but that was the truth, so no one paid attention to it. 327 hadn't come out yet. All of the clan chiefs' thoughts were currently focused on that. On a barren mountain in the Long Mountain region. Swoosh! True Emperor Qiongji appeared out of nowhere. The person standing opposite him was Sun Chongqing. Greetings, True Emperor Qiongji. He bowed. True Emperor Qiongji's eyes glowed as he said in a deep voice, Qingtian, are you sure that he has the aura of an immortal seed? Sun Chongqing nodded heavily. If I wasn't confident, I wouldn't have dared to tell you. Good. True Emperor Qiongji laughed, ecstasy on his face, his eyes blazing. An immortal seed, even if it was in an imperfect state, it was still a realm that he could only dream of. And it was just right. If it really was an immortal seed in a perfect state, he wouldn't dare to act recklessly even if the other party was standing right in front of him. Qingtian, I promise you that as long as what I say is true, I will help you become a true emperor. Sun Chongqing hurriedly bowed. Thank you, True Emperor Qiongji. But deep in his heart, there was a trace of regret and helplessness. An immortal seed. It was an existence that truly coexisted with the world, an existence that was eternal and undying. It wasn't like the strange cursed existence of that tribe, but the most powerful and noble beings in the world. Only a true emperor could take a step further and transform into an immortal seed. His realm wasn't high enough. Moreover, the other party's strength and the existence of an immortal seed surpassed the limits of Sun Chongqing. Otherwise, he wouldn't have told this to True Emperor Qiongji in exchange for his promise. True Emperor Qiongji was smug and impatient. Qingtian, where are they? Sun Chongqing bowed. True Emperor, I have already attached a trace of divine sense to one of them. It is enough to lock onto their position. However, the only problem is that Niu Dingtian's granddaughter, Niu Daodu, is also with this person. If True Emperor and I fight, Niu Dingtian will be alerted, and that won't be good. True Emperor Qiongji frowned. Niu Dingtian. The strength displayed by the strongest rogue cultivator had exceeded everyone's expectations. Although True Emperor Qiongji had always been confident in his killing power, he didn't have the confidence to fight Niu Dingtian head-on. After frowning and thinking for a while, his expression relaxed. It's fine. Before I left the 13th floor, I asked the tower master to give me the boundary ring just in case. Once this treasure is used, it can directly lock onto a world and pull it into the void. Even a true emperor can't lock onto it. Sun Chongqing was overjoyed. If that's the case, nothing will go wrong. He stood up. There's no time to lose. I will go there immediately. True Emperor, you can follow my aura and directly descend to where they are. He was worried that True Emperor Qiongji would get rid of him and snatch it himself after learning the location. After all, there was more than one True Emperor in the 13th floor. A trace of dissatisfaction flashed in True Emperor Qiongji's eyes, but he still nodded. All right. In reality, he would never tell the 13th floor about this. This was because the Tower Master had been stuck at the Emperor realm for many years and couldn't take the final step to transform into a long-lived species. If the 13th floor knew about this, he would have no chance. Sun Chongqing bowed and closed his eyes in the next moment. When he opened them again, a terrified expression appeared on his face. True Emperor Qiongji, please spare my life. I will never tell anyone about this. True Emperor Qiongji raised his hand and slapped. Sun Chongqing turned into a pile of meat paste and his soul dissipated. This involved a long-lived species. There was no room for error in such an important matter. In this world, only the dead could keep secrets. At the peak of Rippling Cloud Peak. Swish. Spiritual Master Qingtian opened his eyes. The ancient pagoda tree behind him cracked and most of its leaves withered. Sun Chongqing was dead. He knew this would happen, so he wasn't surprised. Furthermore, Spiritual Master Qingtian was already in no mood to care about Sun Chongqing's life. He was just a disciple. How could he be qualified to compete with his own great Tao? Taking a deep breath, Spiritual Master Qingtian stomped on the ground and soared into the sky. The cloud-rippling peak beneath his feet emitted a loud rumbling sound. Then, like an incomparably massive torch, it began to burn. Flames surged into the sky. All living beings on rippling Cloud Peak were buried in the sea of fire at this moment. None of them survived. This flame was Spiritual Master Qingtian's strongest and final trump card. He ignited his Tao foundation in exchange for a period of time to fill the gap in his great Tao and possess strength comparable to that of a true emperor. As for those living beings buried in the flames, they were also part of this exchange ceremony. Power, unparalleled power roared and flowed in his body. Spiritual Master Qingtian punched out, shattering the sky and charging in. At this moment, he was a true emperor. Although the central wasteland divine prefecture was vast, it could descend with a single thought. At this time, he had already locked onto the divine sense attached to his body. On the peak of a barren mountain in the Changshan domain, true sovereign Qiongji, who had been silent all this while, suddenly raised his head, his eyes glowing. Spiritual Master Qingtian made his move. He took a step forward and disappeared into thin air. Within his soul space, on the surface of the purple moon that rose in the east and set in the west, a figure of flesh and blood appeared. Its lips curved up in a cold sneer. The great Tao of Skyfall Mountain had already been seized by Qin Yu. If he could completely refine it, he could indeed become a true sovereign. But in this way, his future was limited and he could no longer break through. It was just like how Wei Han had inherited the sword Tao she had bestowed upon him. She naturally would not allow this to happen. Therefore, there was still a crucial step after seizing the Tianluo Mountain Tao. It was because of this that at Skyfall Mountain, when Qin Yu discovered the connection between him and 327, his mind had been shaken and he had fallen into a trance. This was why she had deliberately revealed a trace of her aura, allowing Sun Chongqing to discover her. At that time, he had been hiding in the dark and had not made a move. Now, the plan was complete. Qin Yu, she suddenly called out. In the outside world, Qin Yu's complexion changed. He looked up into the sky. Niu Daodu, help me take care of her. Before I return, she is not allowed to go anywhere. As he spoke, he pushed 327 forward. With a flick of his sleeves, Niu Daodu and the others were sent away. In the next moment, the skies above his head shattered. Spiritual Master Qingtian was the first to step out. His aura rose up and the terrifying suppression of a true sovereign swept out in all directions. In an instant, the entire world fell into a state of collapse. Soon after, true sovereign Qiongji arrived. His eyes blazed with greed as he locked onto Qin Yu. Spiritual Master Qingtian nodded. It's him. True sovereign Qiongji lifted a hand and a golden ring flew out. It instantly grew tens of millions of times larger and surrounded this world. In the next moment, everything in this world came to a complete standstill. The shattered sky and earth maintained the same state as when it shattered. Countless fragments tumbled in the air, giving off an extremely strange feeling. Let's go, you and I will enter the Void Realm. As he laughed, true sovereign Qiongji took a step forward. He, Spiritual Master Qingtian, and Qin Yu disappeared at the same time. A few breaths after the three of them left, the space shattered again. Niu Dingtian broke through the sky and arrived, followed by several other true sovereigns. Spiritual Master Qingtian suddenly went crazy and ignited his Tao foundation in exchange for a short period of time to reach the true sovereign realm. Now that true sovereign Qiongji had appeared, there must be some secret behind this. But obviously they were too late. The other party's aura had disappeared and could not be sensed at all. 13th floor, boundary ring. Niu Dingtian's tone was cold. Suddenly, his expression changed into surprise. Swish. His figure disappeared and reappeared in front of Niu Daodu. Seeing Niu Dingtian's sudden appearance, Niu Daodu, who was at a loss and anxious, burst into tears. Patriarch, please save Zhou Huan. Chapter 1750. Boom. The space shattered and the patriarch stepped out. Sweeping his gaze across the room, his eyes landed on the unconscious 327 that Nyo Daodu was carrying. His face instantly darkened. He raised his hand and clenched it. Boom! A violent power enveloped Nyo Daodu, trying to snatch 327 away. She hugged it tightly, and a golden armor of the great Tao appeared around her. Before he left, he had personally handed 327 to her, and told her not to go anywhere before he returned. Of course, Nyo Daodu would not let go. "Old ancestor, save me!" she screamed. Nyo Dingtian's face darkened. He punched the patriarch and sent him flying. "Patriarch, what are you doing?" The patriarch's face was even uglier. He said coldly, "I should be the one asking you this. Why is my clan's disciple 327 in your hands?" His eyes were as sharp as a knife, cold. "Or, Nyo Dingtian, are you planning to murder my clan's disciple and rob her of the great Tao?" He stepped forward. Boom! The true sovereign's killing intent burst out, and a terrifying aura swept in all directions. Nyo Dingtian frowned. He glanced at Nyo Daodu, who was holding 327 in her arms. She was indeed a member of that clan. He was in the wrong. He thought for a moment. "Daodu, what's wrong with her?" Nyo Daodu could tell what her old ancestor was thinking. She shook her head. "Zhou Huan gave her to me. Before he returns, I will not hand her over to anyone. Even if I die, I will not let go." Nyo Dingtian felt a headache. He glanced at Nyo Daodu, and saw her determined face. He smiled bitterly. "My little old ancestor, calm down. I did not ask you to hand her over." A glint flashed across his eyes. "Also, who is this Zhou Huan that you mentioned? I have never heard you mention him before." Nyo Daodu immediately shed tears. "Zhou Huan. Zhou Huan is the person who saved me. When I was in the Tianluo mountain, those bad guys all wanted to kill me. It's all thanks to Zhou Huan that I can live until now. Old ancestor, quickly think of a way to help him. Just now, Zhou Huan was covered by those two with a big ring. I don't know where he is now." As she spoke, more tears flowed down her face. She was really worried. The corner of Nyo Dingtian's mouth twitched. He thought to himself, "Why can't you think about the reason you're making up? Do you really think I'm a fool? I've already lent you the great Tao golden armor. Unless they're blind, or they're tired of living and want to commit suicide, they won't bother you. Save you? I think you should save him." As expected of an old antique, who had lived for who knew how many years and whose hair was hollowed out, he actually guessed correctly. Zhou Huan. Nyo Dingtian repeated the name over and over again, keeping it in mind. The little girl's happiness and anger were revealed on her face. He could clearly see the worry and nervousness in her emotions. Where did this shameless brat come from? To actually steal my little ancestor's heart in such a short amount of time. He narrowed his eyes and looked around. Uncle Nyo, who had been hiding nearby, bitterly smiled and rushed over. He bowed and said, "Greetings, old ancestor." Nyo Dingtian asked, "Old Nyo, what's going on?" Uncle Nyo came over and whispered a few words. He knew what the old ancestor wanted to know. "It's like this. Miss has no impression of this person before. I also tried on the ferry, but I didn't find anything. But now it seems that I've been deceived. That brat is hiding very well." Nyo Dingtian was expressionless. He was considering whether Zhou Huan had anything to do with that person. The conclusion was that it was very likely. This made him feel very helpless. He raised his hand and rubbed his face. He looked at Nyo Daodu and squeezed out a smile. "Little ancestor, don't worry. If you want him to stay, then stay." Before he could finish, he was interrupted by an angry shout. "Nyo Dingtian, don't go too far. I'm not interested in the internal affairs of your Nyo family. But 327 is a member of my family. Hand him over to me immediately." He had to find out what had happened. Spiritual Master Qin Tian had burned his Tao foundation and true sovereign Qiongji had attacked together. Obviously, they had other plans, but 327 was now unscathed. It showed that the two's target was not him. What were they doing? Did they have nothing better to do? Impossible. Would he be tormented to the point where he would directly burn his Tao foundation and throw away his life? Moreover, the boundary ring of the 13th floor could not be used easily. Every time it was used, it would consume a lot of energy. Something was wrong. There must be something wrong. Niu Dingtian turned around. Patriarch, don't be impatient. 327 is right here. I won't touch her. But the problem now is that she was handed over to us by Zhou Huan. People of the Niu family always keep their words. Since we've made a promise, we will only return the person to Zhou Huan. As for what you want to do in the future, it's up to you. I won't interfere. The Patriarch suddenly took a step forward. Niu Dingtian sneered. He raised his hand and the great path golden armor whizzed back into his body. Old Niu, take care of Miss. His aura rose. He confronted the Patriarch with a cold expression. Patriarch, are you sure you want to fight me now? Rumble, the invisible aura of the two true sovereigns collided, causing a deafening roar. The Patriarch's face was ashen. He wished he could eat someone alive. But it was obvious that Niu Dingtian had hit his sore spot. 327 was right here. Once a battle broke out between him and Niu Dingtian, someone might take advantage of the situation. He took a deep breath and exhaled. He said, "Fine. I will take a step back. I will let you take care of 327 for now. But I will say this first. If anything happens to 327 in your hands, I swear by the great Tao that I will not let it go." The coldness on Niu Dingtian's face disappeared. He smiled and nodded. "No problem. I can guarantee you this." His eyes swept around. "I believe that no one will sneak attack the person I want to protect." There was silence. Although everyone knew that they were afraid of Niu Dingtian's strength, they couldn't admit it directly. Otherwise, they would lose face. Of course, there was another important reason. What was the cause of today's incident? What were true sovereign Qiongji and spiritual master Qin Tian doing? They found 327, but didn't do anything. And that Zhou Huan, where did he come from? They had never heard of him before. Why would spiritual master Qiongji and Qin Tian use the delimitation ring to bring him into the void realm? There were too many questions. The true sovereigns were waiting for the matter to come to an end. When the truth came to light, they would make further decisions. Niu Dingtian had grasped the thoughts of the true sovereigns. That was why he had agreed to the Patriarch's condition. Otherwise, he would have protected 327 with all his strength. Ancestor. Niu Daodu ran over and shook him. "Save him. Save him. Didn't you hear what I said?" Niu Dingtian smiled bitterly. "Ancestor, the big ring you said is the treasure of the 13th tower, the delimitation ring. Once it is used, it can freeze a world and pull it into the void realm. Now, no one can find the location of the delimitation ring. We can only wait for them to come out." "Ah!" Niu Daodu screamed, her face full of sorrow. In her view, although Zhou Huan had hidden his strength and obtained the great Tao of Tianluo Mountain, how could he be a match for true sovereign Qiongji and spiritual master Qin Tian? How could he come back? Thinking that Zhou Huan was going to die, she felt like her heart was being cut by a knife. Her eyes were blurred by tears. Niu Daodu didn't know why she was so sad. "Don't cry, don't cry." Niu Dingtian was flustered, a wry smile on his face as he looked at Niu Daodu, who was still crying her heart out. After a moment's thought, he waved his sleeve, creating a pocket world to cover the two of them. "My ancestor, don't cry. I want to ask you something. Tell me the truth." Niu Daodu sobbed. He is dying." "Why are you still asking?" Niu Dingtian patted his forehead. "I don't think Zhou Huan will die so easily. But you have to tell me what happened." Did Zhou Huan get the great Tao of Tianluo Mountain? Niu Daodu nodded. Niu Dingtian was relieved. This time, there was basically no way to escape. This kid was most likely sent by that person. Niu Daodu looked at him expectantly. Niu Dingtian raised his hand and rubbed his face. I can't tell you the specific reason. But Zhou Huan won't die. Don't worry. Niu Daodu's eyes lit up. Really? You're not lying to me, are you? Niu Dingtian nodded and sighed in his heart. It was true that a grown girl couldn't be kept at home. I've doted on you for so many years. When have you ever been so worried about me? The air was filled with jealousy. Niu Daodu blushed. Ancestor, what are you talking about? You're so powerful. How could anything happen to you? But she still smiled. Zhou Huan was fine. She still believed in the words of the old ancestor. Ancestor, when will he come out? Niu Dingtian shook his head. I don't know. A light flashed in his eyes. He didn't know what that person wanted to do. Towering Heaven, after burning the Taoist Foundation, and Qiongji were two real true emperors. Could she suppress two true emperors in her current state? As for Zhou Huan, that brat most likely changed his skin. Others might not be able to fool the true sovereign, but that person was more than capable of doing so. Niu Dingtian had already guessed what had happened in Tianluo Mountain, but he didn't think Qin Yu could do it. So what if he had the true Emperor Great Way? Although he could become a true emperor with the Great Way, it would take time to refine, absorb, and break through step by step. It couldn't be done overnight. In short, although Qin Yu had the Great Way, he was still a useless chicken in front of a true emperor. What was that person's purpose? Qin Yu also wanted to know the answer to Niu Dingtian's question, so he asked directly. Little meat, what do you want to do? Sage Blue Sky's aura couldn't be concealed from Qin Yu at all. He could tell that this was the Sun Chongqing of the past. Although true Emperor Qiongji hadn't met him before, they were on the same side since they had joined hands. It wasn't hard to determine that the problem had appeared. On Taoist Master Qingtian's body, Little Meaty had done it on purpose. With her ability, she wouldn't be tricked by true Emperor Qiongji, and it was impossible for her to warn true Emperor Qiongji before they attacked. In other words, what happened today was Little Meat's plan to attract true Emperor Qiongji and Qiongji. Little Meat's voice sounded in his mind. You're right. I attracted them here on purpose. Although the Great Way in Tianluo Mountain can reach the true Emperor realm, you can't refine it like this. You need some fuel to get rid of the impurities and only absorb the essence. Qin Yu almost fainted. Sister, my dear sister. True emperors, these are two genuine true emperors, and you call them fuel? Are you trying to burn me to ashes? Chapter 1751. Promising. Little Meaty sneered. Do you think I would harm you? Qin Yu hurriedly said, It's true. If you have any trump cards, take them out now. I can't stop the two of them. Let alone a joint attack. Even if true Sovereign Qiongji or Grandmaster Violet Sky were to send a single slap, he would only be able to die. This was the power of a true emperor. It was terrifying to the extreme and impossible to contend against. Meaty said, Not yet. Qin Yu's face turned green. He still had to wait. He felt as if he were sitting on the mouth of a volcano, about to be burned to ashes by the eruption of magma at any moment. Sister, it's useless even if you call me mother. Little Meaty angrily rebuked. Qin Yu, where is your courage? I'm here, what are you afraid of? Qin Yu, I also want to not be afraid. But they were true emperors. Too. Tell me, why can't I be afraid? Shut up, don't talk anymore. Later, just take out your sword and chop with all your might. Let me tell you, true emperors are just like that. As long as they aren't immortal species, they can be casually killed. A soft sigh suddenly resounded in his mind. If you do this, it's very easy for something to happen. This voice was the little blue lamp. Qin Yu was overjoyed. Then, he calmed down. Although this fellow could be quite unreliable at times and would disappear from time to time, he was confident in himself. But comparatively speaking, it was definitely more secure than meat. Qin Yu angrily coughed. He felt a chill and quickly restrained his thoughts. Enough nonsense. Since you've descended, that means you've approved of my plan. Prepare to attack. The little blue lamp was silent. It didn't want to, but with things having come this far, did it have any other choice? She couldn't watch helplessly as Qin Yu was dragged into a ditch and drowned. In the next moment, within Qin Yu's soul space, the blue sun that rose in the east and set in the west began to shine with a brilliant light. The consciousness of the purple moon and blue sun had been sealed the moment the flesh had entered. According to what she said to Qin Yu, if this sun and moon pair wanted to truly grow, it would take a very long time. Now, he should just obediently sleep so that he wouldn't drag her down. The sun and moon shone brilliantly. Radiant light shined upon Qin Yu's soul. He could clearly see that this was the 9 heaven-span great Tao that Min Chongjing had personally forged for him. It was a magnificent sight. It was like a wide path that suddenly rose from the ground, appearing and disappearing between the clouds. It reached the heavens and connected to the gate of heaven. After that was the Emperor realm. But now, only a portion of the foundation had been lit up, while the rest of the heavenly great path was being lit up rapidly. At the same time, Qin Yu's consciousness rapidly rose with it. This was what it meant to ride the wind and soar into the highest heavens, see the vastness of the world, see the weight of the divine tool. Heaven and earth were all in front of him and under his feet. It could be reached with a single thought and with one step. This was the true Emperor realm. Qin Yu subconsciously held his breath, his face shaken. Meaty said, "Don't just stand there. Attack, chop them to death." Qin Yu's consciousness instantly returned. He opened his eyes. Bang! The power that imprisoned him was directly shattered. True Sovereign Qiongji's eyes brightened. As he stared at Qin Yu, his eyes became increasingly hot and greedy. "As I thought, you really do have a longevity seed." In the blink of an eye, the ant-like existence in front of him actually possessed strength comparable to the Emperor realm. Besides the supreme longevity seed that coexisted with the heavens and earth for eternity, no one else possessed this ability to turn the rotten into the miraculous. It was true. Venerable Sky-High's pupils shrank, revealing a look of dread. At the same time, he rejoiced that he wasn't greedy and didn't try to seize all of this for himself. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. True Sovereign, attack. Any delay may lead to unexpected changes. True Sovereign Qiongji nodded. He lifted his hand and the boundary ring lit up. An invisible suppressive strength descended. And this was another powerful aspect of the treasure of the 13th Tower. It sealed and imprisoned this world, directly pulling it into the void realm. It was similar to constructing a small world that could suppress the true sovereign great Tao and weaken the enemy's strength. Facing Qin Yu, who had a longevity seed in his body, true Sovereign Qiongji didn't dare to be careless. He attacked with all his strength. Longevity seed. If one dared to be careless against such an existence, that was the same as seeking death. Boom! Qin Yu's shoulders sank. The shattered earth and space around him was instantly crushed to powder. True Sovereign Qiongji frowned. Qin Yu was stronger than he had imagined. But now that things had reached this step, and the existence of the longevity seed was confirmed, there was no way he would stop. He absolutely wouldn't. No matter how strong he was, it was still a fate. He had been forcefully raised to this realm. Attack! True Sovereign Qiongji roared and stepped forward. He had no intention of using True Sovereign Sky-High as cannon fodder, killing the longevity seed and seizing its longevity. When he made this decision, he was already prepared to risk his life. Venerable Sky-High roared, his eyes blazing. The aura of the sun and moon. It was even stronger than what he had sensed before. It was so strong that his heart was trembling. If he could obtain it, he would be able to fill in the gaps in his great Tao and reach the Emperor realm easily. It was even possible that he could directly push him to the peak of the Emperor realm. That's right. Right now, Venerable Sky-High indeed had this inconceivable and yet incomparably strong thought. The peak of the true sovereign realm. If he could achieve this, then it wasn't impossible for him to fight for the longevity seed. If he succeeded, thump, 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 his heart raced and his eyes blazed. True sovereign Qiongji and Venerable Sky-High's hearts were burning. They wanted to kill Qin Yu at all costs. But Qin Yu was faster. The moment the boundary ring exerted pressure, he had already raised his hand. The mountain and river sword appeared in his hand and he slashed out. Boom! The sword cheered. For the first time, it released its full power without holding anything back. The sword slashed out with the momentum to split the world. It was so fast that no one could react. True sovereign Qiongji and Venerable Sky-High naturally couldn't be killed so easily. True sovereign Qiongji and Venerable Sky-High, who had just rushed out, retreated at the same time. They were old foxes who had lived for countless years and had rich combat experience. Of course, they knew what it meant to retreat temporarily. They knew how terrifying this sword was, so they obviously didn't want to take it head-on. But even though they were prepared, the two true sovereigns' expressions still changed when they actually blocked the sword. Spiritual Master Qing Tian groaned, and the qi and blood in his chest surged. An abnormal flush appeared on his face. He had been too careless. He had already blocked it, but the power of this sword was stronger than he had imagined. True sovereign Qiongji's gaze fell on the mountain and river sword, and he smirked. Good sword. It was indeed a good sword. It had the sword in the stone and the East Sea sword as its foundation, fused with the heaven-splitting sword Sek's indestructible sword spirit, and was personally forged by Midi. This sword could be ranked among the top in the central wilderness. An Emperor Realm cultivator could use it to increase their combat strength, so he naturally coveted it. At this moment, Qin Yu didn't hesitate at all. He stepped forward and slashed out a second time. True sovereign Qiongji and Venerable Sky-High continued to dodge. Even though Venerable Sky-High had suffered a small loss due to his carelessness, his expression was still gloomy, but his heart was still calm. As mentioned before, the two true sovereigns were old foxes who had been fighting for a long time, so they were able to keep their composure. One thing was that they couldn't maintain their composure for long. They had personally experienced the power of the mountain and river sword, so they naturally knew how terrifying it was. Such an explosion was a great burden even for a true sovereign realm cultivator, let alone Qin Yu, who had temporarily borrowed power. After withstanding the first 3 attacks, when Qin Yu's strength was exhausted, it would be time for them to attack. It wasn't that Qin Yu was wrong to do so. After all, it was a borrowed power, so there would definitely be a time limit. It was understandable that he wanted to get out of the situation as soon as possible when he was in danger. True sovereign Qiongji felt that the outcome was set, and his expression became even more calm. The gloominess on Venerable Sky-High's face had also disappeared. However, being chased by the mountain and river sword was really a very uncomfortable thing. Although he had to dodge it, he still had to block it, and it would more or less cause a certain amount of damage to his body. Apart from that, he would also suffer heavy losses. 1 or 2 swords weren't much, but it couldn't stop Qin Yu's speed. True sovereign Qiongji had a deep foundation, and he had the protection of the treasures of the 13th floor. Coupled with the support of the boundary ring, he was in a good state. However, Venerable Sky-High was lacking something. Although his aura was still stable, his face was slightly pale. Qin Yu was still attacking. One sword after another. It was endless. It was as if one of the 2 sides on the battlefield had attacked, and he was attacking, and he was still attacking, and still attacking. It was simply a one-sided performance, beating the opponent until they couldn't even lift their head. True sovereign Qiongji and Venerable Sky-High were the ones being suppressed. The two of them were waiting for the moment Qin Yu was exhausted. Then, it would be their counterattack. But after waiting and waiting, Qin Yu was still the same Qin Yu. He was still crazily attacking without showing any signs of fatigue. How was this possible? True Sovereign Xiongji frowned, and a dignified look appeared in his eyes. There was even a trace of disbelief. Even a true sovereign couldn't attack for so long without holding back. Didn't he need to take a breather? Furthermore, how could a borrowed true Emperor Realm cultivator possibly have so much energy to squander? Venerable Sky-High's face was now completely pale. His eyes were filled with uncontrollable shock and anger, as well as a trace of uncontrollable fear. True Sovereign Xiongji. He had to think of a way to change the current situation. If this continued, he would be hacked to death by Qin Yu. This was truly a way to die. It was an extremely sad and despairing way of dying, especially for Venerable Sky-High. Burning his Dao Foundation in exchange for a short period of time would allow him to reach the true sovereign realm. The first time he fought with someone, he would be hacked to death. In particular, he had taken the initiative to join forces with true Sovereign Xiongji to surround and kill Qin Yu. Just thinking about it left one in despair. True Sovereign Xiongji frowned. But he couldn't watch helplessly as Venerable Sky-High was hacked to death by Qin Yu. There was something strange about this boy's body. He needed Venerable Sky-High to help him share the pressure. The strength of a long-lived species was even more terrifying than the rumors said. It could actually allow a junior to instantly suppress two true sovereigns. No, it wasn't just suppression. If this continued, he would be unable to withstand it sooner or later. Revolving wheel. With a roar, true Sovereign Xiongji raised his hand and grasped forward. Rumble, rumble, within the void realm, the silent and motionless boundary ring began to slowly revolve. And as it revolved, the small world that had fallen into silence came to life with it. The earth cracked and shattered. The skies turned to dust. The strength of chaos, binding and restraining, fell onto Qin Yu's body. The strength of the mountain and river sword was immediately weakened. The treasures of the 13th floor displayed their formidable might once more. Qin Yu frowned. He raised his hand and slashed out with his sword again. But compared to before, this sword had a new change. Shua, a great sun appeared above his head, its brilliant light illuminating the world. Another sword strike. Shua, a crescent moon appeared. It fell on another part of his head, pure and clear. The sun and moon gathered together, forming the heavens and earth. An invisible suppressive strength spread out from the sun and moon, cleanly removing the restraints on his body. True Sovereign Xiongji's complexion changed. And at this moment, Qin Yu slashed out with his sword, heading straight for Venerable Sky-High. Before this, he had attacked two people with his sword. Now that he focused on one spot, its power naturally increased. Venerable Sky-High needed to block this sword strike himself. True Sovereign, help me. Sky-High's complexion paled. He was sent flying backwards and spat out a mouthful of blood. He could clearly feel that the raging flames in the drifting cloud peak were starting to show signs of weakening. In other words, his strength would soon begin to wane. If he couldn't fill in the gap of the great Tao before the flames were extinguished, he would undoubtedly die. Not only was he unable to outlast Qin Yu, but he was actually about to be hacked to death by him. Venerable Sky-High was both shocked and angry. "Don't worry!" True Sovereign Xiongji roared out loud. His body suddenly expanded and he revealed his true form, turning into a great beast. True Sovereign Xiongji of the 13th floor was an ancient vicious beast. He had once subdued an ancient remnant and used it to bring disaster to the world. Afterwards, the ancient remnant was suppressed and expelled, losing its status as the ruler of the world. Xiongji was subdued by the 13th floor and became a true sovereign protector. He was already used to wearing Taoist robes and rarely revealed his true form. But today's situation was far too strange and dangerous. In addition to the temptation of a long-lived seed, It was enough for him to use his full strength. Roar! Cheongji reared his head back and roared. He displayed his supernatural talent. Space violently shook and waves rose up, rumbling towards Qin Yu. He had to first destroy the sun and moon above Qin Yu's head and borrow the strength of the boundary ring to suppress him. Only then could he proceed to the next step. His imagination was beautiful, but reality was cruel. As the waves of space approached Qin Yu, they were directly suppressed, dispersing and vanishing. Impossible! Cheongji spoke in the human language. His eyes widened in shock. Although the sun and moon gathered together to form the world, this was clearly only a phantom of the sun and moon formed from a sword breath. There was no way he would be wrong about this. It had the strength to contend with the boundary ring. After all, the sword Tao was transcendent, and in addition to the might of this immortal sword, it couldn't be underestimated. But now, what the sun and moon suppressed was his supernatural talent. With true sovereign Cheongji's boundary, this meant that the phantom of the sun and moon in front of him had the effect of a true sun and moon. A long-lived seed, it had to be a long-lived seed. But he would never have imagined that Qin Yu's current trump card was not only a perfect and flawless longevity seed that once coexisted with the heavens and earth, but also the mysterious and unfathomable little blue lamp. Even little Meaty dreaded him. Before this, she was worried that the little blue lamp wouldn't agree with her decision, so she could only act first and report later, forcing it not to descend. This in itself meant that she viewed the little blue lamp as an equal existence to her. Now, the sword breath sun and moon each contained a trace of the little blue lamp and little Meaty's aura, so their might was naturally formidable. Luckily, this occurred in the void realm, and there was the boundary ring blocking it. Otherwise, once it was discovered by others, it would set off massive wave. Let alone the 13th floor, even the white jade capital high above in the highest heavens would be alarmed. Qin Yu, kill Cheongji first. Little Meaty suddenly said. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He turned and raised his sword. Above his head, the sun and moon followed. Bang! The mountain and river sword cut down. Chapter 1752. Cheongji was both shocked and angry. It wasn't just because Qin Yu had attacked him. More importantly, as its innate divine ability was broken, the sun and moon above its head directly suppressed it. It was as if he had fallen into a swamp. This was unimaginable. He had the boundary ring, but not only was he unable to suppress his opponent, he was instead being suppressed. He suddenly felt a little regretful. He had been a little rash in dealing with Zhou Huan. He should have made more preparations. But now it was useless to think about all this. Boom! Cheongji was forced back. A wound appeared on his giant body, and large amounts of blood gushed out. The torn flesh wriggled as it rapidly regenerated and healed. But in the next moment it ruptured again. More blood flowed out. His great path golden armor couldn't block this sword. After it was torn apart, there was a continuous stream of damage. This was because this sword contained power beyond the Emperor realm. Long-lived species, eternal realm. Cheongji roared in pain. His eyes turned red. Under the stimulation of anger and greed, the ferocity in his heart was completely aroused. He opened his mouth and spat out a lump of flesh. A black Taoist robe appeared out of thin air and sucked him in. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a Taoist with blank eyes. He reached out and grabbed the white jade horsetail whisk. This was the appearance that Cheongji appeared in when he transformed into a human. Cheongji was an ancient vicious beast. His body was extremely large, and because of his bloodline, it was difficult for him to cultivate into a human. A long time ago, the human cultivators fought against the ancient survivors. The battle lasted for thousands of years before a victor was decided. It was at that time that Cheongji took the opportunity to devour this Taoist. That was how he became what he was today. Very few people in the 13th tower knew about this. It was Cheongji's greatest secret. Kill him! Cheongji roared fiercely, killing intent boiling in his eyes. This Taoist cultivated a strange cultivation method. Although Qiongji had used it to transform into a human, he hadn't been able to truly refine the Taoist. The Taoist looked up. His empty eyes locked onto Qinyu. He took a step forward and disappeared. In the next moment, Qinyu frowned and slashed out with the mountain river sword. Boom! There was a heaven-shaking explosion. A blurry shadow appeared in the air and quickly disappeared. Qinyu retreated again and raised his sword. The shadow was sent flying again. However, there was not the slightest bit of relaxation on his face. Instead, there was a serious expression on his face, because after 2 consecutive strikes, his opponent did not show any signs of injury. With the power of the mountain and river sword, this was very difficult to imagine. It felt like the instant he struck his opponent, all of his strength had been diverted into nothingness, completely useless. Shadow transformation. This was the cultivation direction of the Taoists. It was a cultivation system that had long been extinct in the world. It was different from any cultivation method that existed in the world. After using it, one's body would become illusory, hovering between reality and illusion. However, one could freely switch between the 2 states based on one's will. The illusory form of the Taoist could block out nearly all the energy that worked on him. He was nearly undefeatable. Qiongji perked up. No matter how much power you borrowed, it was useless against the Taoist shadow. If he couldn't unravel this point, then he would fall into a situation where his strength would be nibbled away and his energy depleted. If he dragged, he could also forcefully drag Qinyu to death. Soul space. Little Meaty frowned and said, "This thing looks very unfamiliar." She glanced at the blue sun from the corner of her eyes. The little blue lamp was silent for a moment. Then, it slowly said, "This is indeed not the cultivation system of this world. I was just saying that there were actually things in this world that we didn't recognize." Little Meaty pointed out, "It looks like you're in trouble." The little blue lamp didn't respond. It directly said, "I can deal with it." Qiongji's eyes widened. This was because just now, the illusory Taoist had been forced back once more. But this time, it was different from before. The Taoist had been severely wounded. His chest and abdomen were nearly cut in half. Although he was currently healing, it was clear that his figure had become even more illusory. This was a sign that he had consumed a great deal of strength. How was this possible? Without giving Qiongji any time to think, the mountain and river sword came slashing down. The illusory Taoist fiercely looked up, his empty eye sockets erupting with radiance. Brilliance. He opened his mouth to speak, his syllables incomparably strange. But in that instant Qinyu understood what he meant. "I found you, Puff." The illusory Taoist was cut in half by the sword. It tumbled about and faded away. Qiongji cried out in pain. A massive wound appeared on the surface of his massive body. All of his organs were exposed and blood gushed out like a fountain. He desperately tried to cover the wound with his claws and squeeze them together in an attempt to help his flesh and blood grow back. But it was useless. This was because the moment the wound appeared, all of the vitality in the nearby flesh and blood was annihilated, leaving behind a grayish-white color. And what terrified Qiongji the most was that this terrifying strength that could annihilate vitality was already spreading outwards. Once it swept through his entire body, one could imagine what the consequences would be. Could this be the strength of the eternal realm? But this was clearly an imperfect long-lived species, so how could it be so strong? Qiongji was both shocked and angry. But soon, he discovered that wasting time thinking about these things was the same as committing suicide. He looked up and stared at Qinyu with his giant eyes. As he looked at the mountain and river sword in his hand, he subconsciously revealed a look of fear. "Run!" This thought fiercely rushed out from the depths of his heart, like an erupting volcano. He was afraid. "Leave behind the boundary ring and I will spare your life," Qinyu suddenly said. If he had heard this before, Cheongji would have been furious. But now, he was actually secretly delighted. Spiritual Master Qin Tian panicked, his face full of shock and anger. True Emperor, don't listen to this person. We can still fight if we join forces. Cheongji looked hesitant. Qin Yu raised his hand. Before the mountain and river sword fell, Cheongji roared with all his might, I want you to swear on the great Tao that you won't go back on your word. This sword was extremely terrifying. It was so terrifying that he felt like he was really going to die. Qin Yu held the sword without moving, his face expressionless. I won't kill you because I don't want to have a conflict with White Jade Jing. If you want to live, keep what happened today a secret. Swear on the great Tao? That doesn't exist. His attitude was extremely domineering. True Sovereign Cheongji was both furious and terrified. He really wanted to go all out, but the spreading power of annihilation was about to break through his suppression. If he didn't deal with it quickly, the consequences would be unimaginable. Fine. Cheongji clenched his teeth, a cruel expression on his face. If you dare to lie to me, I will explode my great Tao and destroy the boundary ring to banish you to the depths of the void realm. You will fall into the sea of chaos and never return to this world. Qin Yu turned and walked towards Spiritual Master Qin Tian. His attitude was self-evident. You can leave now. True Emperor Cheongji. Spiritual Master Qin Tian revealed a look of despair. The boundary ring trembled. A gap appeared in its lock on this place. Shua True Emperor Cheongji vanished from sight. And the moment his figure vanished, Spiritual Master Qin Tian soared into the skies. But just as he flew out, he was cut down by a sword. Zhou Huan, I am also a true emperor. If you dare to kill me, I can also explode my great Tao. Qin Yu was expressionless. Do you think I will give you a chance? Spiritual Master Qin Tian froze. Kacha, with a light sound, the point between his eyebrows split open. In the next moment, his entire body was split in half. Above Qin Yu's head, the sun and moon instantly revolved, sucking in their light and turning them into a sun and moon vortex. Even though Spiritual Master Qin Tian was cut in half, he still hadn't died. The two halves of his body tried to fuse back together, but before he could succeed, he was forcefully pulled into the sun and moon vortex. His pitiful screams stretched out. But at this moment they came to an abrupt end. With a crackling sound, white smoke rose up from Qin Yu's palm. The mountain and river sword instantly turned red, emitting billowing waves of heat. He subconsciously let go. With a humming sound, the sword submerged into his body. A strong feeling of weakness spread out from his body and sweat soaked his robes. But right now, Qin Yu didn't have the mind to care about these things. He sat down cross-legged and closed his eyes. Shuar Qin Yu's consciousness entered his soul space. The first words he said were, "Are you sure you want to do this? Won't there be any problems?" He asked the little blue lamp. After a brief silence, the little blue lamp said, "All this time, I have hidden myself deeply. I have done my best not to leak my strength to the outside world. But there are some things that cannot be avoided. What will come will come." Little Meaty nodded. She looked at Qin Yu, her face full of pity. What a pitiful child. This really is one wave after another. The troubles on your body are increasing. Qin Yu's complexion was ugly. He didn't need Little Meaty to say anything to know that something must have happened. This was because the little blue lamp was far too fierce. Just now, his sword strike had nearly cut open True Sovereign Cheongji's stomach, frightening him so much that he threw down the boundary ring and fled. And with another sword strike, he had brutally killed Spiritual Master Qin Tian, who had burnt his Tao foundation and was comparable to a true sovereign. Although these two sword strikes had placed a tremendous burden on the mountain and river sword and had nearly melted it, the might behind them was heaven-shattering. Was this normal? It was clearly abnormal. With such strong methods, There had to be a reason why the little blue lamp had remained hidden all this time. Now that it had made a move, it seemed as if it could easily suppress two true sovereigns. But to Qin Yu, this wasn't necessarily a good thing. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Speak. What is it? How many storms have I overcome? I can withstand them. Little Meaty gave him a thumbs up. You are a man. She didn't speak further. She looked at the projection of the little blue lamp. She was already certain of its identity. Could it be because of this that she had such a different attitude towards Qin Yu? It didn't seem like it. The little blue lamp said, I come from another world. He lifted a hand and pointed a finger. Simply speaking, you can think of me as a part of one of the 9 suns above my head. As he spoke to her, he paused, as if he were considering how to explain things more clearly. The 9 suns are a part of order, or rather, the manifestation of order. But that doesn't mean that there are no mistakes in the rules. In the endless river of time, they need to constantly shatter and reform themselves in order to become more perfect. In normal circumstances, the shattering and reforming of the 9 suns will be completed in an extremely short period of time. Moreover, no one will notice and no accidents will occur. This is because I am only a part of one of the suns above my head. My memories of the past are greatly lacking, so I don't know what exactly happened. I only know that an accident occurred. The fragments of the suns that should have been completely reformed scattered throughout the 9 realms, causing countless lives to struggle for them. To put it simply, the current situation is that the master of the other fragment has found me. There was a deathly silence in the soul space. After a long time, Qin Yu licked his lips. Is it very strong? The little blue lamp nodded. Perhaps it thought it was too blunt, so it changed to a more tactful way of saying, it is a little strong. How much stronger? Bigger than the heavens? Qin Yu's lips curled up. He asked another key question, when will they come looking for me? The little blue lamp thought for a moment. That's hard to say. To cross worlds, I need to cross the void boundary and rush through the sea of chaos. As long as I don't use my strength, they won't be able to lock onto a clear navigation mark. I can only rely on luck. If my luck is good, it won't matter even if it takes 100 years or 1,000 years. If my luck is bad, they might directly arrive in the next moment. These words were no different from not saying anything at all. Qin Yu couldn't help but rub his temples. Since you've been discovered, why were you so fierce just now? Meaty coldly sneered. Stupid. It's because I've been discovered that I need to end things quickly and restrain my strength as soon as possible to avoid being locked down again. The little blue lamp nodded. I will be silent for a period of time. Unless they are about to arrive, I won't do anything again. He glanced at Meaty. You arrange it. Meaty nodded. Don't worry, I still have time. Because of the little blue lamp's eruption, the amount of strength he used was much less than he had imagined. I'm leaving. After glancing at Qin Yu, the projection of the little blue lamp vanished from sight. You also leave. Prepare to refine the great Tao. Meaty didn't give Qin Yu a chance to speak. She flicked her sleeves and drove him out. Schwar Qin Yu opened his eyes, a bitter smile on his face. This was his soul space, okay? How come he, the master, was driven out by you instead? Don't waste time. Hurry up. Meaty's voice was filled with impatience. Rumble rumble, from the sun and moon vortexes above his head, rainbow-colored lights began to gush out. The fuel was about to be prepared. Chapter 1753. Qin Yu, listen to what I'm about to say. You must remember it. Little Meaty's voice sounded out in his mind. The Emperor Realm is indeed the peak powerhouse of this world. But the heavens and earth aren't impossible to surpass. This involves the peak of the Emperor Realm. The Eternal Realm is also called a long-lived species. They are truly eternal and inextinguishable, coexisting with the heavens and earth. Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He felt that with his current strength, Even an Emperor Realm expert could casually slap him to death with a single slap. Speaking of these things was a bit too far ahead of his time. The Eternal Realm, a long-lived species, this was too far away. Little Meaty's tone was calm. Something like life, whether you believe it or not, it exists there. There are countless cultivators in the world, and crossing the threshold of the celestial realm to reach the Emperor Realm is indeed a difficult task. The chances of success are slim. But you are different. With my help and the little blue lamp in your hands, the Emperor Realm is already destined for you. It is a threshold you can easily cross. You must set your sights far into the future. The Eternal Realm is your goal. Only by reaching the Eternal Realm can you live on. Don't forget, someone is crossing realms to search for your position. Qin Yu's eyes widened. Little Meaty said, "Your guess is correct." He lifted a hand and rubbed his face. Qin Yu bitterly smiled again and again. So this was the one point the little blue lamp spoke of. It really was greater than the heavens. His previous small goal was to reach the true Emperor Realm within 30 years. Only like this would he have the strength to protect himself when the heavens and earth revealed Qin Yu's identity as a barbarian sovereign. But before he could complete this small goal, an even greater problem had popped up. As expected, plans couldn't keep up with changes. These words were King reasonable. Qin Yu sucked in a deep breath. "What should I do?" Little Meaty said, "It's very simple. Walk the road step by step and eat a mouthful of rice. The threshold to becoming a long-lived species is the true Emperor Realm cultivation. Today is the first step. In terms of enduring pain, you are quite good. But this time is different. You must be prepared. If you can endure it, you will have the strength to fight a true emperor in the future." Rumble, rumble, above Qin Yu's head, the sun and moon vortexes roared and a rainbow-colored light gushed out. This seven-colored light was the fuel obtained from refining Taoist violet sky. It surged over and instantly submerged Qin Yu's figure. He looked up and roared. Blue veins popped up on the surface of his skin and his body violently shivered. At this moment, every inch of his flesh and bone was wailing in pain. Shua, the phantom of a mountain, appeared above Qin Yu's head. It was the Skyfall Mountain from before. Now, its body was within the seven colors, and its surface was beginning to dissolve. This dissolution meant that a complete Emperor Realm Great Tao was being refined. At the same time, it also meant that the remains of a true emperor would be completely destroyed, and only the purest Great Tao energy would be extracted and refined. It was the same as destroying a part of the world. Rumble, a deep bang suddenly exploded above their heads, and the sky turned pitch black in the blink of an eye. Like sticky ink, it sprinkled down a terrifying pressure. Shua Nyo Dingtian, the patriarch, and the projections of the true martial emperors were startled. They suddenly raised their heads and looked above their heads. Their faces were filled with shock, and their eyes were filled with disbelief. This is the collapse of the Great Tao. A true martial emperor had fallen. The true martial emperor realm's Great Tao was connected to the heavens, and they could clearly sense that there were no true martial emperors fighting in the world. There could only be a single explanation for the phenomenon that had suddenly appeared before him. The battle in the void boundary had come to an end. One of Cheongji and spiritual master Violet Sky had fallen. Moreover, he was not simply killed, but his great Tao had been completely destroyed. Otherwise, for a true martial emperor, as long as his great Tao was intact, there was a chance that he could come back to life after a long time. Zhou Huan. Who was this person? He had fought against two true martial emperors alone, but he had killed a true martial emperor. Even the strongest of the emperor realm couldn't do that. If Nyo Dingtian was only 90% sure before, he was completely sure now. Zhou Huan was Qin Yu. What had happened in front of him was deliberately set up by that person. What could attract spiritual master Violet Sky to join forces with true martial emperor Cheongji to kill Zhou Huan at the cost of burning his Tao foundation? It was natural that he was confused if he didn't know the identity of that person. But once he understood this point, everything became very simple: the temptation of the long-lived species. Niu Dingtian smiled bitterly. Fortunately, he didn't have any inappropriate thoughts about that person. Otherwise, the grass on his grave would have grown to several people's height. The long-lived species were indeed terrifying. Even though they had fallen from the perfect level, they still had trump cards that were difficult to resist. However, such a method was definitely not something that could be casually used by flesh. There had to be a limit to it. It didn't matter to spiritual master Violet Sky, but it was best not to kill Cheongji. Otherwise, it would be really troublesome if they provoked the 13th floor. Especially when there was the white jade capital behind the 13th floor. Niu Dingtian smiled self-mockingly. He was worrying too much. What kind of existence was he? He knew everything in the universe. How could he not consider this? The one who had been killed should be Violet Sky. But what was his purpose? It would be difficult to calm down after such a big commotion, and it would definitely attract attention. Once the existence of that person was completely exposed, the consequences would be unimaginable. Rumble. Lightning exploded in the pitch-black sky like a waterfall, instantly piercing through the entire sky. Then, a rain of blood poured down, covering the world. At this moment, a strange aura suddenly appeared in the perception of the true emperors. Swish! Their eyes turned and fell on Li Ruhua. Now, her eyes were closed, her face pale, and her body trembled as if she was suffering great pain. But during this process, Li Ruhua's aura continued to rise at an astonishing rate. Others couldn't see it, but in the eyes of the true emperors, a shadow of the great Tao was emerging behind Li Ruhua. It soared into the sky and reached the towering obstacle in front of all cultivators, the celestial being gate. Now, the shadow of the great Tao had completely lit up and was accumulating power. He knocked on the door and stepped into the Emperor realm. Li Ruhua was breaking through. But today's situation was a little strange. Even the true emperors had never seen such a way of breaking through. It didn't seem like she had accumulated enough strength to break through the threshold of the celestial being realm. It was more like she had been forcefully pulled and pushed into it. Although it was hard to believe, the scene in front of them gave the true emperors such a feeling. Niu Daoda whispered, "Ancestor, what's wrong with her?" Niu Dingtian let out a breath and said in a deep voice, "She is breaking through. If nothing goes wrong, she will be a half-step emperor after today." After saying that, he paused and chuckled. This world is really unfair. Some people are stuck at this step for thousands of years until they decay but still can't break through. But some people don't have to do anything, but they are forcefully pushed into it. It's hard not to break through. Niu Dingtian was 100% sure that this matter must have something to do with that person. Apart from the long-lived species, who else could do it outside the legendary Eternal Realm? Pushing someone into the Emperor Realm was such a shocking thing that no one had ever heard of before. The clan leader looked at Niu Dingtian. "Niu Dingtian, you seem to know something?" Niu Dingtian narrowed his eyes and said expressionlessly, "Clan leader, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say whatever you want." Just now, his conversation with Niu Daodu had been concealed, so no one could sense it. But from the looks of it, the clan chief had still managed to detect some traces of it. This half-dead old thing's perceptive ability was really strong. He had always suspected that the clan leader had hidden his strength, and now he could basically confirm it. But, no matter how strong you are, and even if you are related to the White Jing, so what? Being chosen as the prey by that person meant that you were destined to fall into a hopeless situation with no chance of survival. That clan was definitely finished. Niu Dingtian dared to use his brain to guarantee that it was only a matter of time. The clan leader frowned and glanced at the still unconscious 327. He snorted coldly and said nothing. Up until now, he was also confused about what had happened today. He couldn't understand the situation at all. Had the Great Path really fallen into the hands of 327? Although, according to the information they had obtained, that was indeed the case. But the clan leader still felt that something was wrong. Western Wilderness. Heaven-plucking sect. Qin Yu chased away the 5 teachers who had hurried over. He told them that he was going into seclusion and that if they didn't want him to die, they should guard him and not allow anyone to come near. Then, without hesitation, he activated all the aura-isolating formations in the seclusion ground. His face was full of shock and anger. He wanted to cry but had no tears. Emperor Realm. Qin Yu was actually about to break through to the Emperor Realm. How was this possible? Even if he was born from the world and was called the Son of Heaven and Earth, it was impossible for him to break through to the Emperor Realm in such a short period of time. He still had to follow the rules. Everyone had to abide by the rules. No matter how great one's background was, one had to improve and become stronger step by step. But Qin Yu, that bastard, it was as if he had cheated and reached the heavens in a single step. Once he took this step, there was basically no way for him to escape from his clutches. Boom! Terrifying energy fluctuations erupted from Qin Yu's body. He didn't have time to think more and immediately sat down cross-legged. In the next moment, the phantom of the Great Path appeared behind him. Void boundary ring. Rich rainbow-colored light covered Qin Yu. He couldn't see what was happening inside, only muffled howls. Even if it was just the sound, one could instantly feel the pain he was enduring. The 9 heaven-span tune's Great Path had completely appeared above Qin Yu's head. It was constantly being lit up at a speed visible to the naked eye. What lit it up were the motes of light released by the refined Heavenfall Mountain. This light was the essence of the Great Path. After it had been refined, all of its attributes had been erased, leaving behind only pure strength. Now, only a third of the 9 heaven-span tunes had been lit up. The rainbow-colored Skyfall Mountain was only a shadow that would soon disappear. And this was the price one had to pay to refine the Great Path and only take its essence. Meaty's tired voice sounded out in his mind. A silver spear and a wax stick, all looks but no use. Her voice was full of disdain. In the next moment, there was a light crack and the phantom of Skyfall Mountain shattered. The surging rainbow-colored light disappeared with it. Thump! Qin Yu fell to the ground, gasping for breath. He felt as if he had been rescued from a mountain of daggers and a sea of fire. Warmth gushed out from his limbs and bones, instantly sweeping through his entire body. The pain rapidly dissipated. What followed was an indescribable sense of relaxation. A formidable strength shook and surged within his body. Qin Yu could clearly feel that his strength had greatly increased. But this still wasn't enough to fight the true sovereign, right? He closed his eyes and carefully sensed for a moment before opening them again. He definitely couldn't. At most he would be able to resist 1 or 2 strikes from the true sovereign, but in the end he would still be defeated. Meaty, schwa. Just as he was about to speak, she appeared out of thin air. She frowned and said, "The degree of your strength's increase is a bit worse than I imagined." A bit and then another bit. Qin Yu's lips couldn't help but twitch. He thought to himself, when did you become infected by the little blue lamp? Why do you like to say such unreliable words? Meaty rolled her eyes. What are you thinking? I didn't say this was all the strength you can muster. Close your eyes and carefully sense it again. Qin Yu nodded and closed his eyes. Soon, he sensed that something was different. Besides himself, there were the auras of 2 other great Daos. They came from the same source as him. It was as if he only needed a single thought to borrow their strength. No, it would be more accurate to say that he was gathering the strength that originally belonged to him from its scattered state into one. Schwar Qin Yu opened his eyes, a look of surprise on his face. The other 2 great Daos were incomparably far away from him, but in their auras, he could still sense some familiar things. One was Qin Yu. After he had planted a soul in this heaven and earth spirit embryo, he had refined it into his incarnation. In truth, Qin Yu could understand that Qin Yu's great Daos could be used by him. After all, the two of them were originally one. But the master of the other great Daos was actually Li Ruhua. Qin Yu stared at Midi Midi. He said in a low voice, "What is going on with Li Ruhua?" Midi Midi yawned. "If you want to know, go ask yourself." "How would I know?" This excuse was far too perfunctory. Qin Yu didn't continue asking. He looked at Midi Midi in front of him, and his complexion suddenly changed. "You're leaving?" Midi Midi looked at him. "Sir Qin, you've really become smart now." He nodded. "That's right. I've been out for too long this time. I have to return home and sleep for some time to restore my strength. So, you have to be careful in the future. Don't mess around when you have nothing better to do. Who knows when you might kill yourself?" She waved her hand, not giving Qin Yu a chance to speak again. She turned and said, "I'm leaving. I hope that when I return, you will still be alive and kicking." Shwa, she vanished into thin air. In the deathly silence, the only one left was Qin Yu. He looked in a daze in the direction that Midi Midi had left in, a piece missing from his heart. It was like a person who had lost a leg while walking. Midi Midi, she had left. She had left without hesitation. She hadn't even given Qin Yu a chance to say goodbye. He had already expected this day and Midi Midi had already warned him. But now that this matter truly occurred, Qin Yu found it hard to accept. This had nothing to do with his strength or his rationality. It only concerned his heart. From now on, he would walk the great Tao alone. Li Ruhua opened her eyes. At this time, she had already crossed the gate of heaven and become a half-step sovereign. But now, there wasn't the least bit of happiness in her heart. There was a complex look in her eyes. She stood up and bowed to Niu Dingtian. Then, her eyes fell on Niu Daodu. "Tell Qin Yu that he will never know the answer." She soared into the skies and left, vanishing from sight. Li Ruhua already knew everything. But, she had no way to face Qin Yu. She could only choose to leave. A half-step sovereign of the 13th floor, in a situation where there was no conflict of interest, no one was willing to make things difficult for her. The crowd of true emperors, including the patriarch, didn't do anything. They allowed her to leave. Niu Daodu was stunned. Her eyes widened. "Old ancestor, what does Li Ruhua mean? What does she want me to tell Qin Yu?" Niu Dingtian sighed. He reached out and patted her head. Li Ruhua broke through to the half-step sovereign realm. She was overjoyed and her mind was momentarily confused. "Just ignore her." Niu Daodu frowned. "Is that so? Why do I feel something is wrong? And how did she know about Qin Yu?" Niu Dingtian said, "Maybe they knew each other before. Anyway, I'm right. Don't think too much about it." He almost couldn't make up any more stories. Previously, Niu Dingtian had thought about making Qin Yu his grandson-in-law. But now, he had already given up on this idea. It would be courting death to compete with that person. He didn't want his precious granddaughter to lose her life inexplicably one day. No way. He had to find an opportunity to talk to Qin Yu as soon as possible. He couldn't let Daodu sink deeper. Chapter 1754. The flames on Cloud's sweeping peak have been extinguished, the old ancestor of the Tao Essence sect suddenly said. It could be confirmed that Taoist Qin Tian was dead. He was the one who died. What about true Emperor Qiongji? Where was he now? There was also Zhou Huan. His whereabouts were unknown. Niu Daodu didn't have time to think about what happened today had to do with Qin Yu. Her eyes widened. "Old ancestor, did Zhou Huan win? Why hasn't he come out yet?" Niu Dingtian said, "He should have won. The boundary ring will return to where it left from and return the small world to this world." He looked at Niu Daodu. "Let's wait a bit longer." As a matter of fact, he was quite worried, as this matter involved true Emperor Qiongji, who was backed by the 13th Tower. If this matter attracted the attention of the 13th tower, then even if that person was strong and had incredible cards, he might not be able to stop them. After all, above the 13th tower was white jade capital. If the old were beaten, an even older one would come. And above that even older one was the old ancestor. This was the reason why no one dared to provoke the cultivators of the 13th tower. But there was nothing that could be done. This was the amazing thing about having a powerful background. In truth, true Emperor Cheongji didn't go far. He didn't tell the 13th tower about the long-lived species. It wasn't because he still had the thought of seizing the long-lived species, but because of a simple reason: he didn't dare. Qin Yu's last sword strike had nearly split open his stomach. An annihilating life force had invaded his body. After escaping from the Void Realm and returning to the world, true Emperor Cheongji discovered that although the destructive force could be suppressed, it was already like a maggot in his bones. It had become a huge hidden danger. Moreover, when he tried to probe it, he received a warning: this annihilating power was only temporarily dormant. In other words, if necessary, it could erupt at any time and pierce through his heart. True Emperor Cheongji was shocked and angry. His expression was uncertain. He hesitated again and again, but in the end, he didn't dare to risk it. The reason was simple. The strongest tower master of the 13th tower wasn't a long-lived species. No one could save him. As for sacrificing himself to pass information about the long-lived species to the 13th tower, sacrificing himself to fulfill the tower master's dream of living forever. I'm sorry, but I'm too poor to do that. Right now, he only had one thought. How could he survive? Clearly, the answer lay in Zhou Huan. Of course, Cheongji wouldn't leave. He was also waiting for Zhou Huan to come out. The Void Realm. Qin Yu's spirits rose. After all, Midi was only leaving. There would come a day when they would meet again. As long as he was still alive. Therefore, surviving was the key. He took a deep breath and exhaled. Then, he looked up at the shining boundary ring above his head. With a thought, Zhang Xian realized that he could actually control it directly. It was probably Little Meat who had helped him settle this before she left. And when Qin Yu touched the boundary ring, a thought fluctuation spread into his mind. It was indeed Meaty. You can trust Niu Dingtian, but never trust anyone unreservedly. You can discuss the follow-up plans with him. I'm really leaving. Live well. Meaty's voice disappeared. Qin Yu was silent for a moment. Then, he smiled. Even if you left so quickly, you still remembered me in your heart. Meaty, I look forward to seeing you again. He raised his hand and gripped it. The boundary ring trembled. As his thoughts moved, it broke through the Void Realm and returned to the world. At the same time, as the boundary ring began its return journey, there was a response from the outside world. A small world that had been borrowed was about to return. The Patriarch's eyes sharpened. He didn't know the truth, but his intuition told him that today's events involved that clan. What happened today involved that clan. He had to find out the truth. And the answer lay with Zhou Huan. Niu Dingtian swept his eyes over and subconsciously frowned. This old thing had ill intentions. But he wasn't too worried. First, with that person's help, he didn't need to fear them. Taking a step back, they still had 327 in their hand. Which clan would be willing to abandon her? The other true sovereigns were silent, but a dignified look appeared in their eyes. Within the phantoms, there were deep and cryptic fluctuations of strength ready to erupt. Once a problem occurred and they needed to act, they could arrive at any time. Bang! The space shook. The tiny dot in front of them instantly enlarged and expanded. The vanished small world returned to the world once more. The boundary ring was taken away and it lost its suppressive strength. The strength that erupted from the small world instantly swept out in all directions. Rumble, vast and boundless, it shook the heavens and earth. But now, it wasn't able to cause any damage. With so many true sovereigns gathered together, They only needed to think to quell the impact. This was the situation. But in reality, the true sovereigns who seemed to be able to suppress everything had extremely dignified expressions. This was because the one who appeared in front of them was Qin Yu. Moreover, he was alone. There was no need to say that Venerable Sky-High had been killed. But true sovereign Qiongji had also disappeared. Could it be that they were all killed by him alone? No way. If this was the case, the 13th floor would have already acted. They wouldn't have remained silent until now. What was going on? Eyes fell on Qin Yu. Within their dignified expressions, there was a deep fear. This was because he was the one who had killed Venerable Sky-High, who had burned his Tao foundation and become comparable to a true sovereign. Although Sky-High, who had burned his Tao foundation, was slightly different from a true sovereign, this was enough to show that he had the ability to threaten them. But this was enough to show that Qin Yu had the ability to threaten them. If one added in the missing Qiongji hiss, the threat level of this junior in front of them was off the charts. No one spoke. The true sovereigns were all observing. This was because they didn't sense any strength that was too strong. Zhou Huan. Niu Daodu rushed out, her face excited. Qin Yu smiled. He had already seen 327 behind Niu Dingtian. Thank you, Miss Niu. He had said similar words many times during this time. But his words of thanks would come true one day. Niu Dingtian stepped forward and said, Zhou Huan, hand her over to my Niu family. I have kept her for you until now. Now I will return her to you. As for the following matters, you will have to deal with them yourself. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. Thank you, Senior Niu. I will remember this favor. Niu Daodu's eyes widened in dissatisfaction. Old ancestor, how can you do this? She was filled with righteous indignation. Niu Dingtian was so angry that he almost laughed. What else could he do? Now that he and Zhou Huan were as close as a family, should he continue acting? From her eyes and demeanor, he had already received the signal. Old foxes were like this. With just a little hint they could coordinate perfectly. So, he had to act as a stranger that Zhou Huan didn't know. It would be best if there was some conflict between the two. And the point of conflict, Niu Daodu was the best choice. As for Qin Yu's safety, Niu Dingtian didn't doubt it at all. Since Qin Yu had killed Daoist Qin Tian alone, it would be fine as long as he didn't look for trouble. Daodu, come back! Niu Dingtian shouted. Niu Daodu's eyes widened in astonishment. Old Niu, send the miss home. If she resists, tie her up. Shua, Uncle Niu appeared. He bitterly smiled. Old ancestor, this, Niu Dingtian frowned, didn't you hear what I said? Yes. Uncle Niu turned around and bowed. Miss, let's go. Niu Daodu shook her head. I won't go. Old ancestor, what's wrong? Niu Dingtian flicked his sleeves. Space twisted and Uncle Niu and Niu Daodu were sent away. In his heart, he bitterly smiled. He must have offended the little ancestor. But whether it was for the sake of the plot or his own conscience, he was happy to take Niu Daodu away from this kid. Humph! Niu Dingtian coldly snorted. He looked at Qin Yu indifferently. I don't know who you are, but please stay away from my granddaughter in the future. Otherwise, I won't be polite. This scene made many true sovereigns ponder. However, if they were in Niu Dingtian's shoes, they would also choose to do the same. Before the situation was clear, they should separate from each other to avoid being involved. Qin Yu praised in his heart. Old Niu was good, and his acting was excellent. He frowned and looked at Niu Dingtian angrily. Okay, I agree. He raised his hand and 327 fell into his hand. The clan leader suddenly took a step forward. Heaven and earth suddenly sank, as if a mountain was pressing down on them. Zhou Huan, return my clan's number 327 to me at once. Qin Yu frowned. Are you the patriarch? He hesitated, took a deep breath, and shook his head. I'm sorry. Due to some reasons, I can't give 327 to you yet. But don't worry, I won't hurt her at all. I just want to figure something out. The patriarch took a step forward. You're indeed powerful to be able to kill spiritual master Qingtian. Let me see what you're capable of. The Zhou Huan in front of him was extremely mysterious. The patriarch had taken this step because it was impossible for him to give up 327, and also because he was gambling. He was gambling that Qin Yu wouldn't dare to attack him, otherwise all his cards would be exposed. He wasn't at the Emperor realm, but he could kill spiritual master Qingtian and cause true sovereign Xiongji to go missing. He must have some tricks up his sleeve. Once this trick was exposed in front of everyone, it would attract covetous eyes. After all, everyone wanted good things. This was a very simple and straightforward principle. Qin Yu's expression turned ugly. His lips moved as if he wanted to say something, but he didn't. The situation was in a stalemate. However, this silence did not last for long. Stop! True Sovereign Xiongji descended, and looked at the Patriarch coldly. Patriarch, I won't allow you to attack fellow Taoist Zhou Huan. He roared at the sky with an earth-shattering momentum. This was because true Sovereign Xiongji was in his true form. The Taoist had disappeared after being killed, so he lost the ability to take human form. When Qin Yu faced the Patriarch, he revealed an awkward expression. Xiongji knew that his chance had come. He wanted to live, and his hope of survival rested on Qin Yu. After the incident with Jie Su, the idea of using force had completely dissipated. If he didn't use force, he could only think of a way to gain Qin Yu's favor and slowly plan. Chapter 1755. Help Qin Yu overcome this crisis. Otherwise, once that patriarch attacked, the secrets of the long-lived species would be exposed. The secret of the long-lived species was about to be exposed. The consequences could be imagined. In Xiongji's eyes, the favor he was doing today could be said to be enormous. Disregarding what Xiongji was thinking, the true sovereigns present frowned as they saw him suddenly appear. The more they thought about it, the more they couldn't understand the current situation. Sage Qingtian had clearly joined forces with true sovereign Xiongji to use the boundary ring to deal with Qin Yu. Now that Qingtian had been killed, only Qin Yu was left. He had returned from the void boundary alone, and true sovereign Xiongji had been waiting outside for a long time. Taking a step back, even if he didn't care about these things, there was no need for true sovereign Xiongji to protect Qin Yu, right? Could something have happened in the void realm that they didn't know about? The patriarch frowned, his face gloomy. Xiongji, what is the meaning of this? He was annoyed. He felt that nothing would go smoothly today. Just as he was about to force Qin Yu back, true sovereign Xiongji suddenly jumped out and completely destroyed him. Xiongji coldly sneered. In the void realm, Sage Qingtian schemed to kill me and steal my cultivation to fill my Dao gap. Luckily, fellow Taoist Zhou Huan helped me and I was able to escape. This is a life-saving grace. He looked up and swept his eyes around. Today I will say this. If anyone wants to touch fellow Taoist Zhou Huan, they must pass through me first. Strange things happened every year, but there were many today. Did true sovereign Xiongji eat the wrong medicine or was his brain damaged? He actually jumped out to protect Zhou Huan. The true sovereigns fell silent, all of them finding this unbelievable. Sage Qingtian schemed to kill Xiongji? Forget it, this wasn't reliable. With Qingtian's cultivation, even if he burned his Dao foundation, only death awaited him if he attacked true sovereign Xiongji. Moreover, when he entered the void realm, true sovereign still had the boundary ring of the 13th tower. He was like a tiger that had grown wings. There was definitely something fishy going on. But true sovereign Xiongji insisted on this point. Of the 3 people in the void realm, Qingtian was already dead. As long as Zhou Huan didn't expose him, no one would know the truth. Only Niu Dingtian guessed that Xiongji must have been schemed against by that person. Although he escaped the void realm alive, he had no choice. It was not entirely correct, but that was the general meaning. The old ox once again rejoiced inwardly. He was truly reckless, actually daring to provoke that person. Humph. The fact that he was still alive was already a great stroke of luck. Qin Yu blinked his eyes. He coughed and said, "True Sovereign Xiongji, I can understand that the Patriarch is anxious to save someone. There is no need to make the situation too stiff." Xiongji was delighted. "Fellow Taoist Zhou Huan is right, but I will not sit idly by today. Don't worry." It was effective. The decision to leave a favorable impression on him was the right one. The Patriarch's face was cloudy and uncertain. He stared at Qin Yu, his heart in a difficult position. 327 was in the enemy's hands, and even now, it had not woken up. Moreover, with Xiongji interfering, there was no way he could force Qin Yu to bow his head. Apart from that, the clan leader realized that Zhou Huan's attitude toward him was still very calm. She displayed a kind of restraint and forbearance. She did not reveal any hostile emotions because of his continuous attack. Instead, it seemed more like a kind of helplessness. This was a little strange. It was a very simple logic. If the two of them were to exchange positions, he would definitely be extremely angry. What was the reason? Looking at 327 in Qin Yu's arms, a thought suddenly sprang up in his mind. Could it be that the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain had fallen into Zhou Huan's hands? And this could also explain why true Sovereign Xiongji and Sage Skyhigh had directly attacked Zhou Huan and ignored 327. The clan leader's heart shook. He deeply looked at Qin Yu. He took a deep breath and said, "I can take a step back for now, but you must give me an explanation." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Patriarch." He thought for a moment and said, "I am willing to temporarily go to Long Mountain territory as a guest." True Sovereign Xiongji said, "I will go with fellow Taoist Zhou Huan." Qin Yu said, "Thank you, True Sovereign Xiongji." The clan leader nodded. "Very well." He gestured with his hand. "You too, please." "Hold on!" Baiji suddenly shouted. She glared at Qin Yu. "I am with him." Qin Yu looked over and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. This woman really didn't fear death. She actually dared to meddle in at this time. But since she had already spoken, Qin Yu couldn't refuse. Otherwise, he would be suspected. At that time, Baiji would be in danger. He calmly nodded and said, "She is one of my people." The clan leader looked over. "Very well." Shuar's space flashed and the several people disappeared. Heh. Today's show is really interesting. I can't understand it. The one who spoke was the old ancestor of the Tao Essence sect. There must be something hidden. I always feel that Zhou Huan is hiding something deeply. Could it be an old friend that has returned from the river of time? It is possible. The true sovereigns had thoughtful expressions. Niu Dingtian sneered. "What's the use of guessing? He was here just now, so why didn't you say anything?" There was an awkward silence. The old ancestor of the Tao Essence sect clenched his teeth. "Old Niu, you didn't say anything just now. How dare you laugh at us?" Niu Dingtian rolled his eyes. "Let me tell you, this Zhou Huan is mysterious and unfathomable. It is best to stay away from him lest he provokes trouble." After saying that, he cupped his fists, turned around, took a step forward, and disappeared into thin air. Although this old Niu's words aren't pleasant to hear, he is right. The old ancestor of the Tao Essence sect pondered. He was in a hurry to separate from Zhou Huan. Could it be that he has sensed something? Everyone had seen what happened just now with their own eyes, and it matched Niu Dingtian's current behavior. Let's wait and see. Since Zhou Huan has jumped into our sight, he won't disappear just like that, a true sovereign said. "Everyone, I'll take my leave first." "I'll take my leave too." Shwa, the true sovereigns left the place. On the surface, he appeared to be extremely calm. However, the attention he was paying to this matter did not decrease in the slightest. It was because Venerable Qin Tian was dead. Although he was a fake true sovereign, it was a fact that he could fight a true sovereign after burning his Tao foundation. If he could kill him, there was a high chance that he could kill all the true sovereigns present today. How could they not be wary of him? In this world, it had been a long time since a true sovereign had died. If they couldn't figure out what had happened, how could the true sovereigns feel at ease? In particular, it was obvious that Zhou Huan had joined forces with that clan. Don't take everyone for fools. Do you really think that no one could see the strange attitudes of both sides? The great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, humph, it was hard to say just who had fallen into their hands. And in a situation where that clan had clearly been reduced to a huge cake that everyone coveted, Zhou Huan had suddenly popped out. Perhaps the situation was about to change. There was also true sovereign Qiongji. His relationship with Zhou Huan was also very strange. They couldn't help but think about it. Everlasting Mountain Region, Domain Master Mansion. Space shook and a group of figures appeared. An anxious elder had been waiting here for a long time. He hurried over. Patriarch. His voice paused and his eyes fell on true sovereign Qiongji, deep fear in them. Why would a true sovereign of the 13th floor appear here? 327. The elder's eyes brightened. He stared at Qin Yu. Who are you? Immediately hand him over. The patriarch said, Don't be rude. His eyes fell on Qin Yu. Fellow Taoist Zhou Huan, what is it? You can speak now. He glanced at the shrunken Qiongji from the corner of his eyes. Qin Yu took a deep breath and nodded. That's right. The great Tao of Skyfall Mountain has been obtained by me. Impossible. The elder blurted out, his face filled with anger. He had already obtained news that 327 had become the master of the great Tao. How could it have suddenly become this boy in front of him? The patriarch sighed inwardly. It really was like this. But he didn't reveal any emotion on his face. How can I prove it? Qin Yu's thoughts stirred. The phantom of Skyfall Mountain appeared above his head. Of course, all that was left was a phantom without any charm of the great Tao. This was because its essence had been swallowed up by Qin Yu. With the clan chief's eyesight, he was naturally able to tell what the silhouette before him represented. The ownership of the great Tao had already been revealed. Although he was prepared in his heart, he still couldn't help but feel a bit frustrated. All their hard work was for naught in the end. If the great Tao was in the hands of that clan, then his situation would have been completely different. But now that things had come to this, he could only accept it. The patriarch cupped his hands together and said, According to the contract, starting from today, fellow Taoist Zhou Huan will be my clan's exalted one for 300 years. During this period of time, I ask fellow Taoist Zhou Huan to join hands with me and protect my clan from harm. Qin Yu waved his hand. Patriarch, please wait. He pondered for a moment, then slowly said, I did obtain the great Tao of Mount Tianluo, but I have no way to use it to become a true emperor. Therefore, I'm afraid the contract between me and that clan cannot be fulfilled. The patriarch frowned, his eyes icy cold. Fellow Taoist Zhou Huan, do you plan on tearing up the contract? Let me remind you to consider this carefully. Humph. True sovereign Qiongji stepped forwards. Fellow Taoist Zhou Huan is my savior. When it was time to appear, one had to be decisive. When it came to brushing up favorable impressions, Qiongji was also a first-rate expert. This time around, the clan chief did not back down in the slightest because of Qiongji's appearance. His face was expressionless and his tone was calm. True sovereign Qiongji knows of my clan's current situation. Are you sure you want to interfere? If this involves the inheritance of my clan and the survival of my clan, I might really go crazy. And if I go crazy, you might not want to see me go crazy. Qiongji's pupils shrank. At this moment, he could feel an intense, dangerous aura from the patriarch. It was terrifying to the extreme, like an abyss of destruction. Qin Yu promptly said, "Patriarch, please calm down. If I really wanted to tear up the contract, I wouldn't have appeared here." He looked at Qiongji. "All of you withdraw first and wait for me on the side." Qiongji relaxed. He hurriedly nodded. Yes. He turned and left. He really didn't want to risk his life against the Patriarch. It would be best if he didn't. Otherwise, he might really be beaten to death by this old thing. He was definitely hiding his strength. Baiji hesitated for a moment. Then, she clenched her teeth and followed behind. She had to figure out just what had happened. This was because not too long ago, her connection with the madam had been cut off. The Patriarch's eyes brightened. He raised his hand. "You also leave." The elder respectfully nodded. He looked at Qin Yu with shock and surprise. This was because just now, Qin Yu had sent true Emperor Qiongji away with just one sentence. If he hadn't seen it with his own eyes, he would have found it hard to believe. After all, that was a true emperor from the 13th tower. He had always been known for his ruthlessness and arrogance. However, the Patriarch seemed to have expected this. He was quite calm. After the elder left, the Patriarch said, "Zhou Huan, what do you mean by this?" Qin Yu thought quickly. He quickly went through the plan in his mind. After making sure that he didn't miss anything, he exhaled. "My name is not Zhou Huan." The first sentence. This caused the clan leader to furrow his brows. Because this was out of his expectations. With a thought, all the effects of the disguise disappeared at this moment. What appeared in front of the Patriarch was a brand new face. With the crackling of his bones and flesh, his body even grew a few inches taller. "Qin Yu of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect," the Patriarch said slowly. At this moment the air almost froze. He seemed extremely calm, but his body was like a volcano, ready to release an annihilating strength at any moment. His eyes were icy cold as he waited for an explanation. Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Yes, it is me." He cupped his hands together. "Before entering Skyfall Mountain, in order to avoid conflict with the Patriarch, I had to hide my identity. I ask that the Patriarch doesn't blame me." The Patriarch didn't speak. His eyes turned even colder. "Don't blame me?" "Humph humph." Qin Yu said, "Today, I took the initiative to reveal my identity to show my sincerity. So, I ask the Patriarch to believe that the grudges of the past are in the past. As for the living, they need to look forward." These words were, of course, false. In truth, the reason was simple. Little Meaty had left and the little blue lamp had thoroughly hidden itself. Qin Yu could no longer maintain his perfect disguise. Even if he didn't say anything, it would soon be exposed. Thus, taking the initiative to reveal his identity was a decision he had made long ago. Of course, his relationship with that clan wouldn't be discovered because of this. The boundary ring was Little Meaty's trump card. Thinking about it, it was also because of this that she had seized this treasure from Qiongji's hands. The Patriarch's tone was icy cold. "How can I believe you? In the past, when the heaven-splitting sword sect suffered a great calamity and was directly destroyed, that was all the work of that clan. The hatred between the two sides could be said to be as deep as the sea." He certainly wouldn't easily believe them. Qin Yu said, "Although the position of heaven-splitting sword sect master is my identity, it is not what I ultimately want. What I want is to be like the Patriarch, to become a true peak existence between the heavens and earth. If you want the sect master to believe this, the truth is simple. Today, I, Qin Yu, am willing to swear upon the great Tao that I will never pursue the grudges between the heaven-splitting sword sect and that clan in the future. If I violate this oath, the heavens will punish me." This oath was extremely heavy. Moreover, the most important thing was that the Patriarch had already confirmed that Qin Yu had obtained the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. In other words, he had the qualifications to make a great Tao oath. Now, the oath had been confirmed. If Qin Yu dared to violate it in the slightest, he would suffer a backlash from the great Tao. The patriarch's complexion relaxed a little. He flicked his sleeves and the world was instantly isolated. Sect Master Qin, please sit. Qin Yu relaxed. This should be a pass. He had been worried just now that the patriarch would ask him to make an even more serious oath. For instance, if he were to never be enemies with that clan, then there would be no way for the plot to continue. He would have to tear apart all pretense of cordiality and fight to the death. Although this would be delightful, it wouldn't be in line with long-term benefits. What Qin Yu wanted wasn't a moment of pleasure, but to completely uproot that clan. This point hadn't changed at all just because he discovered the existence of 327. Of course, Qin Yu also had to thoroughly investigate the matter of 327. And the identity of that clan's exalted would clearly help him gain a deeper understanding of the internal situation of that clan. He placed the unconscious 327 in the shade of a tree. The two sat down. The air was silent for a moment. Then, the patriarch slowly said, Sect Master Qin is wise to be able to put down past grudges. Otherwise, in a situation where our clan is facing so many external troubles, we would have definitely acted in order to warn everyone. Destroying the heaven-opening sword sect was a good deterrent. But now, such a thing naturally won't happen again. He looked up, his eyes sharp as if he could see through Qin Yu. However, I would like to know just what Sect Master Qin meant by your words just now. Moreover, if possible, I would also like to know just what happened in the Void Realm. True Sovereign Qiongji's attitude towards you seems unusual. Qin Yu tapped his fingers together. First, I will answer the Patriarch's first question. As I said before, although I obtained the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, there were some problems within that caused me to be unable to rely on it to directly become a true sovereign. And this matter involves 327. That is why I was in such a difficult position and wasn't willing to return her to the Patriarch. He revealed a look of hesitation. Then, he bitterly smiled. Since I have come to the everlasting mountain region, I will speak my mind. Before this, I did indeed think of using a loophole in the contract to leave without exposing the fact that it was my sect that obtained the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain. I am well aware of the situation of that clan. As an exalted who isn't at the sovereign realm, it is easy for one to die. The Patriarch maintained his composure. I can understand. Qin Yu nodded. But afterwards, before I could leave, I was schemed against by true Sovereign Qiongji and Sage Violet Sky. And this can explain the Patriarch's second question. The reason why true Sovereign Qiongji's attitude towards me is different isn't because I saved him, but because he is under the control of my sect and has no choice but to lower his head. As for the specific reason, it involves the secrets of my sect, so it is inconvenient to tell the Patriarch. A sharp light flashed in the Patriarch's eyes. Before, when Qin Yu admitted that he had obtained the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain, he didn't conceal it from Qiongji. Thus, the Patriarch had sensed something strange. To control a true sovereign, he really did have a hidden card in his hands. It was just that he didn't know what degree of control he had. Sect Master Qin, I have heard your answer, but you still haven't told me what you plan to do next. The Patriarch had a calm expression. You are well aware of the situation of my clan. You should understand that we cannot do without an exalted. Qin Yu said, I am willing to become an exalted of that clan, but the Patriarch must also agree to my conditions. Sect Master, please speak. First, I want to unify Swallow Mountain. I want the heaven-splitting sword sect to become the #1 sword sect of the present age and the orthodox inheritance of the sword Tao. Second, I want Niu Dingtian's granddaughter, Niu Daodu. There was nothing he could do. For the sake of the plot, he could only say this. Chapter 1756. The Patriarch's heart stirred as he looked at Qin Yu. The first thing is not difficult. But the second thing, Niu Dingtian is not to be trifled with. Qin Yu said, I can unify Swallow Mountain by myself, but it will take some time. In other words, the second condition was the main point. The patriarch said, I need an explanation? I don't believe it. Qin Yu frowned and said, Niu Daodu is related to the cultivation of our sect's great Tao. I can't tell you more. That was right. Niu Dingtian was in a hurry to cut ties with Qin Yu, which was a bit abrupt. But what if he had already sensed Qin Yu's desire for Niu Daodu? Everything would be reasonable. As for the truth of Qin Yu's desire for Niu Daodu, the patriarch didn't care. Everyone had their own desires. He only needed to ensure that he could protect the interests of the clan. Niu Dingtian and that clan were only separated by a thin layer of window paper. They had not completely fallen out with each other. Since Qin Yu stood on the opposite side of Niu Dingtian, there was a solid foundation for cooperation between them. Sect leader Qin, I can agree to your condition. The patriarch said, but what can I get in return? As you said, you can't become a true emperor for the time being. Our clan needs a true emperor to stabilize the situation. Qin Yu raised his hand and the mountain river sword fell into his hand. He raised his hand and slashed at the sky. Rumble, like a clap of thunder, the sealing spell set up by the clan chief was instantly shattered. The sky was split into two. The terrifying sword breath was like a big mouth, destroying everything. Qin Yu put away his sword and looked calm. Patriarch, do you think our sect can help you stabilize the situation? Sword cultivators were the most lethal in the world. To them, leaping levels to fight was a very common thing. A half-emperor could fight a true emperor. The patriarch's eyes lit up. He clapped his hands and smiled. Welcome, sect leader Qin. You and I will work together and we will have a bright future. Clan leader, there is a matter that requires your approval. The 327 involves the great Tao that I have attained. I hope that she can continue to stay by my side for a period of time. The patriarch nodded. Very well. I will have her follow Sovereign Qin to cultivate in the future. Baiji's complexion was ugly. Qin Yu. She didn't expect that she would be kept in the dark from the beginning to the end. This showed that in the whole plan, the madam did not see her as a useful pawn. This was the hardest thing for Baiji to accept. But now she couldn't care less. She asked coldly, Where is Madam? Why can't I sense her aura? Qin Yu lifted a hand and pressed down. Keep your voice down. Although I've sealed off this place, if that clan finds out, there's a high chance you will die here. Of course, he could escape. Looking at Baiji who was about to explode, Qin Yu secretly shook his head. She was such a beautiful girl, so why did she have to take things too hard? However, he couldn't let her get into trouble now. She's gone. She's gone for a while. Baiji stared at him, motionless. Qin Yu said, It's true. Where is Madam's home? You can't find it. Baiji wanted to say something else. Qin Yu glanced at her. Schwar, the air suddenly fell silent. A powerful pressure covered the space around them like an invisible mountain. I know that Baiji has never had a good impression of me. But since you said that you are with me, you better cooperate with me in the future and don't cause any trouble. This is a reminder and a warning. It doesn't matter if you ruin my plan, but if you ruin Little Meat's plan, no one can save you. Baiji's eyes brightened. Is this also part of Madam's plan? Qin Yu nodded. Baiji said, Good. I won't cause trouble. I will do my best to help Madam. There was a trace of excitement in her heart. I've finally participated in Madam's plan. Qin Yu waved his hand, sending Baiji away. He rubbed his temples. Indeed, to deal with Baiji, using Little Meat was the best choice. This little hidden danger beside him was temporarily stabilized. Next, he had to investigate what was going on between him and 327. 327. Please instruct me, Patriarch. Starting from today, you will follow Qin Yu and monitor his every move. If there is anything wrong, immediately report back to me. Yes. She turned and left. After waking up, 327's face was pale. Her true identity had been exposed, so there was no need to hide it any longer. She changed into a plain dress. Qin Yu 327 bit her lip. The great Tao of Skyfall Mountain had already been determined. It was obtained by the heaven-opening sword sect master. But why was it like this? When she was at Skyfall Mountain, she had clearly grasped half of the great Tao and could freely control its power. She took a deep breath and suppressed her tumbling thoughts. Then, she turned and left. Soon, her figure appeared in front of a courtyard within the domain chief manor. She knocked on the door. "Enter." A calm voice sounded out. The door opened by itself. 327 stepped in. The first thing she saw was Qin Yu sitting in the courtyard. Her eyes narrowed. She stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, exalted Qin." Qin Yu nodded. 327, the patriarch has already looked for you? Starting from today, you will follow me and cultivate. Yes. If there is anything you need, you can instruct me, 327 respectfully said. Qin Yu said, there is nothing right now. Once the grand ceremony ends 3 days from now, I will return to Swallow Mountain. Go back and prepare yourself. He couldn't investigate her identity right now, otherwise it would easily arouse the vigilance of that clan. 327 bowed and drew back. Qin Yu let out a deep breath, his eyebrows furrowing together. This meeting with 327 was a bit different. Perhaps it was because his current boundary had risen, but his perception was much clearer. The relationship between him and 327 seemed to be even deeper than that of a blood relation. Just who was she? On the other side, the retreating 327 couldn't help but reveal a thoughtful expression. Without any reason, she also felt a sense of closeness from Qin Yu. Was it because of the great Tao of Skyfall Mountain? 3 days later, that clan held a grand ceremony as scheduled. They officially announced to the outside world that the heaven-opening sword sect master, Qin Yu, had become an exalted of the clan. When the news came out, all those paying attention to the Long Mountain region immediately understood that the master of that terrifying sword aura was Qin Yu. And the power of that sword was enough to prove everything. The world's first half-emperor realm sword cultivator had been born. The name of the heaven-opening sword sect master, Qin Yu, had spread throughout the world in a single day. The impact of this news even surpassed the shock brought by the ownership of the great Tao at Skyfall Mountain. Although there were few true emperors in the world, they were above the cloud. And there was only one half-emperor realm sword cultivator who had crossed the threshold of divinity. He had broken an unsurpassable shackle in front of all sword cultivators in the world. There was now an Emperor Realm sword cultivator among sword cultivators. The world's sword cultivators were in an uproar. Countless great sword cultivators had already set off for Swallow Mountain, requesting an audience with the heaven-opening sword sect master, their attitudes extremely humble. And it was at this time that Qin Yu bid farewell to that clan. Becoming an exalted of that clan didn't mean that he had to stay here forever. That clan's exalted also had his own secluded cultivation area, and did not have to stay in the Long Mountain region. After all, the world was vast and could be reached with a single thought. Distance was no longer a problem for Emperor Realm cultivators. The clan exalted nodded with a smile. Sect Master Qin has returned in glory. This seat has already given orders to fully cooperate with the heaven-opening sword sect and help the sect master achieve his wish as soon as possible and unify Swallow Mountain. Many thanks, Clan Exalted. Farewell. Qin Yu took a step forward, and a towering sword hum suddenly sounded. He swept up 327 and Baiji beside him and shot into the sky. They disappeared in an instant. True Emperor Cheongji was expressionless. Clan Exalted, this seat does have some connections with Sect Master Qin, but please keep this a secret. The Clan Exalted replied, Don't worry, this seat will not destroy my own foundation. As a half-emperor realm cultivator, Qin Yu was indeed qualified to become an exalted of that clan and help him stabilize the situation. But what if the 13th Tower knew that Qin Yu had secretly controlled true Emperor Cheongji? It was obvious that the 13th Tower would not let this go. This was a huge lightning bolt. With this information in hand, Qin Yu would forever be an exalted of that clan. 300 years? No such thing exists. This was also an important reason why the clan exalted was willing to trust Qin Yu. To give someone a weakness, but what he didn't know was that to Qin Yu, this weakness wasn't anything at all. This was because the 13th Tower, which had a human cultivation system, was Qin Yu's great life and death enemy. Once his identity as Wild Sovereign was exposed, the two sides would fight to the death. And this point in time was less than 30 years. Humph! True Emperor Cheongji understood his meaning. His eyes were icy cold. Patriarch, there are some things that you shouldn't think too highly of. I am not your exalted. Schwar, he vanished into thin air. The clan exalted revealed a faint smile. He didn't care at all about being threatened to his face. The more true Emperor Cheongji acted tough, the more panicked he was in his heart. As long as he was controlled by Qin Yu, that clan could benefit from this. Of course, this matter had to be kept secret. He didn't want to withstand the wrath of the 13th Tower. In the midst of the towering sword shadows, Qin Yu suddenly turned his head and looked to the side. In the next moment, true Emperor Cheongji appeared, a smile on his face. Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the sword shadow split into two, sending 327 and Baiji to the other side. On the other side, true Emperor Cheongji stepped in, a bitter smile on his face. Thank you, Sect Master Qin, for saving some face for me. Qin Yu said, True Emperor Cheongji, there is no need to act pitiful in front of me. You and Sage Sky High joined forces to try and kill me, so you only have yourself to blame for your fate today. You shouldn't think that just because you helped me a little that I would let bygones be bygones, right? True Emperor Cheongji's bitter smile instantly vanished. Sect Master Qin is right. If I made a mistake then I will naturally admit it. But, in the end, I am the true sovereign of the 13th Tower. Once this matter is exposed, the heaven-splitting sword sect will face imminent disaster. So what? These words caused a cold sweat to appear on true Emperor Cheongji's back. Qin Yu had no expression. Since I was able to let go of past grudges and become the exalted of that clan, I will not care about the heaven-splitting sword sect. If worse comes to worst, I'll just change my appearance and live another life. Or perhaps, true monarch Cheongji, do you think that the 13th Tower will accept the allegiance of a new half-monarch realm sword cultivator, or will they insist on avenging the death of a true monarch? True Emperor Cheongji was thoroughly defeated. His face paled. In particular, Qin Yu's last words contained a great killing power. This was because when Qin Yu was able to conceal his identity and enter Skyfall Mountain, that was more than enough to prove his ability to conceal his aura. Not even a true sovereign could discover him. Moreover, now that his strength had risen, his aura-concealing abilities should have also risen. And as long as they could maintain face, the 13th Tower wouldn't mind accepting the world's second half-emperor realm sword cultivator to join them. In fact, both sides could even play out a play. How difficult would it be for the heaven-splitting sword sect's Qin Yu to be hunted down by the 13th Tower? True Emperor Cheongji took a deep breath and bitterly smiled. Since Sect Master Qin has seen through everything, I have nothing to say. What do you want to do? But there is one point that I must remind Sect Master Qin. In the end, I am a true sovereign. If Sect Master Qin thinks that you can play with me in the palm of your hand and send me away as you please, then you are wrong. A true sovereign cannot be easily humiliated. As he spoke these last words, his eyes were firm. This was the final bottom line and pride of a true sovereign. Qin Yu glanced at him. True Emperor Cheongji is worrying too much. My sect does not have such thoughts. You and I can work together for a win-win situation. There is no need for us to mutually destroy each other. He lifted a hand. First, regarding the secrets on my body, I ask true Emperor Cheongji to keep them a secret and not reveal any of them. Second, the boundary ring is in my hands and belongs to the heaven-splitting sword sect. It is impossible for me to return it to the 13th tower. Third, I hope that in the future, I can obtain true Emperor Cheongji's help just once. And I will not have true Emperor do anything that surpasses the limits of your ability. True Emperor Cheongji's eyes brightened. That's it? Qin Yu nodded. That's right. As long as true Emperor Cheongji swears upon the great Tao and agrees to my 3 requests, I will also vow that after the agreement is reached, I will remove the hidden dangers in your body and return your freedom. Good. Moments later, both sides made their oaths. True Emperor Cheongji cupped his hands together and bid his farewells. Although matters weren't completely resolved and there were still some loose ends that needed to be cleaned up, this was much better than he had expected. The only headache he had was how to explain the problem with the boundary ring. This treasure was personally bestowed to him by the Tower Master. As true Emperor Cheongji left, Qin Yu's expression was calm. He could feel the strength left behind by the little blue lamp lurking within true Emperor Cheongji's body. But if he didn't have to use this strength, it was best not to. Otherwise, it was likely that he would provide clear coordinates to the fragment holder that was chasing after him and hasten their arrival. That would be a true disaster. An existence on the level of a long-lived species could be seen just by looking at Meaty. But the ability that Meaty had revealed in front of Qin Yu was likely less than half of her true abilities, or perhaps even less. He couldn't help but be afraid. Thus, Qin Yu would rather loosen the reins and choose a gentler method to stabilize true Emperor Cheongji so that both sides could reach a consensus. Calming his mind, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and the sword shadows merged back into one. Bai Ji was expressionless. 327 also had a calm expression. Qin Yu swept his eyes over the two. He didn't need to explain anything. Bang! The sword shadows instantly accelerated. On this day, countless cultivators in the central desolate divine continent looked up in amazement. They could clearly see the terrifying sword shadows that pierced through the heavens. A monstrous sword aura fell down, as deep as a prison. Even though they were separated by an immeasurable distance, they still felt their hearts shake with fear. Countless sword cultivators revealed excited expressions. There were even some whose eyes were brimming with tears as they stared at the scene in front of them. In the end, rumors were just rumors. But today, they had finally witnessed with their own eyes the might of an Emperor Realm sword cultivator. We sword cultivators have finally reached the Emperor Realm. Even more people set off towards Swallow Mountain. And sword cultivators were only a portion of them. Sword cultivators could jump realms to fight. A half-Emperor Realm sword cultivator had combat strength comparable to a true Emperor. And the birth of any true Emperor in the world could shake up the distribution of benefits in the world. This was something that even the great Qin Empire would tacitly acknowledge. Chapter 1757. Emperor Realm cultivators deserved such treatment. Moreover, he was the only Emperor Realm sword cultivator in the world. From a certain point of view, he was even more important than ordinary true emperors. It wasn't just because there were many sword cultivators in the great Qin army. They were the sharpest weapons in the country. It was also because the only Emperor Realm sword cultivator in the world represented a possibility and a future. Heaven-splitting sword sects Qin Yu had become the standard for all sword cultivators in the world. Xianyang, the capital of the great Qin. As the imperial tutor walked through the largest and most magnificent imperial palace in the world, all the attendants in the palace bowed and paid their respects to this imperial tutor who was deeply trusted by His Majesty and had a high position of power. They expressed their utmost respect. The imperial advisor is here. The Qin emperor was admiring a painting in the hall. The painting depicted a battlefield between two armies. A sword cultivator was charging at the very front, slashing down in the air. The dazzling sword light almost tore through the paper, its sharp aura rippling through the air. And this was only a small part of the painting. When one looked at the painting, one would find that the characters were alive. They killed the enemy or were killed by the enemy. It was as if they had been frozen in this period of time, repeating it over and over again. The imperial advisor entered the hall and bowed. "Greetings, Your Majesty." He stood up and took a few steps forward. Sword cultivators are an indispensable part of the Qin army. The Qin emperor nodded. The imperial advisor and I share the same opinion. Sword cultivators have unparalleled killing power and are a trump card in hand. But if they are not controlled well, they can hurt themselves. The imperial advisor thought for a moment. "I understand Your Majesty's worries, but I believe that sword cultivators can still be used at the moment. After all, even if they have unparalleled killing power comparable to a true emperor, they are not." The Qin emperor put down the painting and took a sip of tea. "Do you have a plan, imperial advisor?" The imperial advisor bowed. "I'm going to Swallow Mountain again to help Your Majesty." The Qin emperor put down his teacup and smiled. "Very well. Then I'll have to trouble you to make another trip. Tell the heaven-splitting sword sect that if they can help me achieve my wish, the great Qin will not be stingy with their rewards." As the saying went, thunder, rain, and dew were all gifts from the emperor. The imperial advisor naturally understood the Qin emperor's attitude. "Don't worry, Your Majesty. I know what to do." Sky Bull City. Niu Dingtian couldn't help but let out a long sigh after failing to get anything from Niu Daodu again. In his entire lifetime, he could be said to be unparalleled, and he'd charged through countless mountains of blades and seas of flames. He'd killed unparalleled experts, yet he'd never been in such a sorry state like he was now. However, he could only support his own little grandaunt. What else could he do? Don't talk about hitting him, you can try scolding him? Even though he was the old ancestor of the Niu clan, a true emperor, he could casually scold Niu Daodu's father. But Niu Daodu was different. Melancholy. But he still had to do what he had to do. "Niu Dingshan, get out here." Shua Niu Dingshan, whose arms were big enough to run a horse, trotted over and respectfully bowed. "Old ancestor, please instruct me. Look after Niu Daodu. Don't let her come out on her own. If anything goes wrong, I'll break your legs." Niu Dingshan quickly expressed his stance. He patted his chest and said, "Don't worry, ancestor. Humph, you gave birth to a good daughter." The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. Niu Dingtian slapped the tall and burly man away. Shwar, he vanished from sight. On the other side, Niu Dingshan crawled out from the underbrush. He spat out a mouthful of grass foam, a bitter smile on his face. "Motherf asterisk cur, wasn't this girl's current temper all because you spoiled her?" Pa, he lifted his hand and slapped himself in the face. The bitter smile on his face deepened. Since he had cursed the old ancestor, he couldn't save this slap. At this time, Niu Dingshan's complexion changed. "Daodu." He turned and left. He smashed through the door and looked at the empty room, his face paling. This damned girl. She had run away just like that. Moreover, she had used the treasure that the old ancestor had given her. As Niu Dingshan thought of this, he wished he could vomit blood. His hands trembled as he stroked his thighs. He really couldn't keep these two big meat sticks. Swallow Mountain. Several hundred sword sects, large and small, had unanimously decided to establish the Sword Sect Alliance. They had pushed out the Heavenly Sword Sect Master Qin Yu to become the alliance leader. This was a compromise that they had no other choice. At the very least, they could preserve the name and inheritances of their respective sword sects so that they wouldn't perish. But in truth, all sword cultivators were well aware that the heaven-splitting sword sect had already become the true master of Swallow Mountain. Things were much simpler than they had imagined. There were no waves at all, and everything happened naturally. Qin Yu hadn't done anything at all, and yet he had become the true master of the sword path, holy land of Swallow Mountain. He was the true #1 swordsman in the world. In the sparsely populated heaven-splitting sword sect, people like Protector Hu Jiming, old sword cultivator Tai Lin, and the one-armed Zhang Xiaoshan felt as if they were in a dream. When a man achieved the Tao, his chickens and dogs also ascended to heaven. These words weren't pleasant to hear, but this was the truth. In particular, Hu Jiming was so excited that his lips were twitching. But in this world, there was no such thing as when the conditions were right, success would follow naturally. Qin Yu was well aware that someone had worked in secret to smooth out this trouble. Only then was the heaven-splitting sword sect able to easily become the master of Swallow Run Mountain. That clan must have worked hard. This could be sensed from the attitude of the South Sea sword sect. And besides that, the old cow's family was definitely helping in secret. And it should be the great Qin Empire. Qin Yu was waiting. He was waiting for someone to come to him on their own initiative. He had already become a exalted of that clan. The game that Meaty had prepared could now begin. As for him, he now had the qualifications to place a chess piece in this game. But no matter what, Qin Yu never imagined that the first one to come looking for him would be Niu Daodu. Moreover, she had used a treasure to forcefully pass through space, ignoring the heaven-splitting sword sect's great array formation and directly breaking into the mountain entrance. If it weren't for Qin Yu sensing her aura and promptly withdrawing his sword, it would have been a joke. "Miss Niu, why have you come?" Just as he asked this, Qin Yu couldn't help but reveal an awkward expression. It was because Niu Daodu's expression was far too aggrieved. Her eyes were filled with grief and disbelief as she looked at Qin Yu. If it were anyone else, they wouldn't be able to stand it. Moreover, Qin Yu knew he was in the wrong and he had no confidence in this little girl. Seeing her tears about to fall, Qin Yu hurriedly said, "I solemnly apologize for what happened at Skyfall Mountain. But that was because I had no other choice. Otherwise, with my status, let alone seizing the Great Tao, I would have been killed as soon as I went." Niu Daodu wiped away her tears. "Then you also lied to me. Qin Yu, how good have I been to you? You great liar!" This was truly embarrassing, because in front of Niu Daodu, the great liar Qin Yu truly lived up to his name. As a man, he had to admit to his mistakes. Qin Yu deeply sighed. "I was wrong. Miss Niu, what must I do in order for you to forgive me? As long as I can do it, I will not decline." "Really?" Looking at Niu Daodu across from him, her eyes instantly brightened. There was no longer any trace of her previous grief. Qin Yu couldn't help but rub his face. He had been too careless. "You are a man. You are the solemn sect master of the heaven-splitting sword sect, the #1 sword cultivator in the world. Qin Yu, are you not going to keep your word?" Qin Yu's lips twitched. "Miss Niu, please speak." Niu Daodu said, "It's very simple. I want to stay in the heaven-splitting sword sect. As long as you agree to this, I can let bygones be bygones." Before Qin Yu could speak, a flustered and exasperated roar exploded in his ears. "Impossible! I will never agree to this." Shua Niu Dingtian rushed in, his eyes wide. Niu Daodu subconsciously shrank back. Then, she revealed an angry expression. She clenched her teeth and said, "Old ancestor, why are you here? Are you done yet? Can you stop haunting me like a ghost?" Niu Dingtian nearly fainted. He thought, "You smelly girl, don't you know what's good for you? I am trying to save you. If I let you continue like this, you will lose your little life." His face darkened and he clenched his teeth. "It looks like your father's legs won't be able to be kept," Niu Daodu said. "You can do whatever you want, but I won't leave." She anxiously stared at Qin Yu. "You said that as long as I make a request, you will do it. Now that I have said it, you can't let the old ancestor take me away." Qin Yu bitterly smiled. He looked at Niu Dingtian. "Senior Niu, how about letting her stay here for 2 days? Don't worry, it will be fine. He said these last words because he had vaguely sensed some of Niu Dingtian's thoughts. It reassured him. After Rura left, Qin Yu dared to say these words. Otherwise, if Niu Daodu ran over like this, she would definitely suffer a little. Niu Dingtian said, "If Daodu stays here, we won't be able to continue acting." Qin Yu said, "It's fine. Just be careful. Don't let her be discovered." Niu Daodu hurriedly said, "I will be very obedient. I will absolutely not cause trouble. Old ancestor, if you don't agree, I will really be angry. Don't expect me to forgive you so easily." At this moment, Niu Dingtian suddenly frowned. Opposite him, Qin Yu also sensed something. He said to Niu Daodu, "I will send you to a fun place. Go in and stay for a while." With a flick of his sleeves, he sent her into the mystic realm of the Sword Peak. In the next moment, Qin Yu lifted a hand and a gap quietly appeared in the heaven-opening sword sect's great protective array. Shuar the Imperial Scholar appeared. He cupped his hands together and smiled. "Congratulations, Sect Master Qin, for completing an unprecedented undertaking. You have unified Swallow Mountain and become the #1 sword cultivator of the present age." Qin Yu said, "Thank you, Imperial Scholar." He reached out a hand and said, "Imperial Scholar, Senior Niu, since everyone is here, let us sit down and speak." Since everyone was gathered here, they were well aware of each other's thoughts. There was no need to hide anything. As the host and guests sat down, Qin Yu went straight to the point. "Swallow Mountain has gone so smoothly. I must thank the two of you for your help. This is a good beginning for our cooperation." The Imperial Scholar said, "Sect Master Qin is a straightforward person, and I appreciate that. Then, I will represent Great Qin to express our stance. That clan has existed for a long time. It is time for them to disappear." Niu Dingtian nodded. "I share the same stance as the Imperial Scholar." Qin Yu smiled. "My status as an exalted is not a problem. Since everyone has the same goal, we can discuss a plan." Chapter 1758. 327 had a complex look in her eyes. She didn't know why she was hesitating at this time. But when she discovered that a true sovereign had arrived at Swallow Mountain and was preparing to report to the Patriarch, she did indeed have such emotions. Monitoring the heaven-splitting sword sect's Qin Yu wasn't just empty talk. To benefit oneself, one must first sharpen one's tools. The Patriarch had given 327 a treasure to rely on. Its function was simple. It could sense powerful auras descending in the surrounding area. Now, there were 3 in Swallow Mountain. 327 took a deep breath and suppressed these emotions that shouldn't have existed. Then, she sent a message to the clan. After doing this, she put away the sensing treasure and returned to her room. For a time, she was lost in thought. During this period of time, she had been at the heaven-splitting sword sect and hadn't had much contact with Qin Yu. But for some unknown reason, in this strange place, 327 felt an unprecedented peace of mind. It was as if this was her home. Was this also the influence of the Great Tao? 327 didn't know, but she began to feel that things weren't so simple. On another side, the Patriarch was in seclusion. When he received 327's message, a sharp light shined in his eyes. 2 mysterious true sovereigns had arrived at Swallow Mountain to visit the heaven-splitting sword sect's Qin Yu. In truth, this wasn't unexpected. After all, he was the only half-sovereign sword cultivator in the world, an existence with killing strength comparable to a true sovereign. To be able to touch upon the circle of true sovereigns was a simple matter. But for 2 true sovereigns to visit on their own initiative, and 2 of them at that, this was strange. In the end, Qin Yu wasn't a true sovereign. The Patriarch couldn't help but frown. At this time, surprise flashed in his eyes. He flipped his hand and took out a messenger object. He probed it with his divine sense. After several breaths of time, he put it away, a thoughtful look on his face. The one sending the message was Qin Yu. The content was as follows. The imperial scholar of the Qin Empire and Niu Dingtian have come together to visit the heaven-splitting sword sect. It was brief and didn't explain in detail. But this message in itself represented a kind of attitude. Qin Yu didn't plan on hiding this matter from the patriarch. The first thought that came to the clan leader's mind was that the 327 had been discovered. But soon, he suppressed this thought. This was because what he gave 327 was not an ordinary treasure. Even a true sovereign realm cultivator would not be able to sense its existence. Unless 327 voluntarily confessed, the possibility of being discovered was very small. Soon, the clan leader stood up, his brows unfurrowed. All guesses couldn't compare to seeing it with his own eyes. Schwa, he took a step forward, and his figure instantly disappeared. Heaven-splitting sword sect. Qin Yu glanced at the imperial preceptor and Niu Dingtian. He raised his hand and made a gesture. This sect appreciates Lord Imperial Preceptor's good intentions. Although the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect has become the leader of the Sword Cultivator Alliance, this sect has no intention of changing the current situation of sword cultivators. Imperial Preceptor, please report back to His Majesty and explain this to our sect. As for Senior Niu, I've already said that young Lady Niu Daodu isn't here. Your actions were inappropriate due to your anxiety, so I won't hold it against you. However, I hope that Senior Niu can conduct yourself with dignity and not be overbearing. Nation Master didn't say anything. Niu Dingtian sneered, Qin Yu, let's get straight to the point. Don't be so secretive. I don't know what you want to do, but Niu Daodu is the future of my Niu family. If you dare to touch her, I won't let you off. These words were spoken with such sincerity that they simply surpassed the boundaries of acting. Qin Yu looked at old Niu and thought to himself, is this what you're thinking in your heart? Take this chance to remind me. Schwa, the patriarch, appeared out of thin air, his face expressionless. I want to know just what you plan to do, Niu Dingtian. You won't let my clan's exalted rest. He cupped his hands together. Imperial Preceptor, it's been a long time. The Imperial Preceptor smiled and cupped his hands together. When you were at Skyfall Mountain, I was delayed by other matters, so I didn't go and join in on the fun. Patriarch, you are still as elegant as ever. He glanced at Qin Yu from the corner of his eyes, a bright smile on his face. Qin Yu's face stiffened. He stood up and cupped his hands together. Patriarch, why have you come? The Patriarch said, I suddenly thought of something and came to speak with Sect Master. I didn't think I would run into such a lively scene. He smiled and said, I hope Sect Master doesn't blame me for being presumptuous. Qin Yu shook his head. That's fine. Today, the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect is welcoming 3 true sovereigns at the same time. If the 3 of you do not mind, I will immediately order for a banquet to be prepared for the 3 true sovereigns. Niu Dingtian snorted angrily and stood up. Forget it. I can't afford to drink the wine of your heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect. Qin Yu, let me warn you again. Stay away from Niu Daodu in the future, otherwise this old man will not be polite. Schwa, he left directly, breaking the protective formation of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect with a single punch, causing the ringing of swords to resound throughout the entire Yen Ran mountain. Countless swordsmen were watching. When the heaven-splitting sword sect had just become the leader of the Swordsman Alliance, Niu Dingtian's actions were clearly humiliating the heaven-splitting sword sect. The Imperial Master stood up with a smile. Niu Dingtian has always been impatient. Please don't mind him, Sect Master Qin. I will take my leave now. Nodding to the Patriarch, he turned around and followed the gap in the formation that Niu Dingtian had broken with his fist. He then left the heaven-splitting sword sect. Humph! Qin Yu's complexion darkened and a cold light rose in his eyes. I've let the Patriarch see a joke. Although I am the only sovereign realm sword cultivator in the world, I am still not valued too highly by the true sovereigns. The Patriarch smiled. Sect Master, you think too much. If you didn't value the heaven-splitting sword sect, how could the Imperial Master and Niu Dingtian have come to visit? He thought for a moment and said, "Did the Imperial Master come because of the sword cultivators in the army?" Qin Yu nodded. "Recently, because of my breakthrough, the sword cultivators of the world have been stirred up and their minds are unstable. The Imperial Master specifically came to remind me that His Majesty Emperor Qin hopes that I can stabilize the hearts of the sword cultivators and not cause unrest in the army." The Patriarch said, "We should listen to Emperor Qin's opinion." Qin Yu nodded. "Patriarch, rest assured that my sect has no plans to use the sword cultivators of the world to do anything, at least not now." The Patriarch said, "It's good that sect master understands. What about Niu Dingtian?" Qin Yu's face darkened. "Niu Daodu ran out again. He couldn't find him, so he ran to my sect to ask for him. He has gone too far." He slammed the armrest of his chair in anger. The Patriarch said, "Sect Master really doesn't know where Niu Daodu is?" Qin Yu shook his head. "Of course I don't know. Otherwise, why would Patriarch think that Niu Dingtian would leave so easily?" The Patriarch nodded. "That's right. I don't have any other meaning. I just want to remind Sect Master to be careful and not leave any loose ends behind." Qin Yu glanced at him. "Thank you for the reminder, Patriarch." The Patriarch flipped his hand and took out a piece of jade. "This jade pendant has a portion of the world's destiny sealed within it. I came here today to give it to Sect Master. With this jade in hand, although I can't say that you will be able to turn misfortunes into blessings, you can still make things a bit smoother." Qin Yu received the jade pendant, a smile on his face. "Thank you, Patriarch. If there is nothing else, then I won't disturb you any longer. Farewell." The Patriarch stood up, cupped his hands together, and left. Qin Yu played with the jade pendant in his hand. After carefully sensing it for a long time, he determined that there was nothing wrong with it. It was indeed a jade pendant that had been consecrated. The leader of that race wasn't bragging. As the spirit of fate, the jade pendant that the race gifted was real and could help change one's luck. Of course, the higher an existence's cultivation was, the greater their involvement with the heavens and earth. The more entangled karma there was, the less obvious the effects would be. If he gave this jade pendant to a junior of his sect, they would truly be able to turn misfortunes into blessings. But right now, what Qin Yu cared about wasn't this jade pendant. Rather, when he held it in his hand, he felt a stirring sensation in his body. It was like a hunter that had been starving for a long time and had finally found a satisfying prey. He couldn't wait to make his move. But now clearly wasn't the time. Suppressing this impulse in his heart, Qin Yu flipped his hand and put away the jade pendant. Thinking for a moment, he stepped forwards and appeared outside courtyard 327. He knocked on the door. Soon, 327 opened the door from inside. It walked out and respectfully bowed. "Greetings, Sect Master Qin." 327, I want to take a walk through Swallow Mountain. Come with me." The originally nervous 327 couldn't help but look up at him, a strange expression on her face. Qin Yu looked at her. "Is there something you need?" 327 shook her head. "No." Qin Yu said, "Then let's go." With a flick of his sleeves, the two of them left heaven-splitting sword sect and appeared atop a mountain peak. Facing them, strong winds blew against their robes, causing their hair to fly behind them. 327 was a bit nervous. Her first thought was that there was no one here, so no matter what they did, this was a good place. Qin Yu held his hands behind his back, not turning his head. "There's no need to be nervous. I just wanted to tell you that this mountain is the highest peak of Swallow Mountain, but no sword sect has ever set up their sect here. Do you know why?" 327 clearly couldn't keep up with Qin Yu's thoughts. She shook her head in a daze. Qin Yu glanced at her. "In truth, I don't know either." 327. she suddenly felt that the smiling Qin Yu in front of her had become unreal. The one and only Emperor Realm Sword cultivator in the world, a peak expert who could fight a true emperor, was like this in private? Moreover, even if this was Qin Yu's true appearance, why would he reveal it in front of her? It had to be known that she was a member of that clan, and the patriarch had sent her here. Although it was Qin Yu's request, it was impossible for him not to have guessed that she was following him on a monitoring mission. Today, the patriarch had suddenly arrived. 327 was a little confused. Qin Yu lifted a finger. Swallow Mountain is filled with sword sects, but it isn't just about cultivating the sword. There are also many mountain plains and many cities built there. Many people live here. In that direction, there is an Eastern Sword City. It's very big and it's one of the most bustling places in Yen Ran Mountain. Let's go there today. 327 couldn't help but ask, hasn't Sect Master Qin been in seclusion recently? Qin Yu smiled. There is a limit to the road of cultivation. I don't need to say this, right? What's more, sometimes it's better to stay close to life and relax for a while. Sometimes it's better to cultivate. Without giving 327 a chance to ask any more questions, Qin Yu took a step forward and turned into a sword shadow, whistling away. However, this time, he had clearly restrained his aura and didn't reveal the sword aura pressure that an Emperor Realm sword cultivator should have. 327 could only follow behind, looking at the back of the figure in front of her with a puzzled expression. An hour later, Eastern Sword City came into view. Qin Yu landed and turned around, saying, "Let's walk there." 327 nodded. She had already thought it through. As long as she stayed by Qin Yu's side and knew his whereabouts, everything else wasn't important. Eastern Sword City's name was prefixed with the word sword, and it was a symbol of status in itself. Rumor has it that tens of thousands of years ago, a powerful sword cultivator appeared in this city. He was known as the enlightened master of the Eastern Sword, and his sword Tao was exceedingly high. After his death, he fell here and left behind a sword Tao inheritance. Whoever can obtain it will have great luck, and their future achievements will be limitless. At the city gate, an old man's spittle flew in all directions as he spoke, his hands dancing in joy. From the looks of it, he seemed to have seen it with his own eyes. The inheritance left behind by the enlightened master of the Eastern Sword was definitely in Eastern Sword City. A group of people surrounded him, and a few youngsters laughed and teased him from time to time. "Old Dong, you're bragging again. The enlightened master of the Eastern Sword has a bloodline descendant, so how can he leave his sword Tao inheritance to us?" That's right. You old man, you tricked us like this back then, causing me to wander around the city for a few days. Who said it wasn't? Old Dong still owes me a drink even now. I must have been blind to have been tricked by him into paying the bill. Old Dong's face flushed red after being exposed. Shoo shoo shoo. A bunch of little bastards who can't appreciate my kindness. The opportunity is right in front of you, but you don't know how to cherish it. That's your own problem. Another round of jeering. Old Dong is angry out of humiliation. Ha ha ha, let's go, let's not argue with him. The city gates are open. Today, I'm going to the Eastern Gate Sword Gym to listen to a lecture. I heard that the lecturer today is a ruler realm sword cultivator. Stop bragging. How can you believe the words of the Eastern Gate Sword Gym? A ruler realm sword cultivator? It's already good enough if there's a Saint Realm sword cultivator. Qin Yu stood in the crowd and glanced at Old Dong, who was babbling and had a face full of indignation. Let's go. He brought 327 with him and followed the crowd into the city. At this moment, Qin Yu frowned slightly. Bang! A few youngsters near 327 cried out in pain as they bumped into each other, rolling on the ground like gourds. The most unlucky one had his face stuck to the ground, and 2 of his front teeth were knocked out. He covered his mouth and wailed. 327's gaze fell on Qin Yu's back. Her lips moved, but she didn't say anything. After entering the city gates and heading east, there was a garden full of green vegetables. This wasn't a jingle, but Eastern Sword City's eastern main street was really selling all kinds of spirit herbs. Sword cultivators cultivated the way of the sword, and they had very high requirements for their bodies. Otherwise, if they weren't careful, they might be devoured by their own sword aura. Some of the more powerful sword techniques even had extremely strict requirements for the physical body. Therefore, all kinds of spirit herbs that could nourish the body had always been extremely popular in Swallow Ran Mountain. The various spirit seed sects had a very good impression of Swallow Ran Mountain's sword cultivators. Each and every one of them was a good customer. They were in high demand and sold well. Every year they made a lot of money. Although they said they had become spirits, they were actually more intelligent. Qin Yu even saw a white radish desperately trying to escape from the bamboo basket. Unfortunately, there was a restriction placed on the bamboo basket. If it ran to the mouth of the basket, it would be knocked down. It was obvious that this was 327's first time seeing it. She stared with wide eyes, entranced. Qin Yu walked over and pointed. "How much is the radish?" Soon, he walked back and threw the radish to 327, who was at a loss. "This is for you. Consider it as thanks for agreeing to accompany me for a walk today." Reality proved that just buying radishes wasn't enough. There were also oranges, beans, and melons. But 327's favorite food was candied hawthorn. The immortal craftsmanship was exquisite and it tasted wonderful. When she bit into it, the sweet and sour mixed together perfectly. Qin Yu nodded as he ate. 327 ate 3 skewers in a single go. Her face flushed red, and she earnestly waved her hand to indicate that she was full. Qin Yu smiled and nodded. He bought several more skewers and held them in his hands. The candied hawthorn vendor was all smiles. "Dear customer, you are far too good to this little sister. Since you bought too much, I will give you a free skewer. Come back after you finish eating." Qin Yu paused. He looked at 327. "Do the two of us look alike?" The vendor said, "You don't look alike, but your temperaments are similar. I can tell that you are close. Aren't the two of you brother and sister? If so, then I must say that I spoke too much. I hope dear customer doesn't take offense." Qin Yu smiled and turned to leave. 327 also heard the vendor's words. She frowned. Although this person's craftsmanship was good, he had poor eyesight. She was a member of that tribe. The number of people in that tribe was fixed. Since a long time ago, it had never increased or decreased. Brother and sister? He actually dared to say that. Chapter 1759. The facts proved that 3,327, who said she was full after eating 3 skewers, was indeed lying. This was because most of the candied haws Qin Yu bought later had entered her stomach. Although Qin Yu didn't reveal any emotions at all, 327, who was walking behind him, was still annoyed. Just what was wrong with him? She had actually revealed this appearance in front of Qin Yu. As she stared at Qin Yu's back, 3,327 subconsciously bit her lips, a bit absent-minded for a time. Bang! She bumped into Qin Yu's back. "Ah, Sect Master Qin, I'm really sorry, I didn't pay attention just now." 3,327 waved her hands, her face flushed red. Qin Yu turned and smiled. "It's just a bump, it's fine." He patted his stomach. "I'm a bit hungry, let's go eat." He chose a position with a good view and had the waiter serve several of his specialty dishes. Qin Yu gestured with his hand. "What are you standing for? Sit." 3327 hesitated for a moment and then sat across from him. The restaurant served dishes very quickly. Not long after the two sat down, the hot and cold dishes had all been served. According to the waiter's recommendation, they bought a special wine from Eastern Sword City. As for the taste, it was just so-so. After drinking 2 mouthfuls, Qin Yu picked up his chopsticks and picked up some food. Come eat. 3327 couldn't understand Qin Yu's thoughts. Her originally calm heart couldn't help but feel apprehensive. This was because Qin Yu's performance today was too strange. He had pulled her out to relax and even ran into a restaurant to eat. Was he here specifically to enjoy the pleasure of eating fish and dragons, or did he have some other purpose? Looking at Qin Yu calmly eating and drinking across from her, 3327 felt that this was not the first reason. Suddenly, her heart skipped a beat. She felt a bit panicked. Before leaving Long Mountain region, the elder had found her in private and told her some things. 3327 originally thought that the elder was overthinking things. After all, he was a dignified Emperor Realm sword cultivator, a powerful existence that stood at the peak of the world. How could he have the mind to pay attention to matters between men and women? But today's events were hard to explain. Could it be that the elder was right? As she thought of this, 3327 became increasingly uneasy. Qin Yu could sense the discomfort she revealed. He laid down his chopsticks and said, "The reason I brought you out today is purely because I want to go out for a stroll. Don't think too much about it." 327 felt a little more at ease, but he still shook his head. She certainly couldn't admit that she already viewed him as a pervert in her heart. Qin Yu said, 327, "For a period of time from now on, you will be following me. Do you mind if I temporarily give you a name? After all, it feels a little weird to call you that." 327 hesitated for a moment before saying, "Sure. Then I'll call you Little Seven." Qin Yu faintly smiled. "My sect comes from the Western Desolate, so I'm not too clear about the internal affairs of the Central Desolate Divine Continent. For instance, that clan. Miss Xiaoqi, can you tell me something about your tribe?" "Of course, I'll only tell you the basics. If it involves secrets, feel free to hide them." 327 glanced at Qin Yu. His expression was calm. He rapped the table. "Right now, I am exalted of that clan. If I want to understand you, that shouldn't be too much, right? Miss Xiaoqi, even if the Patriarch were here, I could still ask you this question." Sect Master Qin is right. 327 thought for a moment. "But I don't know what Sect Master wants to know," Qin Yu said. "That's simple. Miss Xiaoqi, you can start from the matters around you. Just say whatever you think of." He smiled. "I'm curious, just who were your parents that they could give birth to such a beautiful girl like you?" 327's eyes darkened. After a moment of silence, he slowly said, "My parents died when I was young. I didn't live to see the day when my clan was immortal." Qin Yu said, "I'm sorry, I've touched upon something that hurts you." 327 shook his head. "Sect Master Qin should know the situation of my clan. Even if my parents were still alive, they still might not remember me." There was a vacant look in her eyes. "This is because my memories of the past are already very blurry. I can only remember a vague outline. The people of that clan were nameless and didn't exist in the samsara of the heavens and earth. They were nearly immortal and indestructible. But once they were severely wounded and revived, what came back to life was only their mortal body and bloodline. Their consciousness had already been annihilated. This was the same as giving birth to a brand new consciousness within their mortal body. They seemed alive, but they were also dead. Without a doubt, 327 had encountered this sort of situation before. Qin Yu said, "Besides your parents, does Miss Xiaoqi have any other relatives?" 327 shook his head. "I am an orphan girl." She subconsciously furrowed her eyebrows. Qin Yu immediately changed the topic. He asked her a few more questions about that clan. At the same time, he asked some questions about 327. At the very least, he had a rough idea of what was going on. Only then would he be able to make targeted preparations for his investigation. He didn't eat much and drank a great deal of wine. Most of it entered his stomach. "Have you eaten?" Come, let's take a stroll around Eastern Sword City. There are many fun places to visit. Just as he was about to pay the bill, he heard a sound coming from upstairs. Bang! The window was smashed apart. A young sword cultivator was struck down and spat out a mouthful of blood. Cheong Ching! With a cry of alarm, a female cultivator flew over from the street and landed beside this person. How are you? The young man called Cheong Ching squeezed out a smile. Rong Jiang, why are you here? I'm fine. Just as he finished speaking, he spat out another mouthful of blood. Don't speak. Eat this pill and hurry up and heal yourself. A group of youths stood in front of the broken window. One of them sneered, Hold on. Rong Jiang, that pill in your hand is something our Eastern Sword sect gives to our disciples to heal themselves. How can you give it to an outsider? Cheong Ching wiped the corner of his mouth and shook his head. I'm fine, really. Rong Jiang, put away the pill. Rong Jiang clenched her teeth. I'm fine. If I tell you to eat it, then eat it. I will deal with it myself. Humph. Rong Jiang, do you think your father is still an elder? Let me tell you, the current Swallow Mountain has changed. You can give this pill to him. But if Cheong Ching dares to eat it, I will beat him until he spits it out. If you don't believe me, you can give it a try. The youths by the window roared with laughter. Qin Yu frowned slightly. Across from him, 327 said, Sect Master Qin, do you know this woman? Qin Yu nodded. We met once, not really. When he first came to Swallow Mountain, he had helped a poor old sword cultivator fulfill his wish to enter Skyfall Mountain. Rong Jiang was the female sword cultivator responsible for collecting immortal money outside the mountain gate. Even though he had only met her once, he could tell that she had a good temperament. Moreover, why did today's matter seem to be related to the heaven-splitting sword sect? Otherwise, where did the so-called Swallow Mountain change come from? Because now, he was the sky of Swallow Mountain. At this moment, a lazy, charming voice suddenly appeared in his mind. Little Qin Qin, you're in luck. Eastern Sword City does have some good stuff. As long as you bring it to me, I'll play with you for a day. What do you think? It was the big white goose. TSK, little Qin Qin, you are quite bold. Little Meaty has already left and you still dare to call me by my nickname. Or, are you already impatient? You are so bad. As long as you help me obtain what is hidden in Eastern Sword City, I will let you know just where the name Big White Goose came from. Qin Yu remained calm. With a thought, the blue sun and purple moon in his soul space sped up, opening up the sun and moon force field. Cough, it's big sister Fei Fei. Before Little Meaty left, she specifically told me to take care of her while she was gone. She said that she had some matters to attend to and that she would thank you when she returns. Bai Fei Fei sneered. Boy, stop trying to scare me. Little Meaty doesn't even know that I can still wake up. Humph, I am no longer a perfect long-lived species. My various abilities have been greatly reduced. Although I am still in a sealed state in terms of life, I am still perfect. So, you had best cooperate with me. Otherwise, if I am not satisfied, you will suffer. Qin Yu's heart sank. Indeed, these beautiful existences with sweet voices were all old monsters that had lived for countless years. They were not easy to scare. What should he do? If he was threatened by Bai Fei Fei today, then Qin Yu's situation would be far from good. Perhaps he would be controlled by her, and even become a puppet that had no choice but to obey her orders. Qin Yu took a deep breath and clenched his teeth. Bai Fei Fei, you dare to touch me? Little thing, you are courting death. The blood vessels in Qin Yu's left hand swelled up, like a fierce worm about to drill out from his flesh. 327 instantly sensed something. He frowned. Sect Master Qin? Qin Yu shook his head. I'm fine. Don't worry about me. He looked down at his left hand, his eyes icy cold. Bai Fei Fei, if you really had a method to deal with me, you wouldn't have chosen to discuss it with me. The first thing you would have done would have been to directly swallow me up. So, stop bluffing. Otherwise, I guarantee that I will tell Little Meat everything that happened today. Once she returns, you will definitely feel very uncomfortable. His left hand still had a fierce appearance. It trembled like a wild beast, ready to eat someone at any moment. Qin Yu could clearly feel the rage and suppression in Bai Feifei's heart at this time. Humph! You smelly brat, you've got guts! Bai Feifei coldly snorted, changing her tone. Then, let's make a deal. You help me obtain what is hidden in Eastern Sword City, and I promise you that I will obediently sleep in the future and will never make things difficult for you again. Qin Yu's eyes were cloudy and uncertain. He clenched his teeth and said, "Swear it." Bai Feifei angrily roared, "Qin Yu, don't go too far." "Fine, I can swear that if I violate it, the great Tao will collapse." Qin Yu said, "Deal." Shua, the strange appearance of his left hand instantly disappeared. "Little Qin, big sister will wait for your good news." Mwahaha! She blew him a kiss and then vanished. "Ha, woman!" Qin Yu clenched his fist. He looked up at 327 and said, "It's just a small problem. It's fine now." 327 hesitated for a moment and then nodded, not speaking. And after Bai Feifei's sudden disturbance, the situation on the street had changed once more. The young man by the window blocked Jiang Rong's path, a sneer on his face. "I said that Qiong Qing can't go anywhere today. Since he invited us to drink, how can we not let our guests drink to their heart's content?" "That's right, that's the reason. Qiong Qing, you're the one who doesn't know how to speak. You've offended Brother Jiang De. Hurry up and kowtow to apologize. What kind of man are you to hide behind a woman? Moreover, are you sure that Miss Jiang Rong can protect you right now? Don't provoke trouble for her." Qiong Qing struggled to stand up. "Jiang Rong, you can leave. I'm really fine." He clenched his teeth. "Jiang De, I was wrong before. I offended you with my words, but I've already paid the price. Let her go." Jiang De said, "You privately gave a sect pill to an outsider and violated the rules of the sect. Jiang Rong, even if you are my cousin, there is no way to let this matter rest. Now, even if you want to leave, it's too late." He took a step back. "Men, take Jiang Rong and bring her back to the sect to be dealt with." Shwa shwa, with the sound of breaking air, several black-clothed sword cultivators appeared on the long street. The one leading them had an expressionless face, his eyes cold. "Jiang Rong, don't put up any meaningless resistance. Come back with us." Qiong Qing's complexion changed. She quickly raised her hand. "The pill is here, I will immediately return it." The black-clothed sword cultivator frowned. Jiang De sneered. "What are you waiting for?" The leader waved his hand. "Take her. Little Qin, there are clues on this woman. Hurry up and bring her back." Bai Feifei's excited voice suddenly sounded out. Qin Yu's eyes sharpened. He stood up and said to 327, "Miss Seven, wait here for a moment." Shua Qin Yu directly appeared in front of Jiang Rong, shielding her behind him. The black-clothed sword cultivator that rushed over had an icy look in his eyes. "The Eastern Sword Sect is handling matters. Unrelated people, please leave." Qin Yu flicked his sleeves. With several dull bangs, the several people that rushed over were sent flying away at an even faster speed. They tumbled to the ground. Whoosh, on the long street, everyone was dumbfounded. Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. In Eastern Sword City, there was actually someone that dared to attack a sword cultivator from the Eastern Sword Sect. Although the current Eastern Sword Sect was no longer as extravagant as its ancestors, it was still one of Swallow Mountain's 10 sword sects. As the saying went, a starving camel was still larger than a horse. Its background could not be underestimated. Moreover, everyone knew that the Eastern Sword Sect was a vassal sect of the Heaven-Opening Sword Sect. Although this relationship had been severed when the Heaven-Opening Sword Sect was destroyed, it was said that during this period of time, The Eastern Sword sect had used some unknown method to reconnect the two sides and restore their vassal relationship. As for the heaven-opening sword sect, there was no need to mention its current status in Swallow Mountain. Looking at Qin Yu, everyone present had the same thought pop up in their hearts. This person was definitely going to be in deep trouble. Jiangda took a step back. He said in a low voice, "Who are you? Why are you interfering in the internal affairs of my Eastern Sword sect?" As he spoke, he winked at his companion. Seeing that he had already sent a message, he immediately calmed down. Qin Yu ignored him. He turned and cupped his hands together. "Miss Jiang Rong, do you still remember me?" Jiang Rong revealed a puzzled expression. She thought for a moment before remembering. "It's you." She bit her lips. "Fellow Taoist, I appreciate your good intentions, but you should hurry up and leave." "Humph. You injured someone from my Eastern Sword sect and you still want to leave?" Whoosh! With the sound of breaking air, a middle-aged sword cultivator appeared above them, a powerful sword aura surging around him. Chapter 1760. Jiang Yunshan, Eastern Sword Sect's Grand Elder, a sovereign realm sword cultivator. "It seems that today's matter will not be settled peacefully," the crowd exclaimed in surprise. Jiang Rong's complexion changed. She stepped forward and bowed. "Greetings, Great Elder. There is a hidden story behind today's event. I ask that you investigate this thoroughly." "Secrets?" Jiang Yunshan sneered. "Jiang Rong, you colluded with outsiders and injured your own sect's disciple. The evidence is conclusive, and you still dare to say such things in front of this old man?" Jiang De bowed respectfully. "Great Elder is right, we can all testify." His eyes were filled with joy. Did he really think that what happened today was his own decision? Too childish. After all, Jiang Rong was the Jiang family's direct bloodline. Without permission, how could he dare to make a move? Jiang Rong's heart sank. She had already discovered the first elder's attitude. Shock and anger appeared in her eyes. "Fellow Taoist, hurry up and escape. Today's target is me, so don't let yourself get caught up in it." Jiang Yunshan waved his sleeves. "He won't be able to escape. He is courting death for injuring my Eastern Sword sect's disciple." Whoosh! The sword breath pierced through the air. Puff! But before it could strike Qin Yu's body, the sword breath burst like a bubble and dissipated. The surroundings suddenly fell silent. Qin Yu was expressionless. "You want to kill me?" When Jiang Yunshan's gaze locked onto him, Jiang Yunshan's face turned pale. His forehead was instantly covered with beads of sweat, and he couldn't suppress his fear as it surged out from the bottom of his heart. He clenched his teeth and shouted, "Where did this wild cultivator come from? Just because he has some strength, he dares to behave atrociously in Eastern Sword City. I'm warning you, our Eastern Sword sect is a vassal of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. If you dare to be impudent here, you'd better consider the consequences." Qin Yu was expressionless. "Then I really want to know what the consequences are." Jiang Yunshan raised his hand and pressed down. With a loud bang, Jiang Yunshan's entire body was smashed into the ground, unable to move. Jiangda was dumbfounded. He widened his eyes and suddenly shivered. Fear appeared on his face. "What happened today has nothing to do with me." Before he could finish speaking, Qin Yu flicked his sleeves and sent him flying away. He was just a little thing that wasn't even a ruler. He couldn't be bothered to waste time with him. Pata! Jiangda collapsed on the ground and became a pile of mud. It was unknown whether he was dead or alive. The long street was deathly silent. Countless people widened their eyes in disbelief. How did things suddenly develop to this stage? They were the Eastern Sword sect. Moreover, behind the Dongjian Zong stood the leader of the heaven-splitting swordsmanship sect, a sword path master. Jiang Rong's face turned pale. "You killed Jiangda? Fellow Taoist, you're in big trouble. He's an in-name disciple of a major figure in the heaven-splitting sword sect. We can't let this go easily." A big shot of the heaven-splitting sword sect? Qin Yu revealed a strange expression. He waved his hand and said, "It's fine." He looked at Jiang Rong, trying to find something wrong with her. Why did Bai Feifei want her? But there was no doubt that Jiang Rong was involved in what Bai Feifei had said was hidden in Eastern Sword City. For Bai Feifei to be so concerned about it, to the point of risking being pursued by Mimi, it had to be extremely valuable. And Qin Yu would absolutely not let her obtain it. That's right, from the start, he had made Bai Feifei swear an oath just to numb her. Qin Yu had no intention of compromising. Right now, Bai Feifei could only bluff and scare him. But if she obtained Jiang Rong, and then obtained the hidden thing in Eastern Sword City, then it would be hard to say. Qin Yu was not so stupid as to dig a hole for himself and bury himself. As for Bai Feifei's oath, Qin Yu did not believe a word of it. A long-lived species in the eternal realm, swearing on the great Tao? Was she kidding? Eastern Sword Sect. Sect Master Jiang Qing was entertaining several guests from the Big Sword Sect. Although the Swordsman Alliance had been established, everyone was in the same league. But even though he said that, that wasn't the case. The close relationship between them still existed. And now, the Eastern Sword Sect had regained its status as a vassal of the heaven-splitting Swordsmanship Sect. That alone was enough. The usually arrogant Big Sword Sect now lowered their stance and personally came to visit the Eastern Sword Sect. The heaven-splitting Swordsmanship Sect was now Yen Ran Mountain's sky. Who dared to disrespect it? Sect Master Jiang, with the support of the heaven-splitting Swordsmanship Sect, the Eastern Sword Sect's rise is imminent. Restoring its former glory is just around the corner. In the future, we should get closer to each other. That's right. In the past, when my sect did things improperly, I asked Sect Master Jiang to be magnanimous and not lower yourself to our level. In the future, we will be friends of the Eastern Sword Sect. If Sect Master Jiang has any instructions, please feel free to speak. Several Big Sword Sect elders spoke up, their faces full of smiles. Jiang Qing smiled without speaking. His heart was filled with joy. He thought to himself, "You people probably never imagined that such a day would come." In the past, the Eastern Sword Sect had been bullied by them. But from now on, all of that would be gone forever. Sending people to approach them on their own initiative and restore their status as a vassal of the heaven-splitting Swordsmanship Sect was the best decision he had ever made. At this time, an Eastern Sword Sect disciple suddenly ran in, a look of panic on his face. The smug Jiang Qing's complexion darkened. "Don't you see that I am entertaining guests? What are you panicking for?" "Sect Master, something has happened." The disciple was panic-stricken. Jiang Qing frowned. "Speak, what is going on?" "Someone is causing trouble in Eastern Sword City." Great Elder went to stop them but was suppressed instead. The main hall suddenly fell into silence. Jiang Qing's face was completely gloomy. Someone was causing trouble in his own territory, yet Great Elder was suppressed instead? Shameful, completely shameful. Especially when his gaze swept over the several Big Sword Sect elders in the main hall, Jiang Qing's heart became more and more furious. Slamming his hand on the table, he stood up. "Impudent! Where did this bastard come from? He actually dares to cause trouble in Eastern Sword City. Everyone, please wait a moment. I will go deal with this matter." Several Big Sword Sect elders exchanged glances and stood up at the same time. "Sect Master Jiang, we will go with you. That's why I'm here. If there are other problems, I can help. Daring to cause trouble in Eastern Sword City means he is our enemy." Perceiving the flattery in these people's words, Jiang Qing's expression softened. Even if someone was causing trouble, as long as they were a vassal of the heaven-splitting Swordsmanship Sect, no one dared to disrespect them. "All right, then I'll have to trouble you all to come with me." He brought them along as a precaution, in case they failed miserably at a simple task. As the sect master, Jiang Qing's strength was definitely stronger than the Great Elder, but his strength was limited. If he were to be suppressed again, then he would really lose a lot of face. Xiao, 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 Jiang Qing and the others whistled away, quickly arriving at Eastern Sword City and finding the place of trouble. Several sovereign realm sword cultivators came together, their imposing manner shocking to the extreme. Sharp sword chi cut through the air, emitting ear-piercing sounds. It's sect master Jiang Qing. Who are these people beside him? Their auras are so strong. I recognize them. The one on the left is the Great Elder of the Earth Treasury Sword Sect. The one on the right is the Great Elder of the Sea King Sword Sect. I've heard that the surrounding great sword sects have been showing goodwill to the Eastern Sword Sect recently, trying to improve their relationship. No wonder there are so many people here. This person must be in big trouble. Shua Jiangqing's eyes fell on the suppressed Great Elder, then on Jiangde, who was lying on the ground. His face was ashen. Arrogant. No matter who you are, I will make you pay the price. Qin Yu looked at him, expressionless. You don't know me? Jiang Qing sneered. Don't try to use your background and connections. In the current Swallow Ran Mountain, no one has a greater background than our Eastern Sword Sect. His eyes were ice cold. No matter who you are, boy, I will tell you that you are finished. No one can save you. Qin Yu raised a hand and rubbed his eyebrows. This Hu Jiming fellow, he had been too arrogant recently. Now, all the trivial matters of the heaven-splitting sword sect were left to him to handle. How could a vassal sword sect have them? But what kind of people did they choose? Jiang Rong knelt on the ground. Sect Master, the Great Elder and Jiang De joined forces to deliberately frame me. I ask that you uphold justice for this disciple. Jiang Qing's eyes were ice-cold. Even if the Great Elder did not act appropriately in this matter, can you ally with outsiders to harm the Great Elder? Jiang Rong, I used to think that you were a sensible person, but it looks like I was wrong. Men, bring Jiang Rong back to the sect to be dealt with. First, I will suppress this arrogant boy. Qin Yu was too lazy to speak with him. He flicked his sleeves. Bang! With a loud bang, Jiang Qing, whose face was gloomy and aloof just a moment ago, was directly sent flying. He crashed into the ground and rolled on the ground, blood gushing out from his nose and mouth. His appearance was miserable to the extreme. This scene caused the complexions of the several big sword sect elders to change. Fear and hesitation appeared in their eyes. When did such a strong person appear in Yanran Mountain? The Eastern Sword Sect Master Jiang Qing wasn't too strong, but for better or worse he was still a peak sovereign. He hadn't stepped into the three boundaries of heaven, earth, and man. But now, he had been casually knocked down with a flick of his sleeve. And this other party didn't seem like he was serious at all. Those who had originally wanted to stand up for the Eastern Sword Sect suddenly hesitated. Some of them had already silently taken half a step back. It wasn't good to casually interfere in today's matters. But this person in front of them, why did he seem a little familiar, as if they had seen him somewhere before? Puff! Jiang Qing spat out a mouthful of blood, his face twisted. You dare to hurt me? Audacious, audacious! He looked at the several big sword sect elders and shouted, Do you still want to watch the show? Today, I will recommend whoever can kill this person and give him a chance to become a vassal of the heaven-splitting sword sect. The several big sword sect elders' complexions changed. This was an extremely heavy bargaining chip. This was a vassal of the heaven-splitting sword sect. As long as they could obtain it, the sect's status would rise and there would be endless benefits in the future. Sect Master Jiang Qing, this old man will help you. The Earth Bodhisattva Sword Sect's Great Elder roared and attacked without hesitation. When a sovereign realm sword cultivator attacked, there would be a great commotion. The heaven-splitting sword sect would soon learn of what happened here. In other words, once Sect Master Qin Yu learned of this, he would arrive here to protect the vassal sword sect. Otherwise, who would be willing to work for the heaven-splitting sword sect in the future? There was a risk in attacking now, but compared to the expected benefits, It was worth the gamble. Qin Yu frowned and coldly snorted. The Earth Bodhisattva Sword Sect's great elder stuffily coughed and his face paled. The immortal sword in his hand wailed, and struggled free from his grasp. He didn't dare to attack Qin Yu at all. A half-emperor realm sword cultivator was the peak of body and sword cultivators in the world. All sword cultivators were naturally suppressed. When facing Qin Yu, there weren't many who had the qualifications to attack. And this was also the reason why Qin Huang feared Qin Yu. He was well aware of just how terrifying an existence that stood at the peak of a cultivation system was. The Earth Bodhisattva Sword Sect's great elder's eyes widened in horror. He stubbornly stared at Qin Yu and suddenly fell to his knees, kowtowing again and again. His body trembled and he couldn't even speak. This scene caused the long street, which was already dead silent, to become completely silent. Everyone subconsciously held their breaths as they looked at Qin Yu, their eyes filled with shock. No one was stupid. Even with the Earth Bodhisattva Sword Sect's great elder's strength, he had nearly suffered a backlash from a single cold snort. Even the immortal sword in his hand was about to rebel. What kind of strength was needed to achieve this? Jiang Qing, who had been clamoring to kill Qin Yu, froze in his throat like a chicken or duck that had been grabbed by the neck. He stared straight at Qin Yu. Sea King's Sword Sect's Lu Wui greets the Alliance leader. The Sea King's Sword Sect's great elder knelt on the ground. The other great Sword Sect's elders also reacted and hurriedly knelt down. They knelt because they were afraid. They were afraid that Qin Yu would vent his anger on them and end up like these idiots from the Eastern Sword Sect. As a vassal sword sect, they didn't even know the heaven-splitting sword sect's sect master? They were simply pigs with human heads and a bunch of bastards. Just now they had said that as long as they killed this person, they would help introduce them. This was simply harming people. They were courting death, yet they still wanted to drag them down with them. How hateful! Whoosh, in the blink of an eye, everyone on the street knelt down. It didn't matter if he was a sword cultivator or not, because anyone who lived on Swallow Ran Mountain now had to rely on the heaven-splitting sword sect. And the person in front of them was the one and only Emperor Realm sword cultivator in the world, the heaven-splitting sword sect's sect master, Qin Yu. Everyone's hearts were filled with shock and disbelief. Even Jiang Rong was dumbfounded. She knelt on the ground, her mind blank. Qin Yu snorted coldly. This is my first time coming to Eastern Sword City. It's really eye-opening. Do you think you're worthy of being a vassal of the heaven-splitting sword sect? From today onwards, don't mention this matter again. If I find out in the future that you used the heaven-splitting sword sect as a pawn, I won't let you off lightly. Jiang Qing's eyes rolled back and she fainted. Today, it seemed that Qin Yu didn't punish them severely, but after today's events, everyone knew that the Eastern Sword Sect had offended the heaven-splitting sword sect. It was easy to imagine their future in Swallow Ran Mountain. It was over. The Eastern Sword Sect was completely finished. Little Qin, it's true that you're putting on a show, but I'm asking you to capture this little girl for me. I'm not here to watch you put on a monkey show. Bai Feifei's voice was still charming, but her meaning was very unkind. Hurry up and do it, don't delay any longer. Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He suddenly raised his hand and pointed. The position of Eastern Sword Sect's sect master, from today onwards, will be held by Jiang Rong. He turned and looked at her. Sect Master Jiang Rong, won't you invite me to your Eastern Sword Sect as a guest? Jiang Rong recovered from her trance and hurriedly nodded. Ah, of course, Sect Master Qin, please. She was now the sect master of the Eastern Sword Sect? It felt like a dream. She pinched herself hard. It hurt. It wasn't a dream. Jiang Rong's eyes were filled with excitement. She never expected that her moment of compassion outside the mountain gate would allow her to reap the rewards she had today. Several big sword sect elders hurried over to congratulate her. Today, Qin Yu's words were final on Swallow Ran Mountain. If he said that Jiang Rong was the new sect master of the Eastern Sword sect, then this matter was set in stone. Not daring to disturb them, they respectfully bowed to Qin Yu and tactfully retreated. This Jiang Rong's appearance was quite good, especially her figure. It seemed that they would have to be more respectful towards the Eastern Sword sect in the future. No matter whether or not they guessed correctly, there was nothing wrong with being careful. As for Jiang Qing and the others, no one cared about them anymore. Their fates would surely be miserable. Schwa 327's figure appeared at Qin Yu's side. You've come just in time. Sect Master Jiang Rong has invited us to visit the Eastern Sword sect. 327 nodded. A moment later, after the Eastern Sword sect suffered such a great change, after a brief period of panic, everyone revealed joyful expressions. The reason was simple. From today onwards, the Eastern Sword sect was no longer a vassal of the Heaven-Splitting Sword sect. But it was clear that the relationship between the two sides had become much closer. No one had any objections to Jiang Rong assuming the position of sect master. After sending away the elders and protectors of the Eastern Sword sect who had come to pay their respects, Qin Yu took a sip of tea and said, "Rong Jiang, the reason I helped you today is because I think you aren't too bad of a person, and secondly, there are other reasons." Chapter 1761. It's here. Jiang Rong's heart chilled. There was no such thing as a free lunch in the sky, and it just so happened that it had fallen on her head. Therefore, there must be something else to this matter. She stood up and respectfully said, "Please speak, Alliance Master." Qin Yu said, "I want to know if you've found the secret hidden in Eastern Sword City?" Jiang Rong jerked her head up in shock. There was no need for more. Just her expression was enough to prove that it was true. Qin Yu's heart shook. "Qin Yu, what are you doing? I just want you to capture Jiang Rong and hand her over to me. I don't need you to interfere." Qin Yu ignored Bai Feifei, his expression solemn. "This matter is very important to me. I hope you can answer truthfully." Jiang Rong took a deep breath. "I should have found it. The inheritance left behind by Sage East Sword is in Eastern Sword City." Qin Yu immediately recalled what he saw at the city gate. "Old Dong." Jiang Rong nodded. "It seems that Alliance Master has already sensed it." "Yes, Old Dong is the guardian of that inheritance. If you pass his test, you can obtain Sage East Sword's inheritance." "Qin Yu, I'm warning you, stop your stupid actions now." Bai Feifei shouted angrily. "Don't try to provoke me. This is the limit of my patience." Qin Yu's eyes flashed. He was almost certain that what Bai Feifei wanted was Sage East Sword's inheritance. Although he didn't know what use it would have for her, Qin Yu definitely wouldn't let her achieve her wish. And the most direct way to ruin Bai Feifei's plan was to find a master for Sage East Sword's inheritance. "Little Seven, wait for me here." Qin Yu stood up and grabbed Jiang Rong. "Let's go find Old Dong." Schwa, the two figures instantly disappeared. "Qin Yu." Bai Feifei was about to go crazy with anger. Qin Yu was expressionless. In his soul space, the sun and moon fields opened, isolating her roars and threats. Soon, the two appeared outside Eastern Sword City. Old Dong looked up at the two people who had suddenly appeared and frowned. Qin Yu stepped forward. "Where is Sage East Sword's inheritance?" Old Dong shook his head. "Even if you are an Emperor Realm Sword cultivator, if you aren't chosen, you don't have the qualifications to obtain the inheritance." Qin Yu lifted a finger. "I don't want it. Give the inheritance to her." Jiang Rong's heart shook. She didn't know what was happening, but she still stepped forwards and bowed. "Greetings, Senior. Do you still remember me?" Old Dong nodded. "Of course. In all these years, the Jiang family has only produced 3 people who are qualified to receive Daomaster Dongjian's inheritance. The previous 2 failed, and they were unable to complete this old man's test in their entire lives. You will also fail now." Qin Yu said, "If I say she can, then she can." Old Dong frowned. Qin Yu had no expression. Pass it to her. Otherwise I will draw my sword today and kill you on the spot. Sage East Sword's inheritance will vanish from this world. Jiang Rong's eyes widened even more. As it turned out, it really worked. After hesitating for a while, Old Man Dong nodded his head. Sect Master Qin, promise me one thing and I'll pass the inheritance to Jiang Rong. Qin Yu said, I will help her become an Emperor Realm sword cultivator. Old Dong laughed heartily. It's a deal. He stood up, and his entire body suddenly began to glow. Qin Yu, this old lady will kill you, you bastard. Bai Feifei completely flipped out. Qin Yu stuffily coughed, his complexion paling. The skin on his left hand instantly cracked, countless tiny cracks appearing. Blood-red tentacles drilled out from within. Bai Feifei, go crazy, but once the aura of a long-lived species is exposed, you should know what the consequences will be. That's right, I will die, but you will also be suppressed. Moreover, Meaty will not let you off. The blood-red tentacles tumbled about, gradually calming down. Bai Feifei's icy voice sounded out in his mind. Qin Yu, you better remember what happened today. Shua, her aura vanished. Qin Yu's left hand was restored to normal in the blink of an eye. He quietly let out a breath. If he said he was 100% sure of this, then that would be a boast. But Qin Yu could only gamble. He absolutely could not allow himself to become a puppet controlled by Bai Feifei. Luckily, he had succeeded. But the uncertainty of this matter caused Qin Yu to once again experience what it meant to be on tenterhooks. This was the first time since Meaty had left, but it would not be the last. Old Dong's entire body disintegrated, turning into motes of light that submerged into Jiang Rong's body. Her face was filled with shock. It turned out that Old Dong's person was Enlightened Master East Sword's inheritance. Just this point alone was enough to show how powerful Enlightened Master East Sword was in the past. Perhaps his strength was even greater than what was rumored or recorded. Jiang Rong took a deep breath and bowed. Alliance Master Qin, I have already obtained Enlightened Master East Sword's inheritance. I can tell you at any time. Qin Yu waved his hand. No need. The inheritance is yours. I do not covet it. Jiang Rong's face was filled with shock. She bowed again. Thank you, Alliance Master Qin. This time, her tone was much more respectful. Clearly, Jiang Rong did not expect that Qin Yu would not take credit for it and would really give her the inheritance. After all, only after obtaining the inheritance did Jiang Rong realize how strong Enlightened Master East Sword was. According to what she knew, even if he was not at the Emperor Realm, he was definitely only a step away. No, it was likely only half a step away. Her lips moved as if she wanted to say something. Qin Yu glanced at her. I know the weight of Enlightened Master East Sword's inheritance, but I have no intention of occupying it. After some thought, he said, however, if Sect Master Jiang Rong does not mind, I would like to know what is contained in Enlightened Master East Sword's inheritance. Jiang Rong nodded. No problem. Qin Yu said, let's go. We'll talk when we get back. Outside the city gates, no one saw what had just happened, including the scene of Qin Yu and Jiang Rong's arrival. This was because the small world that Qin Yu had summoned had enveloped the three of them and isolated them from everything else. They returned to the Eastern Sword Sect. 327 stood up and said, Sect Master Qin, I will wait for you outside. Qin Yu raised his hand. No need. He said to Jiang Rong, Miss Shao Qi is one of us. You can be trusted. Jiang Rong nodded. I naturally trust someone Sect Master Qin trusts. She stood up and bowed. I have neglected you before. I hope Miss Shao Qi does not mind. 327 shook her head. She glanced at Qin Yu with a complicated expression. She really could not understand why he treated her differently from others. Jiang Rong thought for a moment and said, Enlightened Master East Sword's inheritance is the sword Tao that he cultivates. To put it simply, it can be summed up in one word: longevity. A strange expression appeared on her face as she said, "This sword technique is more like a special cultivation technique. It actually tries to make the sword aura flow endlessly, using the sword aura in one's body to replace one's own life force. As long as the sword aura exists, the sword cultivator will not die." There is actually such a sword art in this world. Qin Yu's eyes brightened. Longevity sword art. Longevity, and in this world, as far as Qin Yu knew, the only thing that could truly be called longevity was the legendary eternal realm. The reason why he used the word legendary was because besides Midi and Bai Feifei, who had been cut into pieces, Qin Yu had not seen any other eternal realm in this world. Enlightened Master East Sword's goal was to make the sword breath flow endlessly and the sword cultivator exist forever. If he really achieved this, could it be understood as another state of longevity, or even directly becoming a species of longevity? If not for Bai Feifei, Qin Yu would not have thought so. But now it was not impossible. Otherwise, given Bai Feifei's realm and vision, why would she take the risk so easily? At least, it would be helpful to her. Enlightened Master East Sword, who had not even crossed the Celestial Being Gate, wanted to surpass the Emperor realm and directly reach the longevity realm, and it was really possible. Not to mention anything else, just this point alone was extremely powerful. Jiang Rong observed his expression and said, "Alliance Leader Qin, if you want to read the longevity sword art, I can write it down from memory." It would be a lie to say that he was not tempted. But Qin Yu only hesitated for a second before he waved his hand and said, "No need." He wanted to read it, but Qin Yu was more worried that Bai Feifei would see it when he read it. After all, her left hand was currently fused with Qin Yu's. They were one. Qin Yu. An angry roar suddenly sounded in his mind. Bai Feifei. Qin Yu's heart skipped a beat. He activated the sun and moon force fields again to block her roar, secretly rejoicing. Fortunately, he had restrained his curiosity, or the consequences would have been unimaginable. "Forget it, I'll leave early." Jiang Rong was right in front of Bai Feifei, and that was a huge temptation. Keep swaying in front of your eyes. Don't let anything happen. Qin Yu rose and said, "Sect Leader Jiang Rong, I'll take my leave. Come find me if you have any problems in your cultivation." With that, he left with 327. Jiang Rong was stunned again. She did not know what was going on with Qin Yu. Did he just give Enlightened Master East Sword's inheritance to her without asking for anything? She still felt like she was dreaming. She pinched herself again and again. It hurt just as much as before. Jiang Rong took a deep breath and finally smiled excitedly. She could no longer stroll around Eastern Sword City. Qin Yu left with 327. She was silent for a long time, and finally could not hold it in. "Sect Leader Qin, there are some things I shouldn't know, such as the longevity sword art. There was actually such a unique way of cultivating the sword in this world. If word got out, it would definitely cause a huge uproar. It was impossible for him not to think of it." Qin Yu glanced at her. "Miss Seven, since you want to cultivate by my side in the future, I will try to believe you. Of course, I also hope that you won't tell this to anyone else, including the Patriarch. Is that all right?" 327 hesitated. She wanted to refuse because if the longevity sword art was obtained by the clan, it would definitely be very beneficial. But for some reason, meeting Qin Yu's eyes, she nodded. "All right, I won't say anything." Qin Yu cupped his hands together. "Thank you, Miss Seven. You see, I trust you, and you repay me. This is a good start to our relationship." 327 said, "Sect Leader Qin, do you really not want the longevity sword art?" Qin Yu nodded. "If I say I don't want it, that would be a lie. After all, there is a possibility that it involves something that has a long life. But people cannot be too greedy. If they want everything, they will end up with nothing, and their fates will not be too good." These words caused complex emotions to appear in 327's heart. A long, long time ago, that clan had been one of the 4 great clans of the Central Desolate, and they had even become the true spirit of destiny in the world. If it weren't for their greed to obtain a higher status and become the master of one of the 9 regions of the Great Desolate, they wouldn't have fallen to their current situation. They weren't human, they weren't ghosts. To put it nicely, they were immortal and indestructible. But this sort of strange state was viewed by the outside world as a curse. This was the consequence of being greedy. Qin Yu glanced at her and said, "Miss Seven, let's go back." 327 silently nodded. Whoosh, a sword shadow shot into the skies. This time, Qin Yu didn't conceal his aura. He crossed over Swallow Mountain, drawing the attention and awe of sword cultivators from all over. After returning to the heaven-splitting sword sect, the first thing Qin Yu did was find Hu Jiming and curse him until he was sweating profusely. Let's forget about the Eastern Sword sect. But keep your eyes open in the future. If something like this happens again, my sect won't forgive you so easily. The next day, new orders were issued. Zhang Xiaoshan and Tai Lin were promoted by Qin Yu to be jointly responsible for the affairs of the heaven-splitting sword sect. These 2 people's cultivations were a bit lacking, especially the old sword cultivator Tai Lin. In Swallow Mountain, his cultivation wasn't worth mentioning at all. But no one dared to disobey Qin Yu's orders. They accepted their fate and confirmed it. There was no need to mention trivial matters. Sword Peak Mystic Realm. Niu Daodu was living a happy life. For some unknown reason, the monkeys here especially liked her and were incomparably close to her. But after Qin Yu arrived, they no longer dared to approach her. They peeked out from afar. "Big brother Qin, they seem to be afraid of you?" Qin Yu shook his head. "The monkeys are afraid of others. For instance, Little Meat. Or, for instance, by Fei Fei, who was gnashing her teeth in hatred and waiting for a chance to retaliate against Qin Yu. After learning the secret of the longevity sword art, Qin Yu understood why Bai Feifei wanted to obtain Sage Dongjian's inheritance. Presumably, it would be helpful for her to recover her strength. And this also made Qin Yu rejoice in his decision to not give her any chance. Qin Yu sat down and looked at Niu Dao. He hesitated for a moment and said, "Daodu, there are some things I need to make clear to you. I already have someone I love. Although there are some problems now, I believe that one day I will definitely find her. So, I can't have other thoughts. I hope you can understand." Niu Daodu fell silent and her smile disappeared. Qin Yu waited for a moment and was about to continue speaking when she suddenly said, "So, I was rejected before I even spoke?" This question was not easy to answer. So, Qin Yu decided to remain silent. Niu Daodu looked up and stared at Qin Yu. "Is there really no chance at all?" Qin Yu shook his head decisively. "Alas, this world is too unfair. It's too late for me to meet you." Niu Daodu wailed and lay on the rock. Qin Yu was relieved. He could see that Niu Daodu was indeed sad, but she didn't hide it in her heart. This was actually a good thing. If she really acted as if she didn't care, then Qin Yu would worry that she would take things too hard. Niu Daodu was listless. After a long period of silence, she said, "Big brother Qin, can you tell me about that woman that I envy so much?" Qin Yu nodded. "All right." After a moment, Niu Daodu's eyes widened. She looked at Qin Yu. She raised 3 fingers and then put them down, a blank look on her face. Qin Yu revealed an awkward expression. He nodded. "But, from what I can see, they are the same person. It's just that the situation is a bit complicated." Niu Daodu's face suddenly filled with suspicion. "Big brother Qin, could it be that you think I'm young and naive, so you're deliberately using this to deceive me?" Qin Yu quickly waved his hand. "Absolutely not, I can swear on it." Niu Daodu moved closer, an expectant look on her face. "Then take a good look. Maybe I'm the same person as them?" Qin Yu rubbed his face. Some of the sadness and gloominess in his heart completely vanished. Dowdu, don't joke around. Nyo Dowdu stuck out her tongue. I know, I was just casually saying it. Look at how scared you are. She lifted a hand and patted Chinyu. I'm the type of person that likes dedicated people. Chinyu, you clearly don't qualify, even though you found a good excuse for yourself. So I, Nyo Dowdu, officially declare that starting from today, I no longer like you. You can rest assured. Chinyu's lips twitched. He cupped his hands together. Thank you, Miss Dowdu. You no longer like me. Nyo Dowdu punched him. How boring. She turned around. What do you need me to cooperate with? Chinyu's eyes widened. Humph, don't think that I'm stupid. Sometimes I just don't want to think too much. Chinyu, are you going to tell me or not? If you don't, I won't listen. Chinyu quickly said, There is something that I need your help with, Dowdu. He immediately explained the plans he had discussed with the Imperial Scholar and Nyo Dingtian, as well as the areas where he needed her cooperation. I agree. Nyo Dowdu waved her hand without looking back. Hurry up and leave. Those monkeys don't even dare to come and play with me. Chinyu glanced at Nyo Dowdu, an apologetic look in his eyes. He nodded and said, All right, then I'll leave first. Schwar, he directly left. Which young girl didn't have a bad spring? After being knocked awake by someone, how could she not feel sad about a dream in her heart? Chinyu could pretend that he didn't know, but he knew in his heart that he owed Nyo Dowdu another favor. He had to return it,